Hi guys, and we are back for the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open number 3. It's been not that long of a while since the last Open number 2. This time around, we saw, I think it was 58 teams coming into this Swiss group stage. Of course, just whopping number of teams, even though we are into the last Open. Guys, I'm your host, Jenny Reirachu Lee, and with me on the desk for the panel for today is the talented Daniel Coldan. Chi, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited for the kind of games that we're going to be having up here today. It's going to be the final Open before we hit into LCQ. So I think a lot of these teams, vying for that top 6 position is going to be a hell of a Open 3 playoffs, and I can't wait to get things started.
Yeah, I mean, we've already got, spoiler alert, a couple of teams that have already qualified for Elite, but we'll get to that in just a bit, guys. We're going to have a recap of the tournament format over on your screens for you guys, just if y'all need, that little refresher for what's been going on from the earlier part of the year. This is, of course, the roadmap for VGC APAC Stage 1 Open. We did have 3 Opens. We are on the very last one right now. We had groups a couple of days ago and playoffs that are today until the 30th. And then next stage for LCQ is going to be next month. And then finally, stage 3 Elite. That's the one that, of course, all these teams are playing for. It is going to be October where the playoffs are. So we had kind of a bit more of a sparse schedule in the earlier part of the year, and now is really the crunch time for all of these teams.
Yeah, this is where the cookie crumbles, I guess you could say. And we're going to be starting off with the top 8 teams, right? This is going to be the first round for all of these teams. The opening day of playoffs. I think a lot of nerves, right, coming into the playoffs for a couple of these teams. Most of them, vying for their qualification spot, of course, in GC Elite. And yeah, let's take a look at all of our playoff teams here for today. We have a bunch of them. If we go down the list, I think we have a couple of notable teams, kind of familiar names in the scene already, right? SMG, OGX, Fullsense, Sapphire, RRQ, Kaguya, Scythe, which was formerly Big Scythe, as well as Global Esports, Phoenix. And then we got 2, shall I say, underdogs here to challenge for that top place. We got Deviant, Topaz, as well as Anomaly, No Charms. These 2 teams, if I'm not mistaken, first time this season or this year that they've made it to the playoffs. It's the first time showing for these 2 teams, which I'm really excited for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, they are new teams, but of course, a couple of familiar faces from these teams. You look at the roster from Anomaly No Charms, for example. You've got Trix, Baby Gwen, Ivory as well, and they've been participating in a couple of the competitions here and there in the last 2 to 3 years. Deviant, Topaz as well. I think balding kneecaps as well as a bit of a social media presence also. But it's interesting how, we love to see this, right? That we have 8 teams qualify into the playoffs every Open, but then just like Open number 2, right, you have 6 teams that most people recognize are here in every Open, and then you've got 2 of the newcomer teams, and this time around it's going to be Demon Topaz as well as NC, and this is going to be the prize pool. Once again, it's the same as the previous Opens. A whopping 10,000 US dollars is going to be the prize for the 8 teams this time around. You can see the breakdown. First place does get that sweet 3,500 US dollars and a bit of small change for the 7th to 8th place teams as well. But I think, of course, not just money that these teams are playing for. Of course, it is going to be the circuit points now that we are in Open 3 that these teams really need, especially if they haven't clinched a spot for Elite just yet. I believe we do have 3 teams that have already qualified into Elite. It is SMG, Orangutan X, as well as Fullsense Sapphire. So maybe for these 3 teams, maybe we see a bit of testing strats or something this Open 3, since their tickets already punched, they're already guaranteed. But we'll see what they've got cooking for the rest of playoffs. We'll take a look at the brackets and the schedule coming up.
Yeah, so let's take a look at how the battlefield has panned out, right? We've got at the top end, of course, SMG going up against Deviant Topaz on the other stream. But for the one here today, we're going to have Global Esports Phoenix up against Scythe NWJ. Those are the opening matches for you guys here on stream. And yeah, I think it's pretty spread out. A lot of these teams have great chances to make it deep into the playoffs. Of course, it is a double elimination format, so even though they might lose their opening matches, they're not completely out. They still have a chance for a lower bracket run. And yeah, all of these teams definitely have a chance to make things difficult for, well, the three that aren't qualified yet. Only the top three have been confirmed, as Jenny had previously mentioned. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Global Esports versus Scythe here on this stream. And on the other side of things, we have Fullsense Sapphire versus OGX later on after the series concludes.
Yep, that's gonna be another banger of a match, I think, for today. I mean, it's always really interesting, like when we just come out of the Swiss qualifiers into the first day of playoffs. I think also just because of the way the tournament format is run, right? Because you have like one open and it's pretty much once a month at this stage. So if you're talking about like the competitive experience, I mean, the Game Changers teams really only get to play in the open once a month. It's not like a type of like weekly sustained sort of league, although for pretty much all of these teams they are scrimming pretty much every day, every other day, so they do have that hectic schedule. But you're talking about, you know, maybe nerves come into play on day one. That's always one thing that's super exciting to see. We do have those two new teams coming up. But guys, before we get more into our first series of the day, we're gonna go for a short break. We'll see y'all in just a bit. guys, and welcome back. We're almost ready to get into our first series of the day between GE Phoenix as well as Scythe and WJ. And of course, we did briefly mention it earlier on. Scythe and WJ this time around come back with a bit of a newer name, no longer with the big organization, but I'm pretty sure you guys are going to recognize the same members on the roster that have kept, of course, their main core as well as GE Phoenix. So I think just, coming into today, our very first series, we've got two teams with a lot to prove, right? Because we're saying this time around playoffs, we've got the top 8, but 3 of these teams are already qualified into Elite. 2 of these teams are the newcomers on the block. GE Phoenix and Scythe, however, kind of are in that middle ground where this is pretty much, before last chance qualifiers, their last chance to make it through Elite. Because, for all these teams, no one wants to have to go through the process of playing LCQ. If you don't have to, you could qualify right now.
Yeah, Global Esports and Scythe both vying for that position, but let's take a look at the lineups that we're going to be having here on stream. First and foremost, Global Esports Phoenix on the cards.
Yep, and it's going to be Bela, Kiri, Meow 16K, Muffin Loop, as well as Rose, as we mentioned. If you guys have been following the scene at all for this year, you're going to recognize these girls on your screen. Of course, Muffin Loop, Meow 16K, especially, are going to be some of the players that you probably remember or want to watch out for. This time around, also, interestingly, G Phoenix did end qualifiers 4 and 2. I think all of the other teams, either with that 6-0 scoreline or that 5-1. Of course, just to refresh everyone's minds on how the qualifiers in Swiss works, is that each team plays 6 rounds of best of 3. So GE Phoenix are the only team this time around to actually sneak in to the top 8 with that 4-2 score. Of course, one was a 0-2 loss versus RQ Kaguya. The other one was a 1-2, I believe, versus ANC, who are also into playoffs.
Yeah, so let's take a little jump over to see their opponents, Scythe and WJ on the cards. Of course, we have the lineup of Yamuri, Crescents, Aureophilia, Sky Elise, as well as Marche. All these girls here ready to take on, well, their opponents in Global Esports. And if we look down the roster, there are very notable names, right? They were on that big roster, and now still sticking together as a team, despite not exactly being backed by an organization. They still made it all the way to the playoffs. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's a fantastic run so far, 5-1 in the Swiss stage. And of course, my eye is on Yamori, right? As the main duelist of this squad, she's the one that's set up to make those big plays, the one that's really going to be the needle mover for this squad. So I'm really excited to see how these two teams, pair up against each other. If I'm not mistaken, they haven't actually faced each other in the entirety of Game Changers this season. So this first time bashing hits against each other, I think we're gonna have some very, very interesting matches. It's kind of rare, especially at this point in time, when you don't really have that rematch potential. Like it's almost like a fresh game in a sense. So I'm excited to see how things will pan out, and yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. On the other side, right, for Global Esports, I think Meow 16K as the main duelist as well. I think that matchup between those two duelists is going to be a pretty spicy one.
Yeah, I agree. It's rare, as you mentioned, that we're seeing two teams that actually haven't faced off against each other, considering that this is our 3rd open, we've had so many stages of Swiss qualifiers, and we also play in a double elimination, so there's double the chances for these teams to meet, but they just never have. I think that G Phoenix has always ended up on the upper, not upper level kind of upper, but just the upper logistical side of the bracket, and then Scythe is just kind of ended up always facing off versus teams like Orangutan X. I think that was also the team that they lost 0-2 to this time during the qualifiers, ending that 5-1. But I think we do have map select ready. We're going to jump into that real quick. We are playing that best of 3, same as the Swiss qualifiers, and it looks like it's going to be Haven for map 1, Ascent map 2, and if it does go to that map 3 decider, it will be on Bind. What do you think about that, Coldan?
I think we have a classic matchup on our hands, right? These are the OG maps in the VALORANT scene. I mean, we've all played on all these 3 maps so often. It's a comfort map for a lot of teams, and I think it's no different in this scenario, right? Global Esports Phoenix as well as Scythe, they've been in the scene for such a long time. Their rosters have remained together all the way since the start of Open 2. So I think going back to maps that you are comfortable on maps that you're familiar with, I think that's a great call for both of these teams, right? Really showing that which team essentially more drilled, which team has the better chemistry. Forget about these wacky crazy maps such as Pearl, such as Fracture, where you have very untraditional compositions, different agent picks coming through on the maps such as Haven, Ascent, and Vine, right? It's classic.
Tell us how you really feel, Coldan, when we were looking at the maps, like in the pre-game before it went live, right? And you saw like that the pick was like Haven, Ascent, Vine, and you were like, I could hear you rolling your eyes through the screen, and you're like, oh, the 3 most boring maps. And now suddenly we're live and you're like, oh, this is great. It shows just how well practiced the teams are. But you're absolutely right. I mean, these are the classic maps. These are like, the boomer maps that everyone has been practicing since pretty much Valorant's launch 3 years ago. So if you want to really see like the mettle of a team, it's gonna be on these 3 maps. So I think we're gonna take a look at Agent Select coming up really quick. But before we get into that, I mean, just what are we expecting to see on Haven? Are we expecting like any shenanigans? Are we expecting the teams to cook up anything, or is it going to be classic? How do we feel?
First and foremost, way to call me out. But secondly, it's honestly, I like that you brought that up, right? For me, I've seen so many Haven Ascent binds in my lifetime that it becomes kind of repetitive. But then again, right, the repetitiveness is something that a lot of teams love to have, especially a long-standing roster, right? When you're comfortable on a map, when it's a map that you played countless times, you're familiar. Every time a rotation comes through, every time you see a piece of utility, you know what's going to happen. It's predictable, it's expected, and you can actually form strategies around that. So as much as I would love to see some interesting maps such as Fracture, I think going back to your tried and true maps, at the end of the day, this is where it matters. When it comes down to the nitty-gritty, you got to get that win, and you got to go with your most consistent pick, most trusted composition, most trusted strategy, strat book, whatever you have, right? And I think that is the mentality for these two teams coming in. So I'm excited to see what we have on the cards, right? A lot of the agent compositions, as you mentioned, right, are kind of similar on Haven, Ascent, and Vine, right? You expect the Sova, you have the Omen, the Astra, Breach is another very common pick, right? A lot of those agents have been staples across Haven, Ascent, and even Vine.
Yeah.
So it comes down to how the teams actually play together. I think that's the main concern.
Yeah, I think that Ray is probably going to be really big for GE Phoenix in particular, like Haven, Vine, probably expecting them to pick up the Rays for themselves also. But I love that you brought it up, when you end up on these classic map picks that everyone has practiced so much, it's going to come down to maybe if we see more of that meta agent select, then it's going to come down to just how well they prepare, the kind of strategies that they're going to show. And I am so excited to see what these teams have cooked up in the last month, because I mean, we had Open 2 just last month, but it feels like so much has happened since then, right? I think we've had like APAC finals, we've had like Ascension, we've had like LCQ happen just last week too, and like there have just been so many new strats, new agent even, that have like debuted since the last time we saw a Game Changer specific, that I don't know like what these girls have cooked up, but I'm here to see it.
Actually, going through the maps, right, I'm just taking a little gander towards Global Esports Phoenix. They've run Haven 10 times. It is their most picked map together with Fracture, and they've run the exact same composition every single time. For the 10 times they played Haven, they've run the exact same comp, which is Astra, Breach, Jet, Killjoy, as well as Sova. Ooh. So if something different comes out of Global Esports Phoenix, I think that would be something really interesting, really cool to see. But the skeptic in me feels like it's gonna be the same comp. I think they're just gonna stick to the tried and true, as I mentioned, similar to how the map Veto played out. And yeah, I think that is the name of the game here, and pressure on the duelists. I feel that is another focus point that I feel like I have to point out, right? The duelists on both of these teams, very, very well versed in their own right. They are the ones that are really putting up those big numbers on the stat scoreboard. So a bit of a head-to-head perhaps between those two duelists. I think it's Meow 16k as well as Yamori, right, on the side of Scythe. So that's a hit-to-hit that I would like to see, and I do expect to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, and I think we also got the side select as well for the teams, right? So I think it was a GE's map pick for Haven, and then they are going to start out on the attacking side because NWJ went for the pick for defense. So that is going to be interesting. Also, I think we are finally about ready to hop into that agent select. We're going to see if GE Phoenix go for the 11th time the same pickup. I mean, I gotta say, like, as you mentioned, right, it's going to be so much pressure on the Jet to show up in this type of situation. And yep, there is the lock-in. It's going to be almost a mirror composition except for the Omen for Scythe and then the Astra for GE Phoenix. How do you think this will play out, Coldan?
I think it really comes down to your your protocols, your strats coming through, right? Your utility is going to be pretty much similar, if not almost the same, on both of these teams. Comes down to how you want to play together, whether you can string those rounds together, whether your communication's on point, whether your team play and utility usage is there together. Nothing crazy or out of the ordinary, I don't think we're going to see. But it comes down to how these two teams can fare up against each other in a battle for the top. It's going to come down to this. Winner of this game will definitely secure themselves a top 6 placing, and I think that does wonders for the chance to make it into GC Elite. So pressure's on, and it's pretty interesting to see how the maps are going to play out, especially because we don't have too much information going into Open 3. We have information going in Open 2, but you know, it's pretty up in the air, and I can't wait to see how these two teams fare up against each other.
Yeah, I mean, so much to play for, a lot on the line. But guys, here to bring you all through all of the action for series number 1. It's gonna be our casters, Daks and Blackenblue. Guys, over to you.
Is key. And all I have to say is both GE Phoenix as well as Scythe have been here for the playoffs of Open 1, Open 2, and Open 3 as well. But welcome back, ladies and gents. Daks here with Blackenblue and my friend. We are back. We're here at Game Changers yet again. And we're going to see who's going to be taking the next step now in this bracket.
First, can we obviously all point out the nice swag and Riz that our good friend Daks has brought here. I like your shirt, man. It's really cool. The first time I've seen you wear something of this sort, but it's the first time we're going to see these ladies actually compete here in this Open, the final Open. Obviously, we still got LCQ, as Jenny was able, Reirachu was talking about a while ago, some of the teams here already qualified into the Elite itself. You know, some of the top names, Orangutan, RRQ, and Sapphire. We know that, but we're looking at this series right now, and I think Veto-wise, I don't know if you'd necessarily agree with me, but I think big Scythe, considering they are maybe considered the underdogs in the situation, they come out with a pretty good veto. You look at that final map, Bind, and it's one of the maps that they were able to take down Orangutan in, as I can say hi to your cat.
Yeah, of course, Yui always wants to show up. It's raining here, but we know, of course, a storm is brewing for this kind of matchup. I can agree with you. Moving further into the map pool, Scythe might have that all throughout this open circuit. Their top seeding, or their top placement rather, for this year has been 4th place. That upset by GE Phoenix versus RRQ Kaguya back in Open 1 when they were big Scythe. Scythe beat Sapphire to make it all the way to 4th place through the lower bracket. Now it's finally time to see them face off against each other, and I cannot wait as we start off on Haven, and that A hit looking likely here from GE Phoenix.
Well, we run it back once more for another opportunity to make things happen, to get themselves into Elite, not have to worry about that LCQ moving on forward. And Team GE here, the A side is what they really want to focus on. Big problem for Marche to deal with, as she's not going to last for too long.
Yeah, Marche falls immediately. Bayla with a takedown, and Muffin Loop wants to play aggressive. Immediately, you have Scythe trying at least to poke fraud, prevent that flash from happening, but the spam is perfect. Oriophilia actually falls in the hand of Muffin Loop. Dash on in. Yamori tried to force that close contact, but GE Phoenix, they're so prepared for this. And the 3K from Muffin Loop to put icing on that cake. Well done with the pistol. They take the first round.
Quick run over. You see just the amount of, I guess, commitment that they had on the A side itself here, coming from Scythe. They just didn't have enough resources to anchor things down, and by the time the retake came, we know that that A site, it's really one of the most notoriously difficult to try and overtake. So for the meantime, quick opening start here for Global. That's exactly what they want, especially here on the attacking side. And you have to wonder here, for a team like, you know, Scythe, who have many times on over, maybe not necessarily reach the results that they were expecting to, especially in the past open. Where does that leave them coming here in Open 3?
Yeah, where can they actually find their full potential? They showed up back in Open 1. They surprised many with that dub against Sapphire, like I mentioned. But they have struggled as of late. They have had a good record, though, 5-1, as our panel did mention. And the interesting part, GE Phoenix, they barely qualified here. Reirachu Kaguya, they got their revenge back in the Swiss stage. Took them down, but didn't actually eliminate them from playoff competition. The only team right now with a 4-2 standing, but they're here to stand tall and proud on that C site. Rose with a plant through the smoke. NWJ goes, and Muffin Loop, she's ready for contact, but falls to the hand of Sky Elise. 4v3 immediately. Rose here checking at the backside, ready with the aftershock as well, and a stellar shot onto Yamori there. Well, of course, full eco here for NWJ. Scythe trying to do at least a bit of economical damage. Well done by Oriofilia. She's still fighting. But Rose has the ghost, gets that takedown, and GE Phoenix gets a second.
Well, you see Oriofilia at the end there, and isn't she one of those players that we really, and I guess the scene, the community, has her eyes on when in regard to this team? We know her experience from the past, where she's come, what she's been able to do, and that just puts, I guess, insurmountable expectations on this team. Can she lead this team to the same heights that she was able to do with that former Alter Ego squad when she was also on Orangutan for a while? Many questions that we're gonna have to see in this series if she can be that leader here, paving the way forward as Global. They come on in with their third.
Yeah, there were those examples, especially back in Open 1, but this time around, bonus time here for GE Phoenix. And they send Muffin Loop all alone on a solo endeavor. Stuck now towards the sewer. Do they know Yamori's waiting now for the exit by Lobby especially? But this is a distraction. Muffin Loop's presence pulling 3 members of NWJ here onto this A site. They even use the Owl Drone. While this all happens, look at C go. The garage take a split approach here from GE Phoenix. Yamori eventually gets the pitch going. Sky Elise with the takedown too. And Scythe, sure, they were divided, but he still conquer anyway.
Well, you can see Global, they're trying to divide them, right? Hit them with the default. Alarm bot spots out Rose and just makes her attempt of trying to get the flank on Crescent's more difficult. As if you want to talk about flanks, it's Yamori who's successful in her attempt. Just not enough firepower here on the remaining squad.
One enemy remaining.
To really get much done.
Spike down, C.
On the way to the flawless.
Yeah, strong anchors there from Scythe and WJ, and as you mentioned, the flawless has come. 3 takedowns here for Yamori. Good to build up on the blades. But of course, the buy will come on out here for GE Phoenix. I do wonder though, why they're fended off so easily towards that C side. A perfect paranoia. If you saw there on that replay, courtesy of Oriofilia, that caught everyone along, and that was enough to get that win.
Well, luckily for them, not the most favorable bonus here for GE Phoenix to be playing on. Didn't have the best weapons coming into that. Marshall's not much of an automatic weapon, if anything. Maybe some Spectres, but let's see on out here. Full gun round, the first one of this series, and GE, you can see under attack. They're trying to, especially with the smoke being thrown out by Oriofilia, trying to anticipate any sort of aggression coming in from this Scythe squad.
Yeah, GE Phoenix, they love to do what is tried and tested by them. They stick around with the same compositions. They always look to fine-tune what they're accustomed to. And as we see yet again, they're trying to pull a bit of attention now towards Garage, as the rest of the team moving closer and closer towards that B site. Yet again, Muffin Loop wants to lead that charge. Slower play, though, here from GE Phoenix as they cut noise.
For the meantime, with Scythe here being very proactive in establishing that A main control early, it allows the rest of the defense to kind of put their focus elsewhere. But double fake out here could be deadly for Yamori. They get the catch. It's a nice pick off here from Muffin Loop and the rest of Global, and that could signal their quick and hasty entry towards this A site. But you can see the defense already ready. Crescents and Marche posted up to try and defend the site.
Yeah, good stall with the utility, especially at fault line, courtesy of Crescents. Now GE Phoenix, they need to try and find a way in, and of course, Muffin Loop just dashes on forward. Hit by the paranoia though, sticks around in hell. Crescents, does she know that she's there? Muffin Loop still now in position, but Oreophilia has her number. In the meantime, though,
seconds
look at
left.
Meow. Her lurk allows
Oh, they're
the
cutting
rest
it
of
close.
GE Phoenix to go towards that C site. They're gonna cut it close, sure, but they should
Yes,
make
time.
it in time. And Meow gets a takedown. Crescents with the trade. 3v3 for now.
That's what they needed to do, just barely on the knife's edge. Sky Elise, good for the one. Bela, it's going to be a Killjoy v Killjoy bout here.
Oh, the reload?
Swing, perfect timing on the reload, and Global Esports Phoenix rise up to take the round.
Yeah, no ashes here. It's a flame indeed lit up for GE Phoenix. You can see that they're using so much of the map here, Blackenblue. Very active, especially in calling that attention, making noise somewhere, and then cutting it out, being as quiet as possible, and allow one to lurk on in. This time, it was the Astra of Meow who got in position, allowed the rest of GE Phoenix to funnel towards C.
I mean, it was nicely done here by Global. The attempt initially just being stifled there towards that A site, but they pivot, rotate, and wrap around at the right time. Yamori's got an operator here. The C site trying to be locked down a bit more adequately. Global, they love to make early contact, burn some utility early in a round off of the defense. That's what they're doing so far right now. But when you're in this position that you can start to establish this early, when you can start to condition that defense, it always begs the question, what do they do off of that information later on in the half?
I think the question now is, can NWJ stick around on those sites, be the anchors that they want to be? Sky Elites trying to prove that theory right. The perfect takedown onto Meow. Could have gone a second, but Bela sharper on the shot. 2-for-1 trade though. NWJ with the advantage this time around.
Yeah, they're getting the early picks they needed. You
Spike
asked if
planted.
they can anchor things down, and I think it was an adequate attempt. Oh, that shock dart just peppering Kiri there. She's down to minuscule amounts of health. 4v3 though, successful in the initial bout, but how does the retake work on out? Yamori swapping out the weapons. Here comes the retake.
Trade those guns, get the scan, and get that takedown. Crescent's also blowing up Rose, and it's all up to Bela now. At least she gets 3, but it's not enough to hold down the line. And Scythe and WJ, this is what we're looking for. Those anchors, man. They can stay on site and put a dent to the numbers of GE.
And that's all you're really tasked to do sometimes when you are that anchor on the site itself. When you're the sole player, just get a kill and then delay even more time. Get one before you're done, and exactly what Sky Elise was able to do here. Yeah, she gets traded out, but just the amount of uncomfortability and the stabilization that puts here on the side of Global Esports Phoenix, especially the fact that it was their Astra that dropped, right? She found me out 16k, made it so that they had much less utility for stopping the retake from working out. They didn't even have smokes to cut off those angles.
Yeah, it's been solid work so far also from Sky Elise. If I remember correctly, she was that latest addition back in Open 2. Now they have time to acclimate. Muffin Loop though, detecting presence close by. Yamori, scan out spotted, and here comes the blades, but it's not enough to get the takedown. Marsh is dead, finds Bela. The chance here for NWJ to just hold down the line. Let again, I thought that would have been a kill, but Yamori survives.
Yeah, I thought so too. She's gifted a second chance here. Gotta make sure to make the most out of it. Not everybody is afforded the same miracle. So Global looking to try and aggress elsewhere. They still leave Muffin here though, just to try and maybe get the pick off if any sort of advance comes from the defense. This garage is what they're currently working on. You can see the defense shifting for it, but they're also just being more cautious of a possible fake out, because we've seen that early in the half where Global, they hit A, they go the other way, then they double back towards the same site.
Yeah, they're learning their lessons here for NWJ, but is it enough? 15 HP left for Yamori. She needs to be very quick on the trigger here.
30 seconds
A star
left.
being set on up. Here comes the swing. The fault line's there too. And immediately the disengage is called. Sticking around back of sight. The flash is there. And March and Kiri do trade out those numbers. Close now for Kiri. Kiri gets a second. The Crescent's still there towards Graffiti as GE Phoenix force the
enemy
hand
remaining.
and force the push.
Timing.
Oreophilia though,
Spike down
timing
A.
perfect. It's
10
2v1
seconds
now.
left.
All up the rows. She doesn't know where they can come from. Realizes it might be from Blink. Fakes it out, but the double up is strong. GE's Phoenix's chances wilt there as NWJ tie it up.
Yeah, it's great rat play and timing here from Oreophilia, just dunking it at the right possible moment. And obviously, even with the nice attempt here from Kiri to overrun the site, they go get the wraparound 2v2, bring it to more equal odds. Just sometimes those kind of rat plays are exactly what starts to nibble away at the attempt. So they tie up the game here right now, and that could have been a round where Global were going to be able to turn things back, but because they're still able to keep the up here for NWJ, this proposes an even bigger problem now moving forward for the Phoenix squad.
Yeah, and that hurts the turret. The operator exposed yet again on its angle. But you mentioned it, it's just Sheriffs right now here for GE Phoenix. And this is where we kind of wonder what else is there in the GE Phoenix playbook. They're so strong at what they're accustomed to. They practice meticulously from what we've seen so far. Stick around with similar compositions they've been running all throughout the year. But when it's their opponent that adjusts, what does GE Phoenix have left in store for them?
We're going to have to find out. Lots of ultimates on either side to throw on out, but obviously the operator is going to be favored there over the Marshall. It's a good pick off. Also, have any way of getting back up to speed. Sky Elise good for the one. Oreophilia traded out as Garage is where they make contact, but as the information is given away, it's going to be very difficult now for Kiri and Bela to find a even bigger opening.
And look at the timing from the fault lines of Crescents all of the freaking time. She's ready to use that to stall any kind of push from GE Phoenix. Slow play now, forced out Crescents with that takedown yet again. Prepared for anyone coming out from that window. Bela, the only one still standing, wins it out versus Marsha, sure. But it's still not enough to the firepower of NWJ.
Relatively good enough here, especially as they take the lead now, NWJ. Imagine if the shot connected by Muffin towards the head.
Imagine if that was an operator.
If that was an op, she would have won that fight, actually. But alas, it isn't. So, in these type of rounds, I want to see a kind of change of pace here from Global, because while what they were doing initially has been working, so far, you can see the defense has adjusted, and they're not falling to the same kind of plans and misguided attempts that Global are throwing out anymore.
Yeah, and it's just that Scythe has really acclimated right now, having Sky Elise on this roster, putting Oreophilia on a controller role in such a cemented position. Everything looks a lot more fine-tuned for Scythe NWJ compared to the last time around we saw them back in Open too. And this has always been their potential. They have strong players in their own rights. They have players who can hit some stellar shots. And as of right now, GE Phoenix, they need to find even more ways to force the issue to actually beat out these anchor positions from NWJ just to get the side take that they want.
Well, they have lots of ultimate to do that this time around, Daks. Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide. You pick it, name it, they've got it right now. And that's exactly what they could utilize here. Maybe throw a wrench into the spokes of NWJ, whose defense has been looking pretty solid these past few rounds. Operator's still alive, of course. Cosmic Divide could be a big hamper to that, but the more amount of ultimates you throw out here, NWJ, they've got some of their own to respond, and it could be a shuffle where you see GE commit a lot but not gain much in return.
He knows Kiri's there, and the shot doesn't connect. Over onto the corner. Kiri actually still sticking on around, and while this happens, yet again, pull that attention and go elsewhere. Hunter's Fury now, forced out courtesy of Marsha. NWJ has so many ultimates to work with at the very least, so there's the stall, but they realize it's a re-engage towards B, and the plant goes down. GE finally making it to post plant.
Yeah, in and out, one and done. Just get the plant, and that's all you need to do. And now they have a decent post plant hold. Cosmic Divide here. That's an offensive one used by Meow. They don't have one on the defense, remember that, but the Rolling Thunder is what they got. Scan, perfect. Crescents gets the one.
What a clear, and Oreophilia is defusing while all this happens. NWJ will win the round already, but there's still contact happening towards the grass. Crescents with 3, Hunter's Fury too late to the party, and Scythe with such a quick adjustment, such a quick call to win it out.
Were they even aware that the defease was happening?
No.
It didn't seem to be the case, because you saw that Kiri throw out the Hunter's Fury quite late. And by the time they did, it was, I guess, too little. With the moment seemingly being taken away from him, NWJ here able to use the guise of aggression to mask the fact that they were on the defuse already.
Who can hear the defuse when all you hear is gunfire elsewhere? Crescent still having an impeccable game. We talked about her stall potential. There's always that caliber of firepower from her as well. And GE Phoenix, a bit stuck right now. I'd love to see them play a bit more aggressive. Look to enable Muffin Loop even further. The Aldrin, though, gets the connection. There's the operator shot, but it doesn't hit its target. Rolling Thunder instead, though, they had the inkling of information. It's a short hold. Then we have Muffin Loop on top as well. Crescent's falls, and GE Phoenix, this is what they're looking for. But Yomori, a smoke criminal on the inside. Can she get another shot going? Ophelia, the reinforcements are there. And GE Phoenix walking into those sight lines. Nice shots, though, from Meow and Bela to wrap it all up. It got scrappy in the end, but GE fights back.
Scrappy's the right term there. GE almost losing that one, even if they kind of get early advantage here. You see Muffin and Kiri both get a pick, obviously as March was scanned there towards the sewer, but the recovery here potential from NWJ, always a difficult thing. They get 3 picks in a row, but obviously because Sky Elise wasn't able to mark down that A main, just a swing coming out was right on time. And another timeout here to be called. Scythe calling theirs. And this is what I was talking about, Daks, a while ago, that if you're GE, especially in that round where they went for that B plant, it could be a case of they throw lots of ultimates, but it simply just goes to waste. It goes null because NWJ have more to throw in return, and it just completely nullifies and just simply, it's almost like it just deletes it from even existing. And now they've lost a lot, but haven't gotten much in return. They've gotten the 1 round, but that was, look how scrappy it came, and look how light their buy is because of it.
I mean, they got the operator too. And I do feel like, sure, it was a scrappy round, but there were some good calls from GE Phoenix. That Rolling Thunder from Rose, absolutely perfect. As soon as they realize yet again, this is another short hold from Scythe. This is them yet again trying to catch us out, transiting towards the lobby, then this is their chance to actually get that catch, and I'd love to see more of that. Muffin Loop is happy to be that aggressor. Try to support her even more so with a bit better front line, and maybe this time she can find a frag early on. Up versus up this time, and there you go. No gun diff, Muffin Loop wins it.
Well, how can they enable that to happen even more, right? So, Yomori being taken on down is a good start. Quick pick and peek by Muffin. Certainly tasty. But let's move on forward. This acquisition for Marche, I'm worried about it because this is something that could go completely well or just be disastrous. Lockdown here. He's going to get scanned.
Oh,
actually destroy this.
This is a big one. Kiri's just forced to push because of the aftershock, and Crescent's actually going to get that takedown. And you mentioned it. Lockdown broken. It's just NWJ keeping them at arm's length. But as the gravity well is popped already, GE Phoenix cannot find any of these targets left and right now. Here for Scythe, GE Phoenix, they might think about disengaging here. They're forcing the issue though, wanting to flush them out with utility. March now out in the open. Finally, GE Phoenix will get that takedown.
Look how long it took to flush her out though, and how much utility they had to commit. Not just a nanoswarm and aftershock, but even before that, right? The gravity well, the scan, everything else in between, and now they're simply left with no option aside from pushing forward. Fortunately for them, Paranoia has already been expended, but there still is that stun. The fault line comes on out here.
Muffins in, and there you go. Crescent, though, has her number. Another one perhaps here for Crescent. No, it's just overwhelming from GE Phoenix instead. And Sky Elise, she's gonna play the hero here, Blackenblue. 1v3, the lockdown's there. A long position for GE Phoenix instead. She's looking for the lineup. She knows where they're gonna hide. And of course, Rose is keeping an eye out. There's the nanoswarm. It gets popped though by GE Phoenix, and she has to do it all by her lonesome. Low HP against these targets though. Spots out the shoulder of one, pushes the issue, finds the kill out the Bela, but it's 2v1 now, and timing has to be perfect here from GE Phoenix. Meow gets the info. Gravity well has been popped. Sky Elise, she needs to get these kills, but the stun is there. And it's getting even tougher and tougher now as the timer is ticking. Chances running out. Sky Elise with a good kill, yes. But it's not enough. Global Esports, they'll lose their lives, but they'll win the round.
And that's the important part, isn't it? Just so unfortunate there. That could have been the round for NWJ. But then some kind of awkward moments where Ophelia steps into the line of Crescents, which doesn't give her a clear shot to connect because she should have at least gotten one in that final fight. before leaving Sky Elise down to the 1v3 here. And this one specifically, they kind of block each other, just can't see where to keep on connecting. In the end, it's a nice attempt here by Sky, just, you know, that might be the limit. Global know the boundaries of the time, and they play it to perfection.
And not only that, I was watching the whole time. How will they counter that utility? But Yamori, where are these shots coming from? Not just one, but two with the Sheriff? Expecting the push here from GE Phoenix. And look at NWJ go. They have no fear. They're on the eco anyway. Pick up that Phantom. Call it the day for now. And they have a bit of firepower to work with on a potential A retake.
That's what they needed. They got Blades too in Yamori, so she could give it to someone else, especially there, if they really needed to. That they do. Some presence right now. Rolling
They're
Thunder
already there.
available. Big pick from Meow, though.
They want to fight, and they want to scrap it out as soon as possible. NWJ with the fisticuffs. Danger close. My name is Scythe, and Rose in a pretty bad spot. She's the only one still standing. Scythe have decided to just put these players on notice. The executioners have come and gone, and Scythe NWJ take that round away.
That's a great recovery, and the fact that they're able to do that off the Thrifty here and secure their 6th round of the half on the defense, this is looking pretty well. And this is what I was worried about here for Global. If you look at the map Veto, there isn't a single bad map technically coming in for Scythe, and as the underdogs, it's something you'd really relish to have. And that's what they got going for them. We see their past performances here on a map like Haven, 75% for this past half year. But if you want to talk about numbers, I'm pretty sure in a bit our panel's got something to say. For the meantime though, Daks, we go on over to a Thrifty final round from Global.
Last-ditch effort here, perhaps with the blades, and here we go yet again. Yamori ready with her blades. Muffin Loop prepared with hers as well. Love to see the matchup unfold yet again. But as of right now, the smoke will call the disengage, and GE Phoenix crawl their way towards A instead.
There's a lot of utility committed on both sides, but look at Meow. A single sliver of health. The absolute amount just to keep him alive. They got the Cosmic Divide for the initial attempt, but there is quite a bit of utility here to deny some of this entry on the default. They might have to plan towards Underhill.
Alicia's still alive, but never mind! I was gonna say, please be careful! You need those smokes in the latter part of this round. That Cosmic Divide could have helped, but the turret instead with the takedown. Great job by the 6-man. But the Nano Swarm will go for the stall. Yamori has to updraft past it. NWJ now funneling on in. Stuck here though towards Link. Yamori with that takedown. 4v3 for now. Muffin Loop tries to go for the close encounter of her kind. And Rose with the Rolling Thunder. It's 3v1. Sprays it down. 2 left are the targets of Rose. With 20 seconds, time is running out. She needs to isolate these fights, and that she does. 3 kills. The smoke's gonna be gone soon, as you mentioned. But Rose, is she ready? Not likely. Oriophilia's there for the final blow. 7-5 as we end the half. What a way, though. We saw that stall from GE Phoenix, but NWJ, they fought back.
I mean, they definitely kept the round still possible there. The fact that they had so much to keep the retake at bay from NWJ, right? They got the Aftershock, the Nano Swarms, the fault line, so much, and yet ultimately just the firepower working out here for Global. But what's gonna work out is our awesome duo on the panel, Jenny and Coldan. What you guys thinking?
For both of these teams, neither really finding that foothold into getting that win train rolling. Coldan, anything you want to highlight from that first half? Oh, your mic. I think it's your VMix mic.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I back finally? Okay.
You are.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, right, that one of the biggest rounds, one of the most influential rounds was actually the Killjoy ult round, right? We saw them put that Killjoy ult towards the A-shot position, but the proactiveness coming in from the Scythe players, right, they realized that was going to be the call. There was a tag pause called before that, and they essentially completely countered that attack coming in from GEX. Yeah, GEX almost came through and almost won the round at the very end, but I think that's the kind of proactiveness that we need to see coming out from Scythe going forward, especially, that eco round that they had towards the later half as well, right? Pushing down mid together and then finding a 5 versus 3 advantage that really, really set the tone for the first half. Yeah, it was scrappy at the first, beginning couple of rounds, but as things went on, we see Scythe slowly growing to their own, slowly figuring out how GEX actually want to play, and we saw it fantastically done with a 7-5 lead at the half.
Yep, 7-5 lead. I mean, we are going to see the half next with the Omen versus the Astra. Maybe that's going to come into play, but I mean, we've still got the second half and all to play for. Daks and Blue, back over to you.
I'm still trying to think of their duo name. I'm trying to figure out how they put Coldan and Reirachu's names together. Coldanachu? Reiradan? I don't know. I'm just trying to do the tandem there. But honestly, it's been a very, I'd say, unpredictable game with some of how these rounds have been going, man. There are times where this aggression suddenly works. Suddenly there's someone who's able to hold. But in the end, it's NWJ now on their favorite side, the attack with the lead.
Well, let's see how it works out for them this time around. Good job initially in the first half to establish this small, but still, it's a lead. That's all you can really ask for sometimes. But I want to see how the defensive global differ this time around to their attacking side. Coldan talked about them, trying to be active a while ago, and we need to see a bit more of that. They do have some of that holding power that was a bit more lacking on NWJ's defense due to the Astra in comparison to the Omen, but will that necessarily be a big difference here on the defense?
Yeah, I'd love to see also for GE Phoenix how disciplined they can be. They have a bit more stall potential thanks to Meow, who's always in position, who can help out anywhere because she's on that Astra. But as of right now, NWJ willing to just go for commanding firepower and wants to make that push work. Mori leads the charge. Vela having to hang back towards backside. The Florida clears towards platform. And eventually, Yamori will get that takedown. An elongated fight, sure. Meow, though, still into the corner. Not cleared as of yet. Low HP targets in front of her. Targets of opportunity. But Oreophilia is ready for anything. It's 3v2 now.
Left.
Here comes Muffin Loop and Curie. Stellar reinforcements here for GE Phoenix. All topped up, ready to go yet again. 2v2. Plant goes down. The turret's there, though, to try and get a bit more firepower. Locked position for Kiri, but she's on top of it. A dash on in. A small distraction, but Crescent still standing tall and proud. 1v1 now. It's Kiri versus Crescent. Who can get the drop on who? Kiri, though, wrapping around. Crescent just barely staying away, but eventually, Kiri will track her down and get the win for GE here.
Huge round here for Kiri at the end. The fact that she was able to get on top of the logs, split the attacking side to have to deal about both sides and get those 2 kills. Huge implications here to keep them on their toes, and it's just a difficult position for Meow. She's able to get the 1, but the second shock dart would have confirmed her if she didn't go down to anything else from Oreophilia. Still though, incredibly scrappy round, Daks, to start off this pistol.
Look, if GE Phoenix decide to play scrappy, might as well. And one thing I've noticed actually all throughout this game, Blackenblue, is there are times that, sure, Scythe has the numbers, but they don't have the HP to actually fight. And if GE Phoenix can take advantage of that, they might have an easier time on these retakes.
Well, if they can pepper them down earlier on, then that's exactly what's going to happen.
It's just not just pepper. Sometimes it feels like there's a bit of salt, a little bit of oregano along the way.
Seasoning.
Yeah, just someone needs to cook at the very end. Someone needs to be that head chef.
At this point, they could start to marinate them as well if they got the time to do so. But, Muffin Loop, big risk, but she can come away with this. She's got the Bulldog. Oh, she dodges. No, the stun connects, but they're not clearing her out. Gets the one. The double goes her way.
She actually went for the shots while stunned up anyway, so 2 down already. NWJ with no clears whatsoever, and it's pretty crystal clear for GE instead that this can be their round for the taking. Oreophilia though with a fadeaway shot. Stellar value with a classic, sure, but she can't get a second. And now that lead, it was a smidgen a while ago, it's non-existent now.
Yeah, mere blink and it's gone. So, Muffin, they didn't even check her, but still, as you said, didn't even wait for the stun to dissipate. Just went immediately. She knew that maybe someone else would have noticed her coming on in right on after. So, good timing still. Bela as well on the back line to make absolute certainty that there was no other pushes to come here from the attacking side, but Now they've got their guns. Rifles abound here for the NWJ squad, and Crescents, she's having herself a great game. But will that convert now in the second half?
Yeah, she was absolutely valuable on the first half. This time around, though, Kiri gets no value versus the dart. Yamori instead with that takedown. And a push here from Scythe immediately. Quick reactions here from Scythe, but Muffin Loop, where did that come from? Finds the angle, there's the flash, but she can't hit a second kill. Instead, Meow is there for reinforcements.
Whoa.
Meow with a second two. And it's a cat scratch here. Can Meow get more done? No, she can't, but it's 2v1. And it's up to Bailey yet again. Look at them though. NWJ peppered one more time.
Dude, Marche did so much in that final bout there on the swing once more. It's the initiators here coming in big. Let's not forget, she got the opening scan as well to enable Yamori to get the first pick off. And then at the end there too, double for her. But now it's a 1v2 for Bela. They know where she is. She's got the turret just off the cooldown.
And now they know that she's just inside the smoke. There's the dart, there's the spam. And NWJ just trying to set up a bit of a crossfire here. Nano Swarm now, preventing that swing from Oreophilia. Bela creeping closer and closer, but Marche is at the ready. Third kill, third month, sure. And well, 8-7, NWJ keep that lead.
I was talking about her because really big round for her here. She gets that scan. It doesn't even connect, but still allows Yamori to get the kill on the unsuspecting Kiri there. There was a great smoke also initially here too, being thrown out by Meow, but even if it allowed them to get the kills here, keep him back, keep him at bay as she got the double, in the end, by the time it dissipated, just to circumvent the wraparound from a player like Marche, who's been having herself a quiet game, it finally comes in when they needed to.
Yeah, and NWJ, they have these superstars at the ready. They have these players that can just step on up when they need to the most. And we've seen from GE Phoenix, a bit more of that discipline, a bit more of that textbook. Here for NWJ, it's that firepower that we can watch out for as of right now. Yamori wants to lead that charge. Bela's the one holding towards window, but actually backs away towards the site instead. They're ready anticipating back site hold here for GE Phoenix as NWJ gets a bit of intel and gets garage presence for themselves.
They have the From the Shadows as well here from Oreophilia, so if they feel like they have to bail out, she can. Especially if it comes down to the wire here on the clock. Less than a minute left remaining. Seems like the B site looking to be their option. Only a single smoke here off the cooldown from Oreophilia, so they're going to have to time it right. Muffin Loop, she's going to get scanned. They know where she is. Dash at the ready.
Yeah, but there you go. The fault line's there yet again, and Muffin Loop, she wants to take one down before she falls. A dash forward instead, maybe misclicked, but in the end, it's NWJ who gets 2 frags for free. The shock dart's there though, and Oreophilia still staying safe. GE Phoenix now exposing the presence towards Link. A good kill by Meow. He's getting garage back. But it's a struggle here for GE Phoenix. They don't have the angles up opportunity. Meow needs to get these isolated duels going her way. And that she does. 3 for Meow already. This is looking likely here. The Rose though with the flash. Marcia with the takedown. And Meow still fighting. Still scrapping it out. And the 2v1. Meow gets a 4th. But the ace is denied. And the round 2 is won by Scythe. 9-7 now.
Once again for Marche, they're coming in big at the end, but look at the attempt here by Meow. You almost want to see her be able to convert it because of just the possibility for that ace. Scrappy second kill here onto Yamori. Third follows up, unsuspecting their Oreophilia, but in the end, just a numbers advantage to be able to play off the 2v1 in favor there of NWJ. And Global, they're starting to slack behind here when it's not individual kind of big plays coming out to save them. They just seem like they lack the rest of the game to come back in the second half.
Yeah, they're trying to run a textbook play. They're looking to be in those, I'd say, more constant positions. But when it comes down to it, they look for the bailout play. And speaking of bailout, she's gone. Crescent with that takedown yet again. NWJ with a stellar find, with a good moment of opportunity. And the C-side is there for the taking.
Quick pick off here from MWJ and a quick plant as well. Could be a very hasty 10th round on the board for him. Especially looking at how little weaponry they've got here. So if you're Global right now, maybe Axis, it's all you can really look for. I mean, there is somewhat low economy on the attacking NWJ on the side, so if they can keep those weapons from being saved up, then they might actually be good in the long run.
And honestly, as NWJ look to clean up this site, Kiri fights back. She's the only one still standing, and the reinforcements arrive to help out their member over onto the corner. Yeah, NWJ, they get a round win, but you can see here for GE Phoenix, there are moments, Blackenblue, where I feel fundamental errors do cost them some of these rounds or these opportunities.
I mean, like, Bela there just... Even with a scoped weapon, she seemed the one who was more unaware of the peek coming on in. Maybe a bit too close to the angle. That's an extreme case there of you seeing the angle advantage of the peeker. Whoever's further from the angle being held will get to see that person quicker, and Bela a bit too close as well. But they have to keep this game close and specific, and for that attempt, it's the operator out for Muffin.
Yeah, Muffin, she has been at least the one making space here for GE Phoenix, but Yamori ready to lead that charge. And I like this, honestly, for NWJ. Yamori hasn't had the best record against Muffin Loop right now in this map alone. Instead, she's willing to lead the forces elsewhere as the Hunter's Fury is forced on out. A nice shot, though, by Muffin. Crescent is gone, and that's a big target of opportunity here for GE.
She still has a dash as well because she never had it prepped for the initial fight. That early pickoff here in the Crescent, that's going to be big because Crescent has been having herself a great game and a great shot found here by Muffin.
Yeah, Muffin has had Yamori's number throughout this matchup, especially when it's operator versus operator. GE Phoenix, though, just with those 2 commanding kills, that's enough for them to silence any kind of ambition here from NWJ. And if this keeps up, this might be a save round here for the offense already.
It's difficult now, Daks. That's to say the very least here for
30
NWJ
seconds
in
left.
this type of round, but all hope is not lost. They got the economy for the next. The smart
watching.
thing here to do is to be safe, honestly. A swing like that is going to fall right into the hands of Muffin. She gets her third, and I don't wager that Global are going to have any problem in completing the ace. That's an ace for Muffin. Quick and easy. Classic at the end, too.
What a play and what a stellar showing. We've seen it even at the start of the game with the Marshall. She hit that shot. She just lost that gun difference. But this time around, with the op in hand, she's in command. And absolutely well done. I think for NWJ, they forced the issue too much. She already had Muffin Loop in position towards Hell that she was watching from that A site. And Scythe decided to still peek it that way anyway.
Yeah, as I said there, perhaps just saving what you've got would have been the better option, but they thought otherwise, and at least gets Muffin Loop going. That's a dangerous thing to leave to chance, though. If you get a player like Muffin Loop with that type of momentum, she can absolutely turn this game around in their favor.
Yeah, she has honestly one of the highest ceilings in this game, but Bela also a stellar shot to begin with. Ophelia caught in the cross. And this is where we can see for GE Phoenix how they peak in a safer kind of position, how they play a bit slowly. It can be an advantage. Yamori peppered too by the shock darts as GE Phoenix hold down this A site for now.
Just luckily she's able to get out of it, and the shock dart didn't connect as cleanly as they initially would have wanted here. Muffin, almost getting timing there, but it's a wraparound from NWJ as Scythe looking to try and slice the C site up instead. They got the Rolling Thunder, and that it goes.
And there you have it, a bit of a clear. Meowdo over towards the corner yet again. Let's see if it can be advantage. Rose actually getting the attention. Meow winning that long-range duel, and Kiri's there too. It's all going GE's way, and Sky Elise. Well, maybe now it's a reality check. Down to the ground. It's GE Phoenix who are clawing their way back in this game.
Huge aftershock here as well, thrown out by Rose, and she just scatters the petals here of any attempt that NWJ otherwise would have had. You saw, because of that, it isolated Crescent, who was kind of pressured. Do I pull back or do I try and take space, maybe get the kill off? And Rose still connects, even while kind of stunned. And that just made it so much more difficult for the entry here of Scythe. So, second timeout to be called by Scythe, NWJ, and Global slowly making that comeback. Now that the eco is coming on here, because of the low economy, this is why I was talking about, Scythe. They can start to save up their weapons in those kind of late round situations, because statistically, you don't come out of those on top, and it can lead to further problems down the line like this economically.
I mean, their problems right now are pretty simple. Muffin Loop and Meow 16K. Both of these players, they had a relatively quiet first half, Meow especially, but we are seeing them step on up. We're seeing GE Phoenix try to fix some of their fundamental mistakes, be in better positions, have these better timings, and it's working out better for them as they're catching out Scythe, especially during crosses, especially in those slower moments before the fight really unfolds.
Well, let's see how this fight will unfold, Daks. The slow playstyle will actually kind of benefit Global out here moving forward right now. It gives them more time to adjust and more time to reposition that operator into a better, more, I guess, adaptable spot when it does come down to it. This is a good smoke thrown out here by Oreophilia, especially as they make noise early on. The scan does come on out, though, and that's one big problem, because this smoke typically would cut that information off. Because they have the Sova here posted up in the main, NWJ, rather Global, they're just so aware of what's happening still.
Yeah, and not only that, I noticed a while ago, by Garage, Bela was near the doorway. I think she heard that turret being placed especially. And GE Phoenix, they know it's a bit more scattered here on the offense as NWJ are on that lesser buy. Committed position taken by now towards Cubby. A slower push here from Scythe. But you mentioned it a while ago. This speed, this pace, it's gonna benefit GE Phoenix a lot more. Especially with some of these angles. Here comes Muffin though. And down goes Yamori. Oreophilia, check your corners! But the crouch there from Meow allows Oreophilia to get that takedown. It's GE though, holding that A site well. See instead the true test. Bela versus 2. Might hear them coming. Moving back behind default. Still onto the side right now. Wants to isolate this duel. And what a shot on Sky Elite! That's big! Not gonna be big enough to fight against Marsh. But it's 2v1. Here comes Muffin. Scope in hand. The corner being taken here by March. And, well, this is a dart. This is gonna get the scan. This is gonna get the info, I believe. And there's the operator shot. GE Phoenix needs one. And Kiri will deliver. We are tied up yet again.
Yeah, just so difficult for her to get out of that spot there. She had to go aggressive. Had the right idea of going for an early peek there towards the defender's spawn. But just could not get the angle to find Muffin, who was already low. Still, though, it is a type of round that you'd like to see be recovered from a team here who are down. But even better recovery, if that's what you're talking about here for Global, to scrap these rounds back one by one. Muffin going for the aggression there towards a lobby. Getting the pick off on the unsuspecting member and then falling back unscathed for the most part. It really bodes super well, and you can see the slower play style just benefit Global as they're able to not only reposition the op in the proper spot, but also have those stars prepped beforehand.
It's something they tried to force as much as possible against the opposition. We've seen it in Open 1. We've seen it in Open 2. If GE Phoenix can be a bit more meticulous on their approach, they will try to find those opportunities. And you said it yourself, Muffin Loop, she's been getting away with things unpunished by NWJ. Now we get the Hunter's Fury. Fault lines there too, just to allow Yamori to go for the cross on top of the crate, but Bela still gets a takedown. Oreophilia's there though with the trade, and now Crescent finds Rose too. Meow though, all alone, trying to go for the hold. Fights back at least. One falls, makes that 2. At least damage done in 2v2. Doable here for GE Phoenix as NWJ gets the plant going.
She had 2 bullets in the magazine, by the way, and she connected that final shot with just 2 left remaining. Now lockdown though to buy them some time. Difficult.
One enemy remaining.
No!
It connects. Perfect timing from Muffin. And now it's a 1v2 Marche and another difficult clutch.
Yeah, similar scenario. Deja vu indeed, but a different corner now by Muffin. Flies high and will deny NWJ of any kind of glory. Here comes Muffin Loop, and there goes GE with a lead.
She actually just updrafted that to check with her blades. Massive respect here for just the amount of capable reading that you can see from a player like her. That's not something you typically see from a duelist, but she's been having great reads on the situation here, Muffin, on where to go and what timings to potentially anticipate. And it just works out to perfection for Global, who have now gotten a 4-round streak to come back and take the lead over.
And just such a back-to-back scenario. Stuck in the corner, on that C site, forced to go for a 1v2. What happens? Another GE win. You mentioned it here though. It is just GE right now, keeping up with success, getting dub after dub. While Crescent's thinking about the fault line, Muffin Loop wants to go for the push. A little too late to actually get the shot going, but survives for now. Good damage done though by NWJ at the very least, making sure Muffin Loop and Bela are low HP. And perhaps those can be targets. Leg shot, not gonna happen. GE Phoenix have to back away for now.
Yeah, they're quite low now, so these pistols, Stinger, Bulldog, they can definitely do damage against Bela and Muffin. You have to be careful of the position, the predicament they're being placed in right now. See Scythe looking to be split on up. Our operator is gonna prove to be a problem here moving forward. They have to use one of these smokes defensively to get themselves into sight.
Yeah, Bela's also in a really good position towards Garage. Muffin now trying to hide in the corner. Muffin and Meow, here we go yet again.
C.
The M&Ms, 2 fights. The blades are there though, and there you have it. Low HP will be punished. 3v2. NWJ, they got out of the woods, but can they get
Last player
clear
standing.
past GE Phoenix? Looking likely as it's all left to carry now. 1v3.
planted.
Sky Elise with the plants. And NWJ, they forced the issue. They went for the push. Here we go yet again. Take 2, but Kiri wins it. 1v2 right now. Sky Elise actually backing away towards Long alongside Yamori. They planted for that angle anyway. The dart's there. Gets absolutely no incel. And Yamori, she picked out the operator. Wants to do what Muffin has been doing to them all throughout these past few rounds. There you have it. Shot through the hearts. And you're to blame. It's an 11-11 scoreline. A thrifty win even here for Scythe.
That's a good angle here being held in the end by Amori, because she knows that
Player standing.
in that specific angle, someone would be checking more than likely towards that cubby. So it creates an awkward position where you have to pick 50-50. NWJ, when they needed to the most, against difficult odds, able to get those picks, and it was really due to the punish that they were able to establish early on Muffin, as she tried to go for something a bit too overzealous. She brought down, I think it was Kiri who got tagged up with her in that case and made it so much more difficult, rather Bela,
Yeah, Bela, yeah. Yeah,
for them to get back in the fight.
And if you remember, we were talking about GE Phoenix and their positioning was sound. But because of that low HP, because Bela and Muffin Loop were the ones trying to at least get the catch on the split approach by NWJ, it was punished so quickly. A long-range sheriff shot, mind you. And it wasn't even a headshot anyway, enough to get that kill. That was what allowed NWJ to actually get in there. Just that early bit of counteracting that aggression just pays so many dividends down the line.
Yeah, it was through the wall as well, through the platform and then into the chest, and that would only be possible due to the low HP, as he talked about. So those type of things, you can see how the butterfly effect can produce these consequences late into the round, just to some overzealousness shown early. Still though, I don't want to kind of dissuade Muffin from going for some of those peaks of hers where she just catches him with off timing. Is now we actually get a proper gun round. This matters so much because
Placing
economy
swarm
of both sides
Swarm
not in the
grenade
best position for the next round, which will be the match point round.
This is the penultimate moment. This is honestly do or die right now,
Spike
despite the fact that these two teams aren't on match point as of yet. And don't worry, Black and Blue. Muffin can't hear you because she's still peeking towards that B side anyway. And Kiri's the one who might be in trouble. Realize the situation. Goes for the owl drone, and he needs to back away as soon as possible because the Amore wants to barrel down that side of the map. The dart's there. The Rolling Thunder is the answer. Cloudburst right now as NWJ move their way towards A side.
And they use the scan, but I would have wagered to try and save that here for the retake itself specifically. Rolling Thunder
3
and
ults.
the Hunter's Fury with the lockdown even before the spike is placed. Big commit.
Oh, Oryophilia has a plan from the shadows right now as it's a scrap fest on that A site. In the end though, it's
30 seconds
2v2
left.
and Oryophilia just says, I'm out, peace, I ain't dealing with that.
Oh, but now it is split here. Do they even know where the plant is? I think you can tell. They can tell that it's towards C, but you can also see that Rose is trying to be aware of the flank coming from Crescents.
They know that Crescents is still there. They know that Oryophilia is the only one rather, who zipped on away. And this time around, it's GE Phoenix trying to play together. They do want to go for a potential punish onto Crescents first and foremost. Never mind, Curie and Rose actually decide to make their way towards the site.
One enemy
Have it a
remaining.
bit of an angle, or Ophelia crafting it well. Can she deliver though in this scenario? She put the package down towards that C
Player
side.
standing.
Signed, sealed, and maybe
Played so
even
well.
delivered. So well done here by NWJ. They're the ones on match points.
What a way to recover, Daks. So much committed here by Global towards that A site. Hunters, Fury, Lockdown, and the Rolling Thunder. That's why you can see me, or rather hear me, kind of comment on the side. Like, they're doing all this before the plant even is stuck. That's huge, and that's a problem. You have to be aware of that. You see that from the shadows be available. You have to know that you can't commit everything. You can't put all your eggs into a single darn basket, and that's what they did, and they all get crushed for it. Match point in NWJ's favor.
Honestly, genuinely, I do feel like it's not even that. It's just them jumping the gun. The plant isn't even there yet. You know your opponent's playing the Omen. You have to be careful on when you time those ultimates when the raid take hasn't even started. And sometimes those are the struggles of GE Phoenix. They can be absolutely impeccable. They have absolutely fine form when their finesse is showing. But from time to time, it's just those small outplays done by Scythe punishing GE when they are overeager. And this is the case right now. The defense is on the lesser buy here.
You know, logically, it's not always a bad thing, because a lot of times you do want to kind of start that retake attempt when you hear the spike trying to be planted, but you have to be absolutely certain that they're going to commit to it. Look at the push in here.
Shorty!
No, the shorty doesn't connect off Yamori, and Bela gets the one for free.
She's ready, and she's gonna go for the spray down because of the flash. Rose over to take down Rose with a second, and the advantage is GE so far. Rose still sticking on around. Oriophili with the kill, and here comes Yao and Kiri too. All the angles and all the opportunities. It's overtime.
That was
Switching
crucial here, coming on in. That should have been the kill. She was right in her face. The first one goes over her shoulder. The second one right beside the ear. And it could have been it on the entry. It just allowed Global to stabilize and go for the flank on behind, catching him off guard.
She's still standing. That's the thing. 38 HP, and somehow Bela just shrugs it off and says, "You know, I'm fine. I got this. I can hold it." The rest of GE Phoenix converged impeccably. I didn't even notice Meow coming in from long until the very end. Those are the moments we see here from GE Phoenix. There's the cold moments, there's the hot moments, and right now, we're in for an absolute treat as we go again.
Well, opening map here. First map of this entire Open 3 stage weekend. And we already go into overtime. How, at this point, accurate this must be. I think this isn't the first time we've seen this happen on the opening map of a weekend of an Open, but let's move on forward now. Attacking side, Global are back on, and this is where we have seen sometimes them be very streaky. They can gain some few rounds in a row, but it's about continuing that momentum deep into the half, which we've seen to be a problem for them.
Well, my eyes are still on Muffin Loop. If she can take command of the game, she will do so. I just gotta say, though, that maybe there's a reason why we never saw this matchup in Open 1 and Open 2. Not in the Swiss stage, not in the playoff bracket, because these two teams, we've seen how their peaks have brought them towards the 4th place in their respective Opens. The fact that this game is so evenly matched right now, Black and Blue, and
30 seconds
it's
left.
such a treat to see what GE Phoenix and NWJ have in store for us. But eventually, it's a C take. No one to call it home. Sky Elise already retreating towards Lake. It's going to be a 5v5 retake.
Yeah, it's a quick plant. No real
Spike
question
planted.
about that, so it's gonna be a 5v5, as you said. Full commitment on either side. Garage being controlled here by Global. That's utmost important.
They don't
for
know.
NWJ
They don't
to
know.
take this away. The one. Nope, only the one, but they get 2 kills going their way here. Meow answering back. The scan on perfect. Yamori aware, but the flank from Kiri's has to be big.
They all went for that garage,
Fine, though.
and now NWJ will just defuse it anyway. Such a whimper at the very end. GE Phoenix Their plan was to just collapse onto that garage and use that to get back towards the site. Look at that wraparound from both the Breach and the Soba. What NWJ does is, okay, let's win the site. Oh, no one's here. Cool, let's defuse and call it a day. And exactly what happened. Scythe yet again, finding those moments to just get the defuse under the noses of GE.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimactic end there for the round. Good. I mean, the idea is sound, but just the execution of it, the timing not working out. Obviously, the plant as well, not the most ideal. If you wanted to be open for both long and garage, you should plant a bit closer towards a platform. But then they couldn't because of the fact that they weren't sure when the retake would come. They wanted a bit more of a safe plant. In that case, it seemed like two different contrasting ideas were trying to be squished into one post-plant hold, and it just made for a much more confusing attempt here from Global on their attacking side. And now NWJ, rightfully so, punishing that attempt. The defuse off, no real problem, as they only have to stick, and you put now the squad in a difficult spot. And yet, even with the lead, it's Scythe who called the timeout.
Yeah, Scythe, they're probably just like, we kept it simple and it still worked. They know that they can win out these duels, especially if they get the numbers advantage. And perhaps that's what they're discussing. What will Muffin Loop bring to the table this time around? The glass cannon approach is the answer. An up in hand, and maybe a hope and a prayer with it. NWJ, though, looking likely to hit that C site, where Bela and her setup is awaiting her.
He's all alone, but we've seen her be big and come in huge when they needed her to try and anchor these sites down. Fault line dot. Bela, are they aware of her presence?
Big flash.
The flash connects, but
second flash.
the scan as well. That now confirms where she is. Yamori, big pick off, and the second goes her way. Rose responds.
She can't fight, and she can't see, and now it's Muffin Loop there at the ready, but Crescents will punish her accordingly. 3v1 now, and for Scythe, they're looking to reap what they sow, what they set up. Crescent's there, gets the intel. It's all up to Kiri now, as the Owl Drone looks for a target, gets the tag, knows exactly where she is. And here for Scythe, they weathered the storm of GE Phoenix. They're ready now for whatever awaits, and they will take the map pick away. In overtime it goes, but it's a 14-12 victory here for Scythe.
All the way to the end. What a way to win the map in overtime. And even though there were some nice attempts and nice moments from Global, it's about closing out that matters the most, and we saw it be a big problem for them here. Some misguided attempts and ideas that it almost seemed like it would work, and then it just didn't.
And just from the get-go, right, you'd see for GE Phoenix, they have all these plans. They have all these antics that they can pull attention away, that they can make noise somewhere and just make sure that Scythe is going elsewhere, find those opportunities. But other times they would stumble, have these fundamental errors of position, just take too long to clear out utility. And those are the moments when Scythe NWJ is a team that can be very sharp to find those moments, find those timings, and get those kills anyway. It did go the distance though, and I'm expecting an even closer bout into the second map. But for now, I do believe we're gonna have to throw it over to our panel to break down what just happened in that first map.
Thank you, gentlemen. Scythe just managing to turn that 7-5 advantage in from halftime to finally that map #1 win. Took them a bit of time to get there, but what's important is that they did get there in the end. I think, Coldan, there are a couple of things that we wanted to highlight from this map #1. You want to talk about the operator, first of all?
Yeah, I mean, if we just look at how the ops worked, right, around this entire map, we see Muffin up against, if I'm not mistaken, it was Muffin Loop versus Yamori, right? Muffin was actually winning out most of those duels. The Jet hit-to-hit, I think Muffin was clearly in the lead. Meow 16k was a terror whenever you wanted to go towards the site. But at the end of the day, right, when you look at the map in general, right, as an overall, you see that Scythe really had a great game plan coming in. Every single time they executed on the attacking side, you know that they had a set strategy. It was really methodical coming in for them. They like to clear garage, they like to take map control, and then decide where they wanted to commit. And on that last round, I think that kind of summarized the entire map, I would say. Right? Scythe going for a fast C attack. All 5 players coming up from C, taking over that site, and it only had one player, Bela, the lone killjoy on that site. And Scythe, you saw how fluidly they played, right? Granted, Muffin, Loop, and Meow, right? They did a great job, but I think at the end of the day, Scythe just played it fantastically done, and I think we can pull up the scoreboard to really see how the numbers broke down for this map so far between Global Esports as well as Scythe. And
Yep,
yeah, look at that.
and whew, stats don't lie. It's gonna be MVP going over to Crescent on the side of Scythe. Muffin Loop, of course, on the Jet over for GE Phoenix, despite their loss this time around. But Yamori as well, racking up some pretty dang impressive numbers with that 23-20 to 5-1 ACS. But you know, Breach just getting that MVP. It's just what we also like to see here at Game Changers. But yeah, we were talking about that big battle, right, between Muffin Loop and Yamori, the battle of the duelists, battle of the Jet players, and what was almost that mirror matchup in this map number 1. And who are we thinking came up on top this time, Coldan?
I mean, I think it's pretty unanimous to say that Muffin Loop definitely did have the edge. I mean, looking just based on the stats alone, 8 first kills is insane coming in from your Jet player. But at the end of the day, right, you need to get those wins, 14-12, as close as you could cut it. But Crescent's, right, you don't really see her name at the top of the scoreboard. You don't really see her getting insane multi-kills, influential impact rounds, but she's the consistent one that's always trading her duelist going into the sites. Even though Yamori might not be always, getting the instant kills, coming up behind her is very, very closely Crescent's. But again, yeah, as I'm mentioning, coming up on the scoreboard, MVP going to Crescent, I think very much deserved. Her flashes, her utility has been on point. I remember so many stuns coming through for Crescent. It's always been exactly where you needed it to be. And it comes down to the game plan, right? So Scythe coming into the map of Haven with a great game plan, and Crescent's just, leading the charge right there as the Breach player that you don't often see at the top of the scoreboard. But when she is at the top of the scoreboard, her team is there to back her up.
Yeah, and I mean, like, just some pretty impressive stats coming out from her just across the board, right? I mean, something like what I believe was like 7.7 first purpose percentage. That's all right. Around 20% headshot percentage as well. But I think the stat that really stands out is that she's 84.6% in terms of assists for her team. And when you're racking up that high of a percentage in terms of like the help that you're bringing to the team, I mean, that just really shows just how useful you are that time in map number 1. So we were saying that both these teams look like they're picking some pretty standard meta compositions. We're seeing some pretty standard maps in all 3 of these series, so I don't know if they've got anything new or interesting cooking up for the next one. But guys, we're gonna go for a really short break before we come back with map number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. Hi guys, and welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open number 3, Series 1, map number 2. We're almost ready to get into our second map of today after that ridiculous overtime between G Phoenix as a Scythe and JW. And I don't know, man, how are we expecting map 2 to shape up? Because looking at that map number 1, I'm kind of smelling a 3-map series. Coldan, what do you think?
Ooh, way to jinx things, Jenny. But, you know, looking at the map of Ascent, I think it's gonna be pretty similar to Haven. I mean, those two teams were neck and neck. I mean, they threw a couple of rounds in a row, right? GE went on a nice streak and then Scythe came back with their own. So they're never gonna be willing to give up any sizable lead. I think both of these teams are very capable at countering each other as well, right? The adaptations, mid-rounds have been very succinct from both of these squads. But I think moving on to Ascent, right? It's a map where I believe it's pretty defender-sided. So I will kind of give a bit of an advantage to Global Esports, right? They will be the ones starting out on the defensive side first. If I'm not... Actually, let me just take a look at it. GE actually picked to start on attack.
Oh.
So that's a bit of a curveball.
That's a new one.
Now, incredibly curious to see what they have in store for us. But yeah, looking at just Open 3 itself, right? Scythe has a 100% win rate. I mean, they've only played it once, so technically, yeah, 100% win rate on the map of Ascent. Maybe they have something cooked up. Maybe they just didn't have the chance to play Ascent. Maybe that is just one of their home maps that they want to pull out. On the other side, for Global Esports, they have played it twice. Won once, lost another. Lost it to Nyx Kyosei. So honestly, not too much data based on Open 3 that we can go off right now, but I still think that as the team to pick into Ascent, you definitely need to have your protocols in place. It's definitely one of the home maps coming in for the side of Scythe. Overall, 75% win rate, so I do kind of give them a bit of an edge. But like I said, right, going into as we've seen from Haven, it's definitely a coin toss.
Yeah, I mean, anytime a team picks to start on attack on Ascent, you've just gotta think that they've been cooking something up, right? I mean, what could possibly be the reason for a team to just willingly kind of just start off on the back foot, right? On a more defender-sided map. So I'm super curious to see how this one is going to play out in terms of agent composition. Do we think that there are going to be any curveballs there, maybe? What do you think?
I think we're gonna see the standard 5. So we have a Jet KO, Sova, Killjoy, as well as Omen. Yeah. So it's the standard run-of-the-mill composition that every single team loves to play on Ascent. Even in ranked games, you see the same composition. And I think this match is gonna be no different. And pretty similar to Haven, right? It's about how you use those utilities together, how you synchronize your gameplay, how you push into sites together as a team, how you retake sites, together as a team. So really comes down to play style.
I can hear like the boredom in your voice. I can hear just how
Yeah,
done you are. You're like, oh, it's like the same 5 comps like that we always see in your ranked games, in competitions. And I'm like, wow, like Coldan is just so done. He is so done. He's like, Riot, you gotta like take the Ascent out of the rotation. You gotta bring something back, man, because we might be getting a little bit bored here. But, you know, I just love that you mentioned how when that's the case, you know, we kind of then have to go back to the strategies and see what these teams have prepared, right? I think looking at the map number 1, because we saw that almost mirror matchup that time around, and then what it really like I think came down to in that map 1 was things like the eco rounds. So those proved to be really important in that map 1. Things like utility use as well. I think we saw some teams, especially in the first half, you know, use a lot of utility to try to get onto the site in the first place, but then it sometimes didn't quite work out. We saw great use of the KJ ultimates, the Omen ultimates as well. So I think like a lot of those things probably going to come into play more in map number 2, but we do have Agent Select ready for you guys. We're going to check that out right now.
Yeah, so Agent Select shouldn't be too different from what I predicted.
KO.
If they decide to throw in a curveball.
Okay.
I'd be surprised. And Breach actually picked up by Rose, so that is a bit of more of a curveball.
I was wondering if we were going to see a Breach. I personally actually really love seeing Breach on Ascent. Just there's so many like places where you can use that long straight line to your advantage on Ascent. So I just love when we see it in more of like professional play. But how are we thinking that this competition is going to shape up? Once again, almost mirror matchup, just that difference of that one agent, the KO versus the Breach. How do we feel? Especially that Scythe starting out on defense. G Phoenix gonna start out on attack.
I think it comes down to a bit of a comfortability pick, right? Rose was playing Breach actually for the majority of their games all the way up until June. Open 3 came around and it went over into the KO. The KO pick came in for Open 3. So I think it's going back to that tried and true. So it's something that we've seen a lot of teams nowadays that like to do, right? Going back to the tried and true. And you know who else is tried and true? Blackenblue and Daks.
Hey, it's Coldan's so nice. You know, man, don't worry
Tried,
about...
but maybe not true.
Man, we're here, you know. But look, I'm gonna say to you, don't be done because the series is not over. And of course, it's not just KO versus KO anymore. We get the Breach composition that GE Phoenix have been running pretty much all the way back in Open 2. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Daks and Blackenblue here yet again together. And it's GE Phoenix versus Big Scythe. One thing the panel, though, has been talking about here, my friend, has been the fact that GE willingly decided to go on the attacking side first. And now that they bring the Breach back into this map, into this table, what do you think? What's their plan?
I mean, knowing that this is a map pick here coming in from the Scythe squad, this is very calculated, I think, from Global. Funnily enough, these two teams are two of the few that do actually have history of running Breach on Ascent specifically, and I think this is a specific change here from Global because they know the KOs on the other side on Crescents, and one of the best counters to a KO a lot of times is an agent that can play off-site that won't be affected by those 0 points, thus being a Cypher, or in this case, a Breach as well if you need an initiator. So if this is a calculated attempt here, or at least a decision that they made specifically against the squad, especially knowing that they had good history on playing the Breach here in Ascent, then this might be exactly what they need to bring this into map 3.
I agree with you. It's a game of keep away that GE Phoenix would love to try out. And speaking of, here they go towards B immediately. Muffin Loop already with that first takedown. Paranoia still connects off the march anyway. She tried to go for the sidestep. This gives a chance here for GE to just go for the push. Crescent still gets 2, and it's 3v2 after everything is said and done. Plant goes down, and GE on site.
Planted.
The 2v3, difficult, especially with all ghosts on one side and classics merely on the other for the retake. They still get that paranoia. Could be big. Cooldown off this smoke. It'll take a while. It still plays there towards that back hall, and you see her, Skylee's having to deal with a lot. Paranoia. This has to connect. If they have to get kills off of this early, they do get damage.
Oh, here comes Oriopelia, just rushing on in anyway from Speedway. Gets the kill off the Rose. It's 1v1 now. Very winnable. And she finds the target. What a leap of faith. And what a way to win. NWJ take pistol.
Clutch.
I said the paranoia. It has to connect perfectly, and that it does. Lining up, hitting all 3 of them, and just sending them into a frenzy and a scramble. The double kill here by Crescents as well, keeping them in the game, keeping them within the fight. And then Sky Elise getting that one off of the paranoia. So much pressure that folds into, and with them all being low, the right clicks up close are exactly what you would want for that situation. So once more, NWJ stealing around under the noses of Global.
Yeah, that was so quick. Oriopelia got to the other side so very quickly. The fact that you had Sky Elise there calling the attention, forcing that fault line early on, has given the advantage here to Scythe. And after, we see Yamori win it out versus Muffin Loop. It's already a good sign. I want to talk about a bit of history here real quick for Scythe while we have this time. Bolt lines there, Sky Elise going for the hold. Beautiful double kill as she just lines it up. But this is Scythe's map. This is a map they made their names back in Open 1, beating the likes of Capybara Gang and Sapphire, even beating RRQ Kaguya last time around back in, I think, Open 2. So there's so much experience for this team to play this map, and as of right now, it's a good start for them.
Nicely
Last
done
player standing.
here
Spike
for
down
the
B.
Scythe squad. Reaper. Quite grim.
Good shot from Bela, but that's not gonna be enough to bail them out of this. String 2 in a row without much of a fuss. I think the real problem here is Global. They get off to a good start, but we've seen that their streakiness can be a double-edged sword sometimes. If it's going their way, sure, but when it starts to turn heel and the slope, the trend starts to go the opposite direction, then you can see Global, sometimes they might have difficulty in regenerating that success and getting back to what was working.
Yeah, they have to be careful when they start slumping. And I think here for GE Phoenix, the guns are out, and their biggest key to success is how far and how much of the site they can play in post-plant. If they're stuck in more committed corners, they're not going to get as much value with Rose as they would like. So playing angles on A main, maybe getting a bit more aggression, courtesy of Muffin Loop, a bit more space, that can help them out in a pinch as we go to the rifle round.
Okay, push on in here. You talked about rifle round, you mentioned it. For Global, their first map specifically.
Ooh.
And Crescents! They line up for her! A Crescent Moon delivers! And they find the double that they needed to get themselves an advantage.
No matter if it's waxing or waning, they're just at the ready here for Scythe. A double up posted towards B main, and Yamori, she's prepared yet again. Hits the shot towards Meow. A marsh only in her hands, but that should stave her off for the time being. Both line the answer, paranoia there, used by Oreophilia. Meow has to wait for the proper timing, goes to the smoke, here comes Muffin Loop, though in position, but Oreophilia is ready for her anyway. It's 2v4 now, and Scythe in prime position to win out
30
this
seconds
bonus.
left.
Slow but steady pace for Rose. Meow there by Generator. Both of these players need to come up big if they want to win this round, but Rose is in a difficult spot. Crosses through to the other side. There's a flash right now. She still wants to swing. Go for that contact. Realizes spike in her hands. Takes out the plant. This time around, goes for the stick, but it's little too late as Oreophilia is ready there. Fear her, love her. It's just NWJ with the bonus.
Plant is a bit too wide there, and because of that, it forces out her teammate to have to really aggressively hold the angle, and she gets caught out because of it here. Meow playing on towards the dice. Oreophilia going huge. Triple for her, the initial paranoia to keep him at bay, and then the swing to take down the push of Muffin. This is looking disastrous for Global early, and with the way that they were able to line him up too there towards that B main, with a player like Crescents just finding, rather having her cake, picking it, eating it, having everything going her way. You just know that Global, especially after losing that opening clutch in the pistol round, that can do complete, I guess, horror to your mental and send you into dismay.
Yeah, and the thing is, GE Phoenix, they're coming into this map choosing to go on the attacking side first. When you think about that, playing on Ascent, you're like, okay, fine. You want to get rid of the hard part first. You have a plan, you have this breach, and you can actually get some strong punishes on, I'd say, committed positions that NWJ has. But what's been happening? Instead, it's still NWJ with control of main, B main especially. The fact that they're able to stave them off, fight in those closer quarters, have given them so many chances. And you can also add that to that mental. The slump has been hurting GE Phoenix, and it's continuing now as Scythe is just so prepared for them.
Not sure if it's just a slump or slippery slope they're on right now, because it could definitely be one or the other. Look at this! No fear at all. Snap is on in for the shorty, and oh, Meow finding her through the smoke.
Well, you should be fearful because Meow is here, ready to be an Apex Predator instead. Finds the kill onto one. That's a gun picked up here by GE Phoenix, and that's one thing they're stellar at.
Get out of my way!
Using utility to go for the punish. Catch out members who over-aggress, and it's a push towards B instead.
Funny how she side dashed into that as well. Didn't even look at the smoke. Holding the D key. But don't you scoff at that, Daks.
Holding the D key. True.
Yeah,
True. Sometimes people hold
it's a
W.
D-dash.
It's a D dash there, and well, it's D-Day now as GE Phoenix looking to land on the shores of B. They go for the smoke play also. The turret, though, is stopping their push for the time being. And the Owl drone scouting out the site as well. But Scythe have already evacuated. This is GE's for the taking.
The plant should go down unhindered.
30 seconds
They
left.
got the from the shadows as
Spike
well here
planted.
from Ophilia, just to make sure and check out B main if they really wanted to not waste even further time for that.
Look at Meow.
And
I never see that, honestly.
Meow's trying to do something.
Yeah, you know, there's a new meta and a new way. There's the one-way setup also covering her, actually. So very interesting here from GE Phoenix. Rolling Thunder now the call. Here comes Curie as well, looking to go for the swing, but March has the firepower. Time running out though, and NWJ need to make it towards that site and fast. Taking already this bomb about to
enemy
explode
remaining.
soon, and March will get 3. Muffin loops there though towards the corner. The blades aren't enough, and there's an ample time for NWJ to get away with it. This will be another one in the books for the defense.
That honestly, like, they get the plant down. Yes, it was an eco, but they could have gotten so much more, especially since they committed the Rolling Thunder already. If they didn't use that, I would have been like, okay, good round for them, but they did. And it just goes to the wayside. If they're playing that, if they know what they're doing for there, because the reason why they burn that Rolling Thunder isn't to initiate an attack, isn't to initiate a counter hit, no. It's to burn more time and maybe potentially get a pick off, but really just to burn more time. And
Don't
if that's the
overthink
case,
it.
then
That's
why
my
is
job.
everybody playing up front on site? Why is there nobody on the backside delaying time? Imagine if they had somebody there who stalled for a second longer on the backside, who didn't go down because there's a smoke anyways. They could have won that round.
Yeah.
So these type of things where Global, once again, they have ideas, but they conflict with what they're saying, what they're trying, and what they actually try and do.
Yeah, it's been innovative. I mean, we've seen their positioning. In the end, Muffin Loop could have been that one to buy that extra second. It was just cleared better by Scythe. And right now, it's a defense who are just overrunning GE Phoenix time after time. Whether it be a retake, whether it be an initial hold. And now as Yamori has the operator, it gets even tougher for GE Phoenix. Aldrone, though, heard, he's gonna have to break the window and stay on top. Instead, over to Rafters. Fault line gets a good connection as well. A chance now for GE to scramble their way towards that A side without the operator providing value. Yamori don't spot it, but it's Ophilia instead who finds Muffin Loop first and foremost. Crescent's there too,
down A.
and then WJ, eyes wide open, finding opportunity and finding these targets. Here we go with the spray down. Kiri avoiding that crucial blow. Jenny positioned right now. Here we go yet again. Same angle. Will it be the
30
same
seconds left.
conclusion? Yes. Ophilia down in hell, tearing asunder
Last
anyone who dares take that fight.
Spike
Vela the
down
only one
A.
standing. It's 1v4, and the numbers yet again offside cascade on through and collapse on the opposition.
What a hold on site here from the Scythe. And you thought Jenny was on panel. No, she's in the site.
Ha!
And that was the only position they tried to take, and simply enough, not enough. Muffin Loop trying to push on in, and she was just completely unguided, unsupported in her attempt. And you would like to see here, time zone over with Global, if they have, you know, that breach, they aren't putting importance into making sure that backside is clear. The defensive smoke coming from Ophilia on that dice, buying her more than enough space to hide and get the catch out on Muffin Loop. And it just seems like here, Global, they're forgetting kind of like the fundamentals of some of their executes that just lead into dire consequences.
Yeah, the theory has been always innovative, interesting here from GE Phoenix, but it's the execution that does need a little bit more of that work. Muffin Loop, though, has had enough. There's the push into the takedown, and yet again, they get the kill and immediately back on the way. They want to play it slow and steady, find those opportunities elsewhere, but because of this, Scythe already reinforcing that A site with March on top, or you feel like clearing out mid too.
Well, at least they get the opening pick they wanted. Not able to retrieve the weapon off of it, but still, numbers advantage does give them just a bit more to fight with here. Flash on out is something that March is already prepared for. When you play an anti-flash like this, just jiggling, it's something that you won't be much susceptible to. And Global,
You
I
should
think the
run.
idea here is to
30
simply
seconds
wait
left.
out the time. Lockdown once again, big commitment for Nico. They better convert these type of rounds.
And not only that, I think they're also waiting out for that fault line. They finally get it. They use it to flush out the corner, but March actually on a different angle here by the lockdown still. Not detained, and because of that, she's still standing. Muffin Loop, though, yet again, the stinger enough to get up close and personal.
10 seconds
Finally
left.
finds a rifle in her hands. It's 4v3
Spike
for now, and
planted.
GE Phoenix, they played the time, but can they pay the post plant well? Muffin Loop with a 3K here. being the hero that GE Phoenix needs. Sky at least watches towards doors. A different angle taken by Oriofilia, wanting to go for that high ground. And GE to just trying to keep Muffin Loop alive here. Gets the dig, and Oriofilia sprays them both down. Just together as one. Now it's 1v1. A teleport perhaps can't find the angle. Kiri though with the shot, and a stellar way to end it. GE Phoenix, they win the Thrifty.
Kiri just coming in big there. What a shot to hit. Those two really on the head. It started with Muffin Loop, ended with Kiri. And for somebody who also kind of had, I guess, not the most quantifiable great game for map number 1, to get the type of clutch can certainly get her back into the groove of things, and that's what Global need to do. They're one of those teams that really can be, as I said earlier on, super streaky. They'll rely on that momentum to be going their way, and when they don't, when you have a player go that big, that gets them going back into the game.
Yeah, and just you could see the steps of success there in that last round. GE gets a pick, backs away, re-engages with a full set of utility that they would want to utilize in the first place. Kiri has woken on up. Muffin Loop though will sleep this time as Yamori has the angle. Well, that's a good stop here by NWJ, and I wanted to say maybe that can be an example for GE Phoenix to wake up the rest of the team. But this time around, it's Scythe with the advantage.
Well, that specific kill there on Muffin Loop is an example of what I was talking about too. Unsupported and unguided. She had no information. There's no fault line prepared. And these type of things are what NWJ have been making sure to punish time and time on over. Sky at least scanned, but she's got the setup to try and anchor this down.
And not only that, Crescents with the fragment too, stopping the push of GE Phoenix immediately as it starts. The null command still pulsing. GE cannot push without the utility that they'll be comfy with. And as the darts do fly, trying to clear out Speedway.
30
it's a
seconds
committed
left.
position right now for Crescents. They're trying to get the attention of the Aldrum, but Crescents spotted on that. Crescents still wins anyway! It's all Crescents here! Sky Elise with a helping hand! And Kiri's the only one still standing yet again. But the odds are against her, and Yamori will face her. 6-1 now.
Nowhere to run, no place to hide. Crescent comes and, my goodness, they all die. Fall one by one, and she was even spied out here, cleared out by the drone, fronted the attacking side rather, and still gets a 2, just shutting them down seemingly. Even if they were almost, you would assume, prepared for the fight. It's about winning the fight that's important, and in that case, NWJ, they lose the 1 round off the Thrifty a while ago, but it's back on the same path once more, back on track for the Scythe squad.
And Sky Elise! Okay, okay, even the camera had to turn around and say, wait. What's going on? What's going on? What's happening here?
We just started the round.
And they're gone already. And you can see, it's such a tandem here for NWJ. Crescents as well as Sky Elise, the masters of B main right now, have been instrumental at stopping GE Phoenix as soon as possible. Paranoia connects onto Meow too. It's such a struggle here with the rifle only in the clutches of Kiri. GE don't have the firepower, they don't have the position, and NWJ already breathing on their backs.
That turret is great to play off of here.
This
You
crossfire.
can see Kiri is the right idea of clearing this out. Good
Last
kill goes her
player
way.
standing.
Sky Elise, a
Spike
third, to be
down,
on
B.
pace for a 4th. Get the 4K, call it a day for Kiri. Ultimately
shot
enough, this round should be done. She's trapped, pincered, B main, her final ground of stand, where she puts it up. Mariophilia, 7th, so already the advantageous half secured early on here by the squad, and it's making it more difficult for Global to come back against Scythe.
Yeah, nowhere to run at all, and honestly, the speed that GE Phoenix is playing, as soon as they get caught out early on by Scythe, that's pretty much it for the round. They don't really have too many of those fallback plans besides going for the punish. They're trying to capitalize on Rose's utility as much as possible, and it's just not working. And from that point on, we've seen from Scythe, just the swings have been strong, the firepower is incredible, and now yet again an inkling of info. Scan going.
Well, lots of utility. Well, some utility, to be honest. Being thrown out here towards A main, but nothing to really call home about just yet. Global have yet to find a stop they needed. We haven't really seen a proper split of a side committed towards like maybe B here. Take that away. Go around what has really been a forward-facing anchor defense. And maybe that could work for them, but they're going back to the same idea that has had the same mistakes and same problems last time around. They're just, I guess, hoping to be able to do it cleaner here, but there's so much utility to keep him at bay. By the time they get within sight, look at how much damage they already take.
Skyly is finally forced to go to both house, but she still wins it anyway. Reinforcements perhaps, but from the shadows denied, and Skyly still standing. Can she get a second? Yes, she does. Third though denied by Curie, and GE fight their way
left.
towards B. It's 3v2
Spike
though,
planted.
and Oreophilia waiting for Yamori to come together with her. The struggle though, the updraft there for Intel.
Well, at least they know B main is clear here for the retake of Scythe, and that makes it even more possible for another retake potential to come on in. Although, this time though, Paranoia a bit too early. Rifle not
One
reloaded.
enemy remaining.
Yamori gets a double, a triple for her.
A shorty?
She has a shorty in hand. She gets the first shot.
Oh,
Doesn't
no
have
bullets.
much more. Gotta reload. The right click not there. It connects and buys global time and around.
No bullets, no chance, and Curie was just dancing. Left, right of that doorway. And you can see here, for GE Phoenix, they decided to book it. They've had enough of these forward positions of NWJ, especially Sky Elise. And while the Killjoy did put up an incredible fight, yes, it still wasn't enough. We see here for GE, they capitalize now on having those numbers, anchor well, and make sure that they're ready for these kind of pushes. You mentioned the timing there for NWJ too. That Paranoia, just not the right one alongside Yamori, and GE takes advantage of it.
Yeah, Oreophilia kind of fumbling there a bit. That really what led to the mistiming of it. She thought she completed the reload before throwing out the Paranoia, and because she didn't, it made her a bit too late on the swing, which meant Rose was ready for the peak and took her down, bringing it to a 1v2. All in all, though, at least GE, they take the round, and Scythe here have still so much more to work with in terms of economy. So I don't think they're going to be reeling from the effects of that just yet. Let's see how this next round goes. They're going to try another split here. His presence in a very difficult spot.
Yeah, Flash is there, the Rolling Thunder gets a connection. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Oreophilia still sticking around the wines, and Mutton eviscerating Crescents along the way. A great clear here from GE. This is what we've been looking for from them. A lot more aggression and a lot more ways to, at the very least, be prepared for these
One
angles
enemy
taken.
remaining.
Curie, a hero, but vaporized by
Spike
March there.
planted.
It's 3v1. The Odin, the big gun, fighting back, yes! And look how peppered
They're all low.
GE Phoenix is this time around. You mentioned it, low HP, but the aftershock can be deadly. March has to push forward. A spray down can be a saving grace here for NWJ, and Muffin Loop is spotted. It's 2v1 now. Meow Dome behind her, and the spray down gets the connection anyway. Wallbang shenanigans.
Yes,
It's all up to Rose now. She uses the dart though here from March towards Jenny, looking for wherever GE may be hiding. Time is ticking, and the shock dart's there too. Trying to get halfway, the fault line, and Marsh, can she hold things down? Can she get the shots? You can see the Odin is hampered by the stun, and Rose will be in full bloom this time around. A win for GE.
She still gets the connection there at the end, too. So GE, nice overrun. This is what we want to see from Muffin more. Playing with the timing. She knows a second flash could be coming. The Cloudburst there, buying them a bit of safety, a bit of a net, so you don't get swung off of the flash initially, and then following up on the rest of the kills here. So nicely done from GE. Kind of messing up the timing. This is what I was talking about. When they split the site, when they actually go for more than just 1 point of contact, that's when they look the best in the attack. Then NWJ can simply focus down.
Oh no, this dangerous. The timing is better from Oreophilia, but Bela does get the trade on back. Crescents with 2. Bela does the same, and now it's a full stand here from NWJ. At the very end though, GE Phoenix, they reel things back and move towards A.
We just started the round, by the way.
Of course.
Not even like a mid in.
Look.
We're already down to a 2v2.
Scrapfest versus Scrapfest sometimes. If GE Phoenix is willing to fight,
planted.
don't be surprised. The site will do the same. The lockdown's there though. Rose now moving towards Hell. Marche in familiar territory. This time around though, has the rifle in hand. A bit more precise in those scenarios. Rose looks to climb, but Marche will knock her down. Bela with the trade. It's 1v1 now. And what's the plan? The no command still gets the hit on the Bela anyway. The fragments there too. Crescents, I believe, can safely get to half. But does she go for the stick? A little too late on letting go. And Bela will find her there, dead to rights. 4
Last
kills
round
for the 4th round for them.
Great timing there for Bela. She knows that with that fragment that he's
One enemy.
really, as a KO, right, you would expect them to be able to stick that for the half, and she knew that. So swinging off that timing, getting the 4th for Bela, a huge round for her, bailing them out of a difficult spot, and they have potential to continue this streak for a 5th to end off the half. They have the Hunter's Fury as well to destroy that lockdown if it ever does come into play.
And if you notice, most of those kills from Bela in that last round trade as soon as one from the squad falls. Opportunity knocks, and GE is there to collect. This round, or this half rather, was looking lopsided in the favor of NWJ, but GE Phoenix have racked up a pretty successful streak. 3 in a row so far, and a possible 7th of 5 to mitigate that damage.
Shadows over here right now. I like that they now actually do make this noise, this presence to be shown towards A main, because that keeps the defense there. And they can now pivot into that B side hit. Yes, the Killjoy is there to buy time, but will it actually be enough time for the defense to wrap back around? That scan not finding anything should be the first warning sign to NWJ, to Scythe, that might be coming the other way.
Yeah, the Aldron gets the spot. Marsh, is she brave enough to fight this in close quarters? They hear the numbers barreling on down. Sky Elise tagged down too. The smoke's not gonna provide cover anymore for her, and Marsh has to back on the way towards the site itself. Stellar stun though, courtesy of Rose. Exactly what GE Phoenix has been looking all throughout this game for. 4v5 right now. GE gets plants.
Spike planted.
She should lock down at this point here. Sky Elise, huge pick. Lockdown, where is it? It has to be earlier here now to buy them even more time to work with. And there it is. Flank coming on in. Look at Yamori.
Oh, rolling thunder, but the catch is possible from Yamori. Chasing after Rose. Sky Elise with a takedown, and a second one there. It's 3 already all throughout. And Kiri tried to hold towards both halves, but big kills have come the way of Scythe. Can they get that final kill onto Kiri? Yamori looks for the stick. She's just going for it. Here we go yet again. Before everyone's gone, the knife to the heart too. NWJ, it's Scythe in command.
Perfect retake to be thrown on out here. Marche, she falls, yes, but only a slaughter to the lamb to the slaughter that they needed sacrificially to get the rest of them going here. Sky Elise, huge anchor round for her. Both Killjoys coming in big late in the half. And with a lockdown just pushing them towards the wayside, they can simply overrun, but to overtake the segment is our panel. What you guys doing?
Thanks, boys. GE starting out having a rough time of things, but managing to string 4 rounds together when it counts. I think Coldan, we wanted to highlight Muffin Loop during this halftime. What did we think?
Yeah, so in order for GE to win, they kind of needed Muffin to get opening kills, right? The entries, the opening frags, so much pressure was put on Muffin, and she needed to deliver for her team to actually put rounds on the board. If we actually went back to look at how those couple of rounds transpired, how GE actually won those couple of rounds, if I'm not mistaken, 3 of those rounds ended up in a 1 versus 1, where they won. 1 round was at eco. And you just saw the last round that happened, right? It was very, very scrappy, to say the least. I mean, GE tried their best, and the problem is I'm not seeing that kind of success when you pick to start on the attacking side of Ascent. When you pick to start on the attacking side, you need to have your protocols in place. Unfortunately, it just weren't really there. But still, they managed to make things work. 5 rounds still on the board, right? Oh, sorry, 4 rounds still on the board, and they can still make it work. Right, that is the scrappiness from GE that actually, you know, comes into fruition, and we need to see a little bit more of that and a bit more coordination if they want to take down Scythe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Muffin Loop did have that one early round with the jet knives as well. Kind of went for those 3 body shots in that clutch situation, 1v3, and it didn't work out. I think that they really do need Muffin Loop to make those ultimates count, to be able to bring it back. But it's going to be 8-4, pretty respectable number for Ascent, actually, I want to say, starting out on the attacking side. But we'll see if things are different. Daks and Blue, back to you.
Thank you there, Reirachu and Coldan. Gotta say though, you made a good point there, Jenny, because now GE Phoenix, they have something to work with, right? They got that 3-round streak. At least it's manageable with an 8-4 standing, and this perhaps is where we can see how the Breach can counteract some of those KO pushes that the side of Scythe would love to run Blackenblue.
Yeah, especially now that they're on the defensive side here right now, Global, right? They can have that Breach in places where she can really affect the fight without having to be directly in it, and that's what we want to see. That's the calculated decision that we at least anticipate that they've made for this specific matchup. But we're going to have to see it come into fruition before we can even call that shot. A Scythe looking to be split here by NWJ. But the alarm bot should alert into this. You can see though that Global on the defense, they know that they don't want to be prey to that KO, so they play off-site.
Yeah, they want to stay away from suppressed rages as much as possible. Sticking around towards the corners even, and Bela peeks out to get that takedown. Crescents though finds 2. It's NWJ with the advantage yet again, and honestly Crescents very consistent, getting 2 kills in many of these rounds, giving advantage to the attack.
3v4, and now Global, difficult position to be in. You know, this is really only one momentum swing away from being their game with 4 rounds in disparity, but if this doesn't go their way, the pistol in the second half, that could be the sign of the series to come to an end. Yamori responds, 3v2. It's all on the Rose. Does she have each proper pedal going her way? But the thorn in her side is Oreophilia, and they take the 9th off the pistol.
Yeah, and Scythe, as soon as they clear out that utility, they were just happy to push. They got through the Nano Swarms. They had March get in there, sure, but it was really Oreophilia and Crescents, that second wave that you always have to watch out for. Reliable members on their protocols right now here for NWJ. And we've seen even in that first map, Blackenblue, that they keep it pretty simple. They're very straightforward and steadfast on their approach, and they know how to time things right so well when they want to play aggressive.
Well, the timing here has been the most crucial part of how to go, and once more, you see there, the right idea being shown by Global in those moments wherein they play off site because they know the KOs that scan off the null command, rather the 0 point, is probably going to shut down the utility, so they play back to not fall prey to it. But in the end, whatever initial idea they might have, it just crumbles down to the much more fluidity that NWJ have shown on their attack.
Yeah, flow like water, and now the stream looking to just flood this B side. Yamori with the first. Good fight back there from Meow, and because of it, actually, NWJ will look to go for the retreat instead. They're crossing now to make their way towards A, where you have March waiting for the rest of the roster. Paranoia used on nothing. They're thinking the GE Phoenix wants to play it close, but instead, because of that KO, because of that presence, they do stick around onto the rafters instead. That range advantage, and NWJ will get that kill. 2 towards doorway right now. GE knocking to try and find this retake if ever.
This is still winnable, but at this point, you might want to wager to give that Bulldog to somebody like Fury, who isn't as low in HP, who can still continue the fight a bit longer. They don't have a Paranoia ready. Aldrone is still here, though, to find if anybody's playing committedly. And they should spot Yamori out, boosted on Generator.
And Fury now finding intel. A dart there, too, to add on up. Fury falls, protected. Honestly, you can see that Yamori plays such an aggressive position, but what else does Scythe do? Keep tabs on her back, find all of the angles just in case. And a round well run, and well rotated by Scythe to take the 10.
Okay, the Bulldog here now should go down to the spike, and that it does. Yamori there being on top of Jenny just allowed her to have that off angle to play with a bit more, be a much bigger problem, and even if they know that she was there, they'd have to look up vertically, which makes them much more exposed to the rest of the site, and those type of things really do help out, especially when you have the man count, right? The player advantage here. So GE could be one of their final opportunities to get themselves back into this series, because this is also the map pick, by the way, of NWJ. Haven didn't really turn out their way, even if it should have. And you can see here, just they slowly crumble to the pressure of what NWJ have been doing in this entire series.
Yeah, this is a must-win scenario now for GE Phoenix. And Meow 16K, She's looking to take all the responsibility, all that pressure, and find a way to get these kills towards A if ever. A committed position towards Wine. She can teleport out if ever once someone swings past that one way. Rose also same kind of case. So a trap is set here by GE Phoenix. Does NWJ fall for it? Yamori leading the charge. No one taking Wine whatsoever. And Meow sprays the Mallow down. 3 will fall. And it's GE Phoenix with such a distinct advantage. And also Oriophili now getting back on side, trying to play hero. Bonus time here for Scythe. And 2v3. March closes the door.
Last player standing.
Darts. There's Muffin Loop also. Stellar timing there from Muffin. All left now to Marsh. Stuck into the corner. Bit of time to work with, sure. It's a struggle right now as GE knows that Scythe's nearby.
You can see here, Muffin
30
smartly enough
seconds left.
repositions, joins the rest of the pack. Cannot
no.
be isolated. Phantom being picked up here. Unfortunate timing too, but they were angling that. They knew that the boost up or the retrieval of that gun was possible, so keep themselves alive here. Meow, huge round from her. Absolutely clawing and scratching away. Simply nothing they could have done to stop her there. Weren't anticipating that hold deep and committedly. And the triple could get herself going back into this game when we've seen a much more quiet map number 2 from her compared to the opener on Haven.
I mean, this has always been the potential, right, of GE Phoenix. The fact that they have this breach, they can set up so many utility traps if ever. One thing that has swayed them, though, that KO knife. Crescents lobbing. That's 0 point early on to actually find Meow there. And NWJ, they're scattered around the map right now. They have the rifles and look to find some isolated duels to help out their cause.
I mean, when you typically do this kind of setup, it does telegraph that you're going towards A, but there's spikes towards A. Typically, if you do this, you'd be swinging the other way. Carezis gets a good pick off though on the Meow, and without any smokes now in Global's defense, it becomes such a bigger predicament to stop the actual execute from coming on in.
And yet again, Crescent saving the day there for NWJ. Meow saw them lined up, took the opportunity, that chance. Didn't really pan out the way she would like. Instead, we move towards B yet again. Scythe willing to go for these rotations if ever. Clear already here from Yamori. Even better now, realizing both house has presence. And the flash is there too. Helps out Yamori in a pinch. Muffin Loop forced to actually disengage. It's 5v3 now. Advantage clear here for Scythe. And not only that, Global Esports, they're stuck here towards the CT side. The darts there, the smoke yet again to make a cross even more difficult. You can't see what's coming. And Yamori instead, eyes wide open. A 3K for her. And it's just some stellar perception here from NWJ. They know where to go and they know where to win.
I got things.
Well, it just looks more cohesive and coordinated here from NWJ. The initial idea I just thought was a bit weird, because typically if you're doing that kind of fake out push, you'd have the spike already at the ready there towards B, if in case anything awry does happen. But ultimately enough, they still get what they wanted off. They were still able to pull it off, and that's the end-all be-all. And the cohesion here is just so much more on point. Everybody moving as a unit. Players playing off of each other. Global just even they're trying to attempt a aggressive push here. Should be a great chance that they have.
They're playing,
but it doesn't work out.
Yeah, they're playing for overtime. They play aggressive, sure, a good chance and a good try yet again. But while all this happens, that spike's not going towards B, my friend. It's moving toward A, and yet again the rotations have been clear cut from a side. Do they know though that Meow is right behind them? The classic, the only chance to get shots going. A fake teleport at least to try and psych out the opposition, and Rose does get that takedown. 1 kill after everything is said and done here for GE Phoenix. This is a round taken already by Scythe. You can see though, Blackenblue, that this is why they love playing Ascent. They're so clear-cut on their approaches. They're not afraid by pushing from A main, from B main, and knowing when to cross if ever.
So, small bit of feels bad here for Global, who have just been struggling to really recover from that map number 1 loss on Haven. And we saw that they, last time around, were able to get themselves, you know, into that lower round 2 at the very least from the upper quarterfinal. But in this case, it's looking like a much more, I guess, impressive performance, and one considerably so for a team that wasn't even able to win a single series last time around in the top 8. NWJ, this might be one of the most demanding performances we've seen from them.
Yeah, Scythe is looking stellar, better than ever, if even. But as soon as I say that, apparently Caster's Jinx, Rose gets 2, the null command denied, and from this point on, it's the trio of NWJ who tries to play towards A instead. They flush out the line after what Meow did to them in the rounds prior. Orophilia and the rest looking to go for the push. She actually teleports now. Fakes out the plant. Meowdo peeks. Timing perfect. And while the door closes, an opportunity opens there for GE. Stun connects onto March. Not only that, the paranoia is there too. Blinded even. No senses and no chance. A flawless way to survive for GE.
Okay, nicely done. Clean here as well, and that's what they need. Lift their spirits back on up. Classic spam as Amali was a bit late there. And the angle here, not the best one for her to be holding, to be quite honest with you. Allows Meow to get a cheeky angle and get a pick off. And Global call a timeout even after getting their first kill, rather first round that they needed. Well, really the second round in this half, but the first one that actually mattered. And it's just a bit of kind of a breath to recompose themselves, because right now, even after winning that round, maybe it's a good sign, because before that they've been looking lost.
Yeah, they've been looking to find that direction, and right now, you can see in their arsenal already here. Up is out for Muffin Loop. You get why they're calling for that timeout, because they're gonna need to readjust some of their positions. But my concern here is Scythe gets also a timeout. Scythe gets a bit of a fresh of breath air. And do they talk about expecting this now? They have the lockdown into play here for Sky Elise. She can use that to open up the site. And really, Muffin Loop is the one we need to keep an eye out. If she can find that pick early on, or even during the transit post-lockdown, those are the ways that GE can survive the fight longer.
Well, a long, hard bout it has to be. If there are more about bringing this into map number 3. Rolling Thunder available on the defensive side. It's going to be difficult, though, to really get themselves in a position to do that. If they're not active early, great shot from Muffin to get themselves going.
Yep, I asked and she delivered. Muffin Loop, incredible with the op in hand. And enabled now with the Owl Drone 2 trying to scout out mid. Mori sticking around the corner. Now Scythe knows that the biggest threat is back on the board. A bit of a split approach here. They want to try and clear out mid at the very least. Give them opportunities to transit if ever. But yet again, Muffin Loop is the one to watch out for. Looking for a target, doesn't realize there's something on the way. The swing comes and Orophilia will get the kill. Dangerous, yes, you mentioned it, and punished accordingly.
You don't have to go for an aggressive stance like that, especially unsupported when you have the player count in your favor anyways. It's a 5v4. Why take the risk? You have the advantage. And those type of moments are where NWJ have been finding these opportunities to swing the round back their way and just nullify whatever early advantage Global might be able to seize.
Pressures of surviving, and from this point on, Scythe can now move across if ever they choose to do so. Bela, though, has the utility prepared, so at least there's stall potential here for GE. Those Nanoswarms need to get popped at the right timing. Alarm bot now spotted. There's the first Nanoswarm. The second one is there too. And this does cut off the approach of Scythe. Yamori all alone, clearing out hell. The teleports from Orophilia though, helping on out in a pinch. And she's the one with the spike as well. So some heads up right now from Scythe. It goes to a post plant.
It's not the best post-plant situation, though, for them in terms of where it is, so this definitely can be forced around off the Rolling Thunder. They dodge it, though, from hell.
They do.
They're not going to be able to clear that cleanly.
Yamori! Oh, Kiri with the clear. Do they know March is there, though? She's keeping silent. She's looking for a backstab opportunity. And Crescent with a takedown. Meow and Kiri, though, with the clears. And it seems like it's all set up for GE success still. They survive even longer, Blackenblue, and they still keep on fighting.
That's what I was talking about. Because of the position of where the spike was planted there in Jenny, it would have made it much more difficult for them to stop the defuse from happening because of where they can potentially position to deny that defuse. You think of it really, what are the positions that you can actively get an angle on that if you don't have anything like a molly or a snake bite? You're gonna have to actually wide swing either from Hell or from the switch itself, and those are not favorable fights, not for the post-plant attackers, and Global able to overrun it because of that.
Yeah, and good, big kudos there to Meow also. He's watching still for Hell, keeping an eye out if it was clear or not. The stun gets the connection though, and Veto with the takedown. This is what the breach is all about. The reload, ill-timed and ill-advised, leads to a 3v3. And NWJ yet again, they find those small mistakes made by GE after their big plays, and they do punish accordingly as they move towards A.
Well, that was a fight, for sure. Towards B main, just an absolute slugfest. They stand 3-3. This does make it more difficult for the defense, though, because they're able to split now. And with the control that they seize in A main, their biggest problem here is going to be Meow. If they don't clear out or make good cover of that A main position, it's going to be the bane of their existence.
And they fake out the Hunter's Fury though after that initial tap. And because of the audio range, perhaps they also realize Meow nearby. And Oriofilia throws a smoke accordingly. Rose here now with their teammate Kiri setting up towards Raptor. Kraken is there though to stall the approach. This aftershock is quite deadly and Yamori has to evacuate immediately. Paranoia gets the connection. Meow yet again finding value. It's Kiri with a takedown. Kiri with a second! And Crescent's all alone now. 1v2 scenario. Can she provide the clutch yet again here for Scythe? Look for the angle isolation behind the Jenny here, but no power whatsoever. Blackout made by Meow and Kiri and GE Phoenix. Oh! Gotta defuse that. Okay, that got scary a little bit. I got so scared! It's like, what?
I think they just maybe they're trying to secure a weapon, just delay it to the utmost.
Bro, they're no,
again.
they were 0.26 away from losing that way. Okay, please stick it. Please stick
What are
it.
you doing?
No, it was Rose.
I think
It
she was
Rose.
messing with us. She knew she
Oh.
had like a second to spare, so might as well cut it close, right? Just to make it.
I need a timeout, dude. I need a timeout.
Curious.
I got so my heart actually stopped there for a second.
Well, to
Well.
her credit, she's having the best game so far, and at least in comparison to map number 1. So give her some slack. She definitely.
Yeah, Kiri has been incredible, honestly, all throughout this game. Anything that Meow or Rose sets up, honestly, it's not Muffin who's knocking it down. It's Kiri who survives. It's Kiri playing that entry, and just having a stellar rifler right now in your roster because you have Muffin Loop playing that operator. It provides such a strong midline here for GE Phoenix, especially on the retake.
That's essentially what she's been, right? Muffin might be the first one in, but it's the second guy, usually the second player. In this case, it's Kiri, and she has been the one who has been, you know, following up on the space being bought by Muffin Loop. You might assume Rose is trying to rather support her or enable her, but in the end, the cleanup duty from a player like Kiri has been keeping them alive when it seemed so dire. They've now gotten 3 rounds in a row. If they get another, that should send NWJ to an eco.
Did you say Rose? Is this Blackpink?
Did I?
No. Anyway, enough about that. This is a judge in the hands of Yamori, by the way. She's utilizing the blades for a longer range if ever. Perhaps some close encounters of the auto-shotty kind. The spike is planted though very quickly here by Scythe, and Crescent decides to go for that first blow. Oriofilia too. Things collapsing immediately here for GE Phoenix, and it's Rose and the rest looking to pick up the pieces. Lockdown's there too. Aftershock flushing out anyone who wants to try and play towards Hell. But this lockdown is getting immense value, Blackenblue. They're forced away immediately.
It buys even more time. This is looking disastrous right now for Global. Looking like a hasty retake just to get themselves in. And the knife, it stops the lockdown from being placed.
Oh no, it's even worse for Ware here, as NWJ are all prepared The Grim Reaper
Attackers win.
has knocked on GE Phoenix's door, and they have come to collect a 2-0 win here for Scythe.
Oh my goodness, you got my hair up in a in a bit of a muck because that was just so scrappy at the end there, and the perfect 0 point as well connecting just meant that they didn't have the lockdown to utilize, and even though they could have placed it earlier on, because you see the attacking side here of NWJ placed theirs, there simply wasn't no more time for them to wait for another lockdown to be utilized in the post-fan retake, and NWJ just looking a lot more cohesive and playing as a unit than we, to be honest, maybe would have expected coming into this series.
Yeah, I honestly thought GE Phoenix would be the one who's a bit more disciplined, a bit more collected in what they do, and when they set up those incredible traps, when they become innovative at how they actually plan out their approaches, then yes, that's where GE Phoenix does shine. But then again, they're also bailed out by some of these, I'd say, hero plays from the likes of Kiri, and Scythe instead takes advantage. You mentioned that KO, you mentioned the space that they were able to make, and honestly, Scythe, they delivered on their map pick as well. But it's time to toss it over to the panel to break down what just happened. It's Scythe, though, moving on to the rest of the upper brackets.
Thanks, guys. I mean, Scythe looked like they were getting off the back and forth seesaw straight on a train to Win City, but towards the end there, man, that was close. We were all like holding our breaths. Is this going to be the GE comeback after the switch? But Scythe managed to hold it together, so huge props to them for taking today 2-0. I think, Coldan, you had a couple of points and things that you wanted to highlight, especially about the way that Scythe plays their mid round, for example.
Hello, not
You're
again.
back.
My mic just loves to, take things for a little spin. But yeah, Scythe took us for a mad spin, right, on the attacking half. Their mid-round calls and their rotations were really, really on point. I mean, so many times we see multiple members of the Scythe squad on different parts of the map, right? So they didn't really put all their eggs in a single basket. They actually spread their chips out and actually, prodded for information, found out where the stack was, and when they didn't really like a certain side, where they realized that, hey, there's a bit too much heat here, let's pivot, let's head over to the A side, let's head over to the B side, let's head towards mid. There's so many options in that attacking side that it really, really shows their in-depth understanding of how to play Ascent. And I think when you had such a great lead going into the second half, it really just shows like their team play is just second to none. I mean, GE, they did have some great rounds with some individual prowess. Right, there's a couple of highlight clips from a couple of the GE members, but just not enough as a team, I feel, GE this time around to bring it over the line, to really best Scythe in the macro sense of this game.
Yeah, we're gonna talk a bit more about Scythe later on when, we look at the highlights, stuff like that. But I think I want to spend a minute here to talk about GE, and because we are in that double elimination bracket, right? So they've still got tomorrow to play for. They're not out of the competition just yet, but looking forward for GE. What do we think like that their main problems are? How do we think that they need to fix this in the few days that they've got?
Oof. Right, the next match is tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah.
there isn't a lot of time to exactly, reinvent yourself. I think most importantly is to really, really like hammer down your fundamentals. Make sure that you aren't making those, very basic mistakes. And I think we can take a look at the scoreboard to really see how things panned out over this map. I think one of the players, Muffin, is definitely up there. But Kiri, I think, stole. Sky Elise actually at the top of the scoreboard for Scythe. Actually, not something that I predicted. But yeah, when your killjoy is on such a tear, I mean, honestly, every single member of the Scythe squad were really, really on point.
Yeah. Yeah, it was absolutely insane. Like, they at one point looked like they could have closed things out 13-5 and literally only let GE get one in the second half before GE had that crazy comeback towards the end. But 21-11 for Sky Elise, bagging 2 first kills as well on that killjoy, and just barely inching out Oreophilia 22-9, 275-258 on that ACS score. But I mean, Oreophilia definitely putting in the work this time around also. But yeah, I think you also wanted to highlight Kiri as well for a second there.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, Kiri did so much work for Global Esports. She was the consistent second fragger, right? The second person into the side, always the one to back up Muffin when she goes for those entries. And it was a really, really nice dynamic between the initial push, but as a whole, global esports, I think, just missing out on a couple important rounds, a couple important moments, utilities slightly, misplaced or slight gaps in between that really, really cost them quite a couple of rounds. But again, I think one of the biggest confusing points, I guess I could say, is why global esports opted to start on the attack, right? We saw how impressive the killjoy was on the defense, top of the scoreboard, MVP, right? Because they started on the defense side first. Scythe had so much room to play with and racking up so much great stats for all of their players as well. So that is something that I'm a little bit curious about. I'm wondering if they're going to move on with that kind of approach into the next few days, but we have to wait and see for that.
Yeah, I wish, we could just have an interview with the GE girls and just, ask them what they were thinking. But talking about an interview, guys, we have a winner interview prepared for you guys today. It's going to be Marche. I think she's on standby right now. Marche, are you there?
Hi.
Hi! Oh my god!
Hi.
Hi! Congratulations on the win. We had other questions prepared, but I mean, I'm putting that out the window for a second. I have to ask you, do you play like this in the dark? Is this how you play Valorant?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I play like
Actually,
this.
that's the
I
standard.
cannot
Some
play if
gamers,
there's
they
a light,
thrive in the darkness.
Oh my god, I'm shook. I'm shook. Okay, I guess maybe your keyboard lights up or it's like RGB and it glows in the dark or something.
Just like
yeah,
this.
yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a nice keyboard.
That
Yeah.
is a pretty sweet keyboard. So yeah, congrats on the 2-0. I think we just wanted to start things off by asking did you guys expect a 2-0 today? How do you feel after today's win?
I feel great because me and my teammate already preparing for GE also, and then yeah, I feel great.
Nice. Did you
Alright.
guys expect at all to 2-0, or were you guys just gonna go in with that play your best, see what happens mindset?
We expect that we will win, not expect the 2-0.
Yeah, nice. Coldan, I know you got a question for her.
Yeah, actually I have something that's been chewing at the back of my mind. Typically Ascent, pretty defender-sided map, I would say. I'm curious, what were your thoughts or your team's thoughts when you realized that GE opted to start on the attacking side on Ascent? Because I think a lot of teams like to start on the defensive side. So was that something you guys expected? Were you surprised by that? Give us your general thoughts.
For me, Ascent is 50-50 map. It's not defender and it's not attacker. So if they pick attackers, I think it's just maybe they prepare for the attack first, and then or maybe they want to play the bad side first. Maybe for me it's like that. For me and my team, we okay with both side, So
Yeah,
I
we
don't
can
know.
tell. You guys performed
It's like
pretty well. Yeah.
Mm.
Alright, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think we maybe have time for one last question. I wanted to ask really quickly. So because you won today, your next match is in the upper bracket versus SMG tomorrow. How do y'all feel about that?
Honestly, in 3 open, we never met SMG. And I didn't expect to win against them, but we expect to play good against them because if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, right? So yeah.
Yep. I mean, definitely gotta go all in on the winner's mentality. It's been so great to talk to you, Marche. Thank you for the interview. Of
Thank
course,
you.
congrats on today's win and best of luck tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye. I love what she said when she was like, yeah, you know what? We actually haven't faced them yet before, but we're gonna do good. We haven't played them yet, but we got plans and we're gonna make it work. I love that.
That's actually pretty interesting, right? That they haven't actually faced yet. That's I assume that SMG was just clearing out the entire FSL circuit and just
I mean,
beating every single team.
Yeah, SMG is just like, straight on murderizing everyone in the lobby that they meet, right? And I think that Scythe has mostly like dropped down to the lower bracket, I think, where, you don't really have that chance of meeting SMG in the lower bracket, at least for Open 1 and Open 2. But yeah, it was great to have that interview and talk to Marche. Guys, that's gonna be it for our series number 1 here today, but we're gonna go for a short break before we come back with more Valorant Game Changers Pacific action. It's going to be Fullsense Sapphire facing off against Orangutan X. You don't want to miss it. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll see you back here in just a bit. Nice. Coldan?
One enemy remaining.
For her?
Yeah, actually I have something that's
Why do I hear me
chewing
again?
at the back of my mind. Typically Ascent
Second
pretty
left.
defenders out of map, I would say. I'm curious. Oh.
And Coldans! And Coldans!
We were just talking over the...
It was like a... It wasn't even a current mic sound, it was a history
Yeah, it's
mic sound.
recorded. Damn.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
Welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open number 3. We're about ready to hop into Series number 2 of day number 1 between Fullsense, Sapphire, and Orangutan X. Traditionally, two of the most winningest teams in Game Changers APAC besides SMG. Coldan, how we feeling about this matchup?
I think we're in for a banger. That's for certain, right? Fullsense Sapphire taking SMG the full distance in the Open 2 Grand Finals, and OGX, right, up there as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were the Grand Finalists for Open 1. So we got two Grand Finalist teams battling each other out in the very first round of the playoffs. There can only be one way this ends, and it's with a bang.
I mean, there's got to be like two winners here. It's going to be whichever team wins, and then it's going to be all of us, the viewers, because I cannot wait to watch today's series, guys. I think we are going to start off with the Fullsense Sapphire rosters over on your screens. These girls, they need no further introduction. It's going to be Baby TZ, Jenny, Muffin, Margot, as well as Polly. And yeah, as you mentioned, Coldan, Open number 2. This is the second place team taking SMG the full distance in that grand final. So we can expect some pretty exciting stuff, I think, coming out from this squad. They did come out of this qualifiers 5-1, 2-0'd all of their wins, and their only loss was of course, versus SMG, because the way that Swiss works out, like whichever team, if you're 5-0, then you just play the 5-0 teams as your last match, and they actually took one game off of SMG as well in a 1-2.
So let's take a little look at their opponents, right? Orangutan X. We have Emmy, Twirly, Japips, Aruma, as well as Casper on the server here today. And as you mentioned, right, Jenny, actually OGX's only loss in this Open 3 has also been to SMG. So both of these teams have striking similarities, facing up against the best of the best in the region. And now they're going to have to go up against each other. And of course, OGX, right, we know how good these girls are. So very strong in their own respect. And they've been around the scene for so long as well. I think these two rosters have been have been together for such a long time that they've really refined themselves and really pushed and established their rosters as the top of the division, as the top of the squad. It's gonna be an insane match. I cannot wait to see how this all plans out. But yeah, it's just a really nice matchup that we've got on the first day.
Yep, I mean, not that we want to use their maps versus SMG as that benchmark, right? But both Fullsense Sapphire and Orangutan X 5-1 coming out of qualifiers, and their only loss versus Team SMG. OGX got 2-0'd by SMG. Sapphire did get that one map versus them, and as you're seeing, you know, just both these teams so strong. Fullsense Sapphire getting second in Open number 2, Orangutan X getting second in Open number 1, and then third place in Open 2. So I mean, going by history, we have no clue which way the pendulum is going to swing this time around. I think Orangutan X, after their strong performance in Open 1, where they did end second place, they went through a couple of roster swaps here and there. So coming into Open 2, we were like, oh, why did they do that? You know, the squad had so much potential. They stopped fielding Chloe on their roster, for example, and we, you know, had a bit of reservations about them for Open 2, but then they still came in third place. So a lot of expectations on both these squads. And looking at the map picks for the Series 2, it's going to be Pearl that we're going to start off with, buying for map 2, and if it does go to that map 3 decider, we will see Fracture. So right off the bat, Coldan, how do we feel about Pearl?
Very juicy map selection. I love this Veto. I think this really showcases which team is going to be the most creative and which team is going to be the most synergistic. I think all these three maps requires good communication, good mirror callings. Of course, Pearl can be a little bit one-dimensional when a lot of teams just abuse that B-long position, but I think more and more so, especially with the changes to Pearl, that right, you can defend the B side a lot more. Teams are kind of forced to play a little bit more of the mid rounds towards mid, and maybe leading a bit more towards A as well. So it's really gonna test these two teams against each other. And going by the history, right, I think it's not really controversial for me to say that Fullsense and Sapphire are definitely the favorites in this one, right? Looking at the past record, they faced each other twice this year in Open 2. Fullsense and Sapphire won both of the series, 2-1 and then 2-0. So OGX now, right, they've got those 2 losses. They've got a lot of VODs they can review. They've got a lot of history that they can really analyze, break down the Fullsense squad and all the strategies they have. And I'm very interested to see what they have coming in for today. Open 2 has been a while ago. They've got quite a bit of time to research and, strategize on anti-strat Fullsense Sapphire. So curious to see what they have here.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, right? Because I think when we're looking at some of the big rivalries in Game Changers APAC, I think Fullsense for sure, they absolutely see SMG as their rivals in the region. Whereas I think for Orangutan X, for them, I think it's more of a case of there are a few teams that they need to beat out to take the place of Game Changers APAC champions. So, I mean, we're talking about just history or like which team, which side is going to be a bit more favored. There is that slight little advantage, but you're talking about how Pearl opens up a whole lot of opportunities for teams to strat each other out, to anti-strat. How do we feel that the agent select might look like this time around? You think we're going to see anything spicy?
I'm looking at that past history again.
Viper?
It's been for a majority of the time that Fullsense has played this map. It's been Astra, Gecko, Jet, KO, as well as Killjoy. But most recently, right, in the Swiss stage of Open 3, they've changed their composition up to bring in the Viper Harbor. So that's a pretty big change, right? Going from a single controller to a double controller. I think that's what we might see here today. And just like that, Agent Select is up and ready to go. We're gonna throw things over to that screen to see how, the agent's actually gonna pan out.
I mean, Viper Harbor, we're like, 3 months too late and to get on this Viper Harbor train, but yep, there it is. And let's see, so Astra Phoenix for the side of Orangutan X, and then the Viper Harbor for Fullsense Sapphire, and then both teams retaining that Sky, Killjoy, as well as Jet Core. So how do we feel about this? Especially since I think like Fullsense Sapphire, they're going to start out on the defensive side with the Viper Harbor also.
Yes, exactly that. And when you are starting on the attacking side, it helps you so much when you have a Phoenix in your ranks as well, as opposed to another controller. You have this aggressive duelist that can really flash out of so many smokes, right? One great thing about Phoenix is that his curveball is reliable in the fact that you know the distance it travels before it flashes. And you can do so really, really nicely within smokes, within the Viper, behind the Viper wall, behind the Harbor wall as well. So many walls for you to flash through as a Phoenix, and I think that is one major winning point that they have to focus on if they want to bring home this map.
Yeah, and I love that we're seeing the Phoenix as well. Just Pearl, just one of those maps where we're starting to see Phoenix come back and be viable once again in competitive. But here to bring you guys once again all the action between these two powerhouse teams. Guys, we've got Daks and Blackenblue. Take it away, boys.
Look, it's no classroom, it's the battle of the elites. Both teams are qualified for elite based on their point. Both teams have made it to the grand finals of Open 1 and Open 2 in different instances. And it's a rematch of that Open 2 lower bracket, my friend. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Fullsense Sapphire versus Orangutan X, a match made in heaven. That's here with Blackenblue. And come on, this is such an interesting first map to start with, because we're getting Pearl. And if you remember from back in Open 2, this was Orangutan X's permaban for pretty much the whole run of that circuit.
Well, maybe times have changed and they're hoping for different results here as well, because the last time these two teams faced off each other, well, that was in lower bracket final. We know Fullsense took the best of them, and we're looking here now, and you talked about how they would periodically kind of remove this from the rotation last Open, but they played this quite a lot. If for anything, throughout the Swiss here in Open 3, they've been playing it, 4 times now during the Swiss stage, and that just goes to show they have something planned up on in here. But you look at the composition of Fullsense Daks, and this is something they've started to play only this Open 3, to have that Harbor and that Viper.
Yeah, it's a new page of newness, basically. Double control with the double wall versus the double duelist. And honestly, for Orangutan X, you go back to some of their roster changes that they brought in Emmy last open, and now I don't think Chloe's part of the roster anymore. They have doubled down on having her in the front line alongside Twirly. And they do want to enable that as much as possible moving forward. So, such an interesting change here for Orangutan X, willing to play Pearl yet again this open. It is aggression though from Twirly, all alone though, isolated by the likes of Polly as well as Margot. Set up with the smokes, it's impressive how Fullsense was able to catch them off guard like that.
Yeah, it's because look at the setup
30
that they've got
seconds
here,
left.
Daks. They have so much to throw in the face of OGX on their attacking side that OGX, if they aren't able to find the proper timing and when those cooldowns are inactive, then they can simply get stuck in the initial attempt itself. Muffin has a great spot here. She dodges the initial clear. They still don't know her
10
position,
seconds
and they
left.
simply capitalize
Spike
on the
down,
space given.
One enemy
Quick and
remaining.
easy, and this round should be done.
Yeah, lemon squeezy indeed, and Emmy's the only one still standing. No HP left for Baby TC. Run away, Baby TC! Gets shot in the back, but beyond that, it's Fullsense back in control and with the first pistol win. They picked this map for good reason, Blackenblue. This is a map that they're accustomed to, and when they realized that Orangutan banned Haven rather than ban Pearl, they took advantage of it.
Yeah, they knew. You guys might have a plan for this, but I think the real kind of biggest, most impressive thing has been from the single sole performance we did see from Fullsense earlier in the season here. 13-2 versus Reirachu Kaguya in the Swiss stage. And that's where they really got to field test this composition of theirs, and it worked out to absolute stellar results. And you can't blame them for trying to replicate it here, as Baby TC gets a pick off to start off the opening second round.
Fullsense, Sapphire from front to back, absolute talent. A team that waited to that international stage last year under a new banner with Fullsense as their new org, prepared to extend and then be free agents for quite a while. Also one player who stepped up immensely last open. I give it to Muffin. Honestly, one of the X factors here for Fullsense moving forward. Polly though, looking to hold towards Flowers here. Finds the target onto Emmy. Japip's just crossing on through anyway. Desperate to get that plant going. In cover now. Some bonus money for Orangutan to work with later on.
One enemy
Flashes do
remaining.
clash, but it's Fullsense Sapphire prepared for the flawless, and they get it.
Fullsense, you said Daks. Flawless, clean, squeaky clean if anything. Not a single mark left untouched. That's what you want to see from this team on the defensive side. They're looking like one of the favorites once again to potentially challenge the, by far, heavily occupied throne that SMG have secured themselves in this past open.
One enemy
They're looking
remaining.
like the favorites to win it all, but Sapphire, we've seen them do this last year, throughout the entire year. Have shaky moments, have times where they look great, but then ultimately, even if they don't win any of the individual splits, they win the big one. They win Elite at the end. And that's something that they're looking to potentially replicate or even derive and do better from.
Yeah, Fullsense Sapphire, ramping action is the key. And you look back at the history of Open 2, those map wins against SMG. The one map win they got in the Swiss stage, but Orangutan X, now with a full 5 at the ready with full rifles to go. Emmy will draw first blood. Muffin though, stellar shot onto Twirly. Brings out the Sheriff, wants to force that closer contact, but here comes Ginny as well. Finds the timing, and yet again, Fullsense looking to play with smoke advantage. These controllers getting pesky. The angle's also taken by the other players. Well done indeed. Muffin though, still contesting towards back holes. Casper's the one who has to try and blockade that vision. I'm watching though what Polly can do. Ginny's
Spike
there too
down,
with
B.
the helping hand. Snake Bites there. Orangutan bit by bit getting dismantled. Aruma and Casper, they
One
want to
enemy
play it
remaining.
close, but Ginny just cuts her into ribbons. Casper gets 2, but Muffin's been waiting, and Muffin will collect. It's bonus 1 here for Fullsense.
Lovely punishes coming from Fullsense here. You can see they're very perceptive of what's happening, what the situation is. They know
One
the double
enemy
duelists
remaining.
have pushed up into the site, have isolated themselves from the rest of the pack, and that allows these lesser weapons to just rain havoc on the push. OGX here have to be careful to not get too ahead of themselves. Twirly and Emmy would sometimes just be so far removed from the rest of the push that they just don't have anybody watching their backs, and that's exactly why they get surrounded a while ago on that B site, because they were all alone.
Yeah, that may be true, but then again, you still look at how Sapphire sets up those walls, and how many times have we seen Polly and Margot be such a bother with the rest of the OGX roster. You look at Orangutan, and of course, you have to look at Casper in that backline. The star of South Asia, she's been absolutely stellar on that controller role. But from what we've seen so far, because of the walls, because of the smokes Fullsense has, they always keep away the mid line here and take advantage of getting the double Lulas early on. Case in point.
They dropped them this time around without nice smoke to even
Right there.
have to isolate them here. Obviously, it's against the eco, and that benefits them sevenfold in Fullsense's favor. His long-range shot as well. That
Is that a
cascade.
term?
What?
Sevenfold? Not
Yeah.
just twofold? Not just threefold?
It's from
tenfold?
the Bible. And thou shalt be punished sevenfold.
I didn't know you were a
avenged
religious man.
Sevenfold.
What?
It's when Cain killed Abel.
I can't believe you go to church every Sunday, man. I'm proud of you. But even better here. Twice the pride, twice the fall, and Orangutan will be caught
Everyone
out in a
note down
flawless
your
yet again.
observations,
This
then
is
let's run it
clean
again.
from Sapphire so far.
Well, I mean, to say it's clean, it might just be undercutting it. They've been,
out.
to quote a popular movie right now,
Placing
sublime.
alarm bot.
Sublime.
And how
Indeed.
they've been really being able to, as I said a while ago, be perceptive of what's happening and what the intentions of OGX here, where you can tell they aren't being faked out by the defaults. They aren't necessarily being quickly pulled into any sort of offensive traps. Well, let's see if that changes now that OGX might have started to adjust into this defense.
Yeah, and we've seen from Fullsense yet again aggressive towards the entrance towards site. There's always the forward-facing baby TZ before anything else. And as Orangutan gets that initial intel, they back on the way, left the spike behind to play more of a default stance and look to converge with the split approach instead.
Well, I mean, we haven't really seen a full commit on that split yet. What is good, though, is that they can seize connector control here, which gives them options on where to suddenly shift and pivot, but they
I've got your
opt to go the
trail.
opposite way, and
Joke's over.
maybe the
You're
split
dead.
is exactly what they need to try and change things up as they got there
found
while
one.
trying back down.
Walk out.
Clearing mid, it's a safer link take. The run it back is there too. And Emmy, guns a-blazing, just fires and forgets. Polly will fall. Advantage now here for Orangutan. A better clear so far before anything else. But Baby TZ wants to clash. Twirly gonna fall to her hand. Retreats now towards dugout. Orangutan knows it's still danger close scenario here. And Fullsense Sapphire setting up the cascades as well. They scout out Japips and they swing her wildly. Fullsense with the advantage now. Orangutan trying to go for the wraparound. Muffin knows
enemy
Casper's
remaining.
coming. There's the Cove too. And Sapphire looking oh so stellar. Diamonds in the lure up? No, it's just absolutely a shining performance so far. 5 already for Fullsense.
What did I say, Daks? Perceptive. They just are so aware of any possibility. Casper on the flank there. Would have had great timing otherwise, but Muffin just at the ready. The all-seeing eye, all-knowing as well. Omnipresent and omnipotent. They know where to look, they know where to go, and they look flawless so far, 5-0. OGX just, even with the run it down from Emmy, who simply tries to stampede her way into the site. She gets a kill off of it, but it's a post plant that becomes a problem here with so many smokes and so much utility for Fullsense to throw in their face.
And the shots have been absolutely crisp too. Sapphire looking stellar in the run so far. The hot hands there to clear out mid. Emmy leading the charge yet again on the Phoenix. But beyond that, this is space given here by Sapphire. Jinny's the one watching out towards the waterways here, looking to keep an eye out on spawn. The rest of the team just absolutely anchored towards the site. And Muffin adding even more injury to this insult. The op in hand. And she might be able to catch out anyone crossing here.
It actually would be really good here if Aruma makes contact on this alarm bot, because then that will keep the defense towards that A site, which now it does. Smokes on out here towards B. They say we do have the soul rifle onto Emmy, but the rest of her team just being shredded apart. Margot, good for the one. Twirly gets a trade, but Muffin's still up and alive.
My ult's ready.
What a quick shot, too.
Does she know that Chapips is there though, looking to go for the cross? Guiding light makes a sound, and it's only silence here from Orangutan as Sapphire gets another.
deafening it is here right now,
Win.
Daks.
Show me where to go.
You simply cannot hear Naya hymn from OGX right now. The only one round we've seen from them look somewhat competitive was that 5th where they got the plant on the A site, but then Fullsense in a league of their own right now, really kind of innovating, or not even innovating, more just, I guess, incrementally improving on what they've done so far in the past Open, and you can see that they've not necessarily added many new things to their core plan. It's more just refining what they've already had.
And come on, a composition where you run Harbor and Viper together, that has to be a comp where you need to exude mastery. That you need to exude stellar anchoring, great timing with the wall setup, and just reliable players. Look at the standings right now. Muffin, Ginny, Baby TZ. They have just been playing off the smokes of Polly and Margot, playing off those sightlines, and just hitting every single shot that they need to keep Orangutan at bay.
Well, they're not having much of a problem doing that so far. Lockdown available on either side, but it's a reckoning that separates them here, really. And the Cosmic Divide for Casper. And I want to see what exactly they do with that. What has been good for them, though, is been taking kind of that connector control early on, because that just sets the defense to have to be, I guess, guessing more on where they could really go. And if they can continue to do that, that's when they can find these opportunities to really punish and open up the site.
And after the timeout, you can see the adjustment from Orangutan. When you're running the Astra, there's always that lurk potential. And Polly also hit by the wall bang dink. Needs a bit of medication there from Ginny. Orangutan, though, resetting themselves and splitting on up yet again. A 1-3-1 this time with Emmy leading the Art to Link push. So Ace still looking very likely for Orangutan to hit. Fullsense. They have this adjusted accordingly. Margot's there. Polly will look to reinforce.
Yeah, but all this utility by Baby TZ is already on this A site, which means it can be so much more difficult for them to get a quick and clean entry. Emmy has got a lot to do here on her initial contact to be made. Cosmic Divide can separate that back site for them.
Yeah, but it's so hard here for Orangutan. They know the op still holding over this B-long angle. Muffin here, keeping Casper at bay. Just some great instinct to not run out into the open, but eventually something's got to give, and it will be timing with the Nebula. Perfect. I was actually just a dissipate, so a chance here, perhaps for Orangutan to push on forward. 2 fake smokes now to hit the Cosmic Divide, allowing them to cross. We hear the Blade Storm though. We get the Reckoning too, and Orangutan, they will have to deal with Fullsense still. Ginny finds Emmy. Muffin waiting for the timing, sees the commit, but Hips holding close, gets that takedown. Swing after the Trailblazer. Snakebite looking paramount too. Vulnerable even, but Orangutan still fighting on back. It's 3v3 now. The lockdown's there in position. Japip swinging, fighting, sure. Finds Baby TZ. Advantage of Orangutan. Japip stepping on up when needed the most, but Ginny will at least clash. The lockdown's there. Aruma is detained. Ginny, can she find the angle? Deals with the turret first and foremost. Critical damage. A single bullet is enough to get this win for Orangutan. They want to get on the board. The Nano Swarm for the stall. You said there's the win, but can we get the frag? Aruma in cover. Ginny will find the kill, yes. But finally, Orangutan get on the board.
That one PC utility gaining them a single mark of chalk. OGX. You can really see that almost killed them there to try and anchor down towards that back hall. But Japip is coming in big. One of the most storied players, one could say, that we've got in this circuit. And he certainly comes in big when they needed her to do the most. A triple for her when put and backed into a corner. That's when the Orangutan strikes back.
Yeah, you know she's playing her heart out right now. Heart on the sleeve.
Get out of my way!
If you've been checking out her Twitter, of course, it's been a bit of a struggle in her personal life. But as of right now, it's time to see if Orangutan can get out of this rut even more so. A single round already to work with, but not the best economy whatsoever. Turley with the blades. Emmy's there with the judge too. And the Seekers out and about. to look for some of these targets. They realize a dugout held still by Baby Teasy. There's a flash to dash on in. Casper leading alongside Twirly. The right click though, using up all those blades for nothing. Emmy on the inside, shuts down Polly. Emmy burns Aruma along the way, and as it stands, it's Fullsense who's done critical damage instead. As Orangutan try to cross their black and blue, they're getting hit from every side.
How could that have happened? Disastrous here when they needed a bit of stabilization. Pips low HP has got the Trailblazer to try and buy them a bit of information where he's coming. Both make contact, he bites a counter Trailblazer, but he's dead. No way to get out of this.
No chance.
Casper, a mere ghost here, waiting in the shell, and the round is quick and over.
Yeah, it's a bit of an immediate wake-up call for Fullsense. These rounds have just gotten going their way again and again, and especially these A-holds. Baby TZ, an incredible anchor in their own right, but assisted by the Polly and Margot, who work in tandem to keep the cross guessing, to keep it difficult for Orangutan to get on through. You can see the struggle so many times. Orangutan not in the best spot to clash against Fullsense.
OGX, they're one piece of pivot where you think they could have started to string some rounds in a row. It just simply swept away, and that can be such a heartbreaker to be on a map like this, a map that you know you can definitely try and overcome, but it just statistically as well hasn't been the most, I guess, successful of theirs, and you go into a very difficult opponent in it as well. You're starting out on a series that you're definitely not the favorite team, even if you made it to top 3 last time. They're going up against the top 2. So it just works out in Fullsense's favor so many times. They've got the Seekers here as well if anything does become scrappy.
And not only that, Fullsense, Sapphire, their run to become the God Slayers after what they showed in Open 2 versus SMG. You know, eyes are on them. Orangutan taking that gamble, letting this map through in the pool. And as of right now, it's not working the way that they would like. A very split approach though, as the only thing Orangutan has to work with is that hero Bulldog. Margot pushing, looking to help Baby TZ out. Baby TZ though with that first kill, Aruma with the trades. At least a good pick here from Orangutan. Can they get more after the dash in by Twirly? Making noise, trying to cause that attention. Pips though doubles back actually. I thought they'd go for the rotation. There's the smoke, but Fullsense with the kills yet again. Baby TZ, all she needs is a small little angle to work with, and the rest is Fullsense's history. 8-1 now.
Starting to run away with this, especially more so if they take this next round. So difficult to get yourselves going in a situation like this because self-doubt starts to creep in.
One enemy
Momentum heavily in their favor, especially when you don't hit shots that you feel like you should. Still no timeout by OGX.
I'm just thinking why Fullsense Sapphire actually went for this adjustment. They had their struggles versus SMG last Open with the Gecko Astra. And from what we're seeing, how they deal with this double duelist, it does seem like they're running these kind of comps to mitigate aggression all across the board. Find those opportunistic angles, create them themselves. It's a bit of an art attack, basically, from what we've seen from Sapphire. At Orangutan, they finally have the rifles in hand here. Black and blue swirly. Oh, the timing! Just an opportune moment, perhaps. Fortunate there for Orangutan. Emmy crosses. Muffin gets the shot. Just runs and guns. Here she goes yet again. A second shot doesn't get the connection. The hop has behind her too. And a chance here for Orangutan. Emmy with the clear. Margot will make the trade work, but it's only a run it back. Here comes Twirly. Down she falls. The wall yet again in the way. Ginny now trying to play the small nook, the small angle, but Emmy knows it's coming anyway. 3v2 as Emmy is on fire right now. But this has been stuffed out by Polly. Polly with a second instead. Maybe a third. Aruma cancels it. 1v1 now. Scrappy yet again from Orangutan. Another clutch needed from Aruma, and she delivers a second round at least for Orangutan X.
Look at that. 1-2. Emmy to get the game, get the round going. And then in the end, just the clutch out here coming in big with a double. And she just did so much here, Emmy, to get themselves in the sight. Obviously, the opening pick there on the swing with the run it back to drop that operator for being effective. And then Aruma there at the end as well, but the fact that Emmy was able to keep them going in that fight when Twirly just could not find herself a proper angle to fight with as she was shut down by Margot. OGX, it's not the most, I guess, stable way to win a round, but it's one that you can get yourselves going. And we saw a while ago that maybe a clutch, we proposed that maybe a big clutch individual round like that can kind of hype and get the rest of your team going behind you. It didn't work out the first time. Maybe this, with Emmy leading the charge, maybe this is where they get themselves back into stable footing.
Yeah, flames lit here for Emmy. And all throughout this game, even if it's an 8-2 scoreline, Emmy has been making that space for Orangutan. Only problem, many times Orangutan struggled to actually utilize that space because of the lack of frags we get in the front line. This time around, the Phoenix delivers. They catch out Muffin also in an off timing, and honestly in an off round for her. And from that point on, it did go to that scrap fest that Orangutan X wants to create. So a chance still for Orangutan to make it 8-4. Sapphire's timeout to try and reset themselves and look to command this lead yet again.
Well,
oh my god!
Times Muffin! A double for her! She has
Triple
her cake
already.
and eats it too! A triple! It goes her way! And suddenly any hopes of OGX taken as quick as she can click.
The last round was a fluke. This is what Muffin is all about. Erases 3 immediately. A single shot to pierce through 2. And Muffin, we've seen how incredible she has been for the Sapphire roster. Even more so in the last open. But here we go. This side being closed down by her. Pretty much single-handedly. 4 already. Hungry for the ace. 5 HP left for Twirly. Even the classic will be enough to get that takedown.
Go for it,
But she's-
Muffin.
No,
What are
the
you
discipline.
fearing? No,
The
it's the
discipline
last
from
round, next
Sapphire.
round. Pull out your
No.
pistol. Swing her.
No.
Be the most
No.
undisciplined player right now because you deserve it. She's been having herself a hell of a game. Polly at least secures a round, but my oh my. Muffin,
Last
what
round.
a day and what a game for her to get this hot.
As soon as you saw the angle, you knew it was gonna happen. Pillar is no safety nest when Muffin is that prepared. And Orangutan X, they found a glimmer of hope, and suddenly it has been shut down by Fullsense Sapphire. This operator looking deadly. Half armor here for Orangutan in a desperate bid in the last round of the first half. What else can they do against Sapphire now?
It's either 9-3 or 2-10 here for OGX. Let's see how they're able to try and rectify these early mistakes. Connector control once again. It's something that we see double controller really give up a lot when they are playing, you know, on the defensive side because they know that, oh, that water. I think that should be a dead giveaway to Margot. But still Emmy wins that fight. Huge pick. She's got the ult now.
And somehow the Phoenix wins on water. Makes total sense, but in the end, Emmy yet again making that space and causing a bit of chaos. Lockdown's there though from Baby TZ. See the guy with blocking Casper preventing Baby TZ to swing out Secret. And from that point on, Seekers and the Flash. Some space made by Orangutan. Emmy and Twirly though looking to lead the charge. Twirly getting on the board. Baby TZ protecting the detain. And the lockdown pops enough to allow her to win out that fight. Ginny though, the Trailblazer, the turret and the Trailblazer, the bite and the bark indeed. Here comes Ginny, and down goes Emmy. Fullsense still in command. A 3v2, make that a 3v1. It's Aruma all alone now. The Nanoswarm for the stall, but the share's all she got. She's been hitting the shots, but it's not enough versus Ginny. 10-2 it is. What a lead made by Fullsense.
Oh, that was so close too. After that opening pick there that she found on Twirly, she had lockdown to place. Emmy just trying to will her team here into a round, but just the lockdown there being too much of a problem.
remaining.
Obviously the right back expiring before she can fully round the corner too. In the end too, Fullsense just so much more in command of the situation. But in command of our conversation will be Jenny and Coldan.
Thanks, gentlemen. But whew, what a half from Fullsense. 10-2 OGX just straight out of the gate. I think one thing that we really wanted to highlight was Muffin on the operator, just how devastating it's been, and just, I mean, the patience that she shows on the op as well. Coldan, what are your thoughts?
We could see early on in the half, right? We saw how OGX actually really wanted to abuse mid. Multiple times they kept trying to push mid, and it just didn't work. They had the ground, they had the map control, they just could not convert the rounds. They sometimes even had the site, but the post plants and the retakes was so good coming through from Fullsense Sapphire. They played as a true team. Every single time you see them taking fights, it's most likely always 2 or 3 people fighting together. The smokes, the walls was so oppressive. There was so much obstruction for the side of OGX to try to even get onto site. And from then on, heroics coming in from Fullsense Sapphire, they were all on point.
I love hearing Blackenblue with like the intrusive thoughts. You know, we're praising Muffin for her patience. Blackenblue out here being like, just swing out, girl, you deserve it. And we're like, wait a minute, Nika, that is not the play. But I mean, we got 30 seconds left in this halftime. How do we feel going into the swap? Do you think OGX have a chance to turn it around?
I think that OGX need to really stabilize themselves. They need to calm down and remember that this is not the end of the map just yet. Yes, it's a devastating half, but at least get a couple more rounds on the board and really establish themselves some kind of advantage, or a couple of rounds at least, going into the next map.
All right, well, we're going to see if OGX can somehow turn this one around. Daks and Blue, back to you guys.
Thank you there, Coldanachu. I'm still not vibing it. We need to make a
Coldanachu.
fair name. We need to make a fair name for them, okay? In these past few
Sounds like
days.
a
but right now...
Pokemon.
What? I mean, it's Reirachu. It's pretty obvious already. It's a Pokemon reference. But then again, Orangutan X, they're gonna need more than that. They're gonna need to create a way for them to recover into this game. It's such a big problem right now that they can't find the answers to this double wall. They send out Emmy, they send out Twirly to try and make that space, but it just doesn't lead to enough. Can they find the frags early on this time, or will Fullsense Sapphire just set up the way they want to yet again to wrap up this game?
It's gonna be very difficult right now. Mentally is the biggest thing, to get yourself back into fighting capacity in these type of situations, right? You just have such an insurmountable lead, it seems, in front of you, and you almost want to look forward into map number 2, but if you're the underdog here, which OGX definitely is, then these type of maps, they're definitely ones that you want to try and secure. Statistically, not the best map of Fullsense, for sure, but it's one that they've certainly rectified and really improved upon with this new composition they've got. Aruma's just such in a difficult spot. She's getting hammered here on the back hall.
Yeah, burning basically thanks to the snake fight, but Emmy does find Baby TZ, and Orangutan provide enough cover to allow the retreat. So advantage now here for Orangutan X. A chance on the retake, but look at Fullsense lead the charge and get punished accordingly for it. Ginny and Marco, the only one still standing. Cascade's there to try and find an isolated angle, but here comes Orangutan, and down goes Fullsense Sapphire. Confidence has not been rattled. It's Orangutan X who takes a much-needed pistol.
It's a great flank that they're able to pull off here, Emmy, especially with a sheriff like that, to try and further make that long position an even bigger threat. Because of the fact that she was able to secure that long position, it made it so that Fullsense were pressured to have to play within the site, but also forced out to potentially push out, and it gave him this kind of half-and-half choice on which is the right one to take. OGX just able to use that confusion to their advantage, and even the climb up to Mount Everest starts with a single step. So OGX, at least it's one in the right direction.
Yeah, and Orangutan X, at least they're in better positions this time around. I dare say that they're better suited on the attack, but from what we've seen, Fullsense separating them too many times, putting them in bad spots. At the very least, here on the defense, they know where to anchor, and the rest can be history if they hit their shots. Twirly with the Marshall, and Saruma instead will be pressured by Sapphire. Muffin there looking for the tag. Trailblazer also preventing her from swinging out of connector. And the question is, does Fullsense work from that point? Baby TC though falls despite a bit of an advantage. Emmy and Twirly, the takedowns necessary for Orangutan's success. And Twirly's not done. She's covering up that link immensely, wanting to catch the cross, and Margu hit even with those guesstimate shots. 3 already, the Marshall mattering here. The updraft to get on the way. Jenny tried to find the frag, but no dice whatsoever. Twirly gets away with bloody murder, and 4 for her and 4 for Orangutan.
She kept it spinning there at least. The top rolling. Made it much more difficult to connect the shot. Twirly blind shot here as well through the smoke. Gets more go.
One enemy remaining.
Obviously the follow-up, but it's this one where he somehow this is able to escape the clutches. Single shot left, and that's all she needs to the chest. 4-10. They're starting to slowly make some noise here, but it's a mere murmur compared to the lead they still have to climb up against. It's a bonus too, and one that might prove to be difficult.
Look, it's a tough mountain to climb, and the single step became that double step there at least with a 2-round string so far. This is where their defense does get tested though. Yeah, double step. Hey, dub step. Oh. You want to talk about it here? You want to talk about that here?
No, I'm just saying.
Congratulations to
like-
him, that's for
it's
sure.
short.
Yeah, but maybe Fullsense can stop those steps from happening along the way. They have the rifles at the ready. The Trailblazer is there too. And honestly, this is the setup we've been anticipating so far here. 7th wall, look for an opportunity to cross, but they're keeping Orangutan guessing instead.
You have to make sure they take the right choice here. Orangutan not entirely aware of what's been happening. You can see they're starting to catch on. A bit too slowly on the rotation here from Fullsense as they hear all these footsteps barreling down towards the B site. The nanoswarm though, that's going to be crucial in keeping them at bay. Smoke popped a bit too late.
30
Gotta
seconds
watch out
left.
what Aruma can do in this situation. Fullsense has crossed and they want to make their way towards the site. Covet's there though for protection. They can plant it out in the open because of it. Swirly though dashing on in. Trailblazers there too, but they still can't get the shots because of that Cove. Instead, it's Swirly who isolates Muffin, and with the Spectre in hand, does get the takedown. It's 4v4 for now though. Rifle still at the ready here for Fullsense Sapphire. They're playing the long game for now. They want to use those smokes to help them out in the pinch. Twirly tried to just clash accordingly. Casper's there too, swinging on by. Ginny though over at the corner. Casper, great heads up to find the angle.
player
Casper for the
standing.
second. Twirly's there in position. And Orangutan X. It's only Baby TC now that they need to deal with. 3v1 and Twirly gets it done. Orangutan answer back. The bonus is won by them.
No way, even at that range, they're the ones who still fight out for the long fight. And it's because that they were able to take these multiple isolated 1v1s. You see here on the back end, Muffin isolated on the back. Ginny as well, not expecting the forward push coming from Casper. And then at range, they simply have the player advantage to win those peaks. Fullsense. This is a very timely pause and timeout for them because they know that they can't let this lead be cut into even more further.
Yeah, it's looking a bit more wonky here for Fullsense Sapphire. The fact that Casper, with her great heads-up play, just swinging to get in cover towards Pillar in time, find Ginny there trying to set up the flash. That was the moment where everything changed in favor back to Orangutan X. And you know that Fullsense Sapphire, they're going to want to play with utility, right? Using this double wall setup, having Baby TZ, having Paulie there who can just go for the snake bites and nano swarms later on. But the fact that Orangutan is willing to take the fight towards Fullsense Sapphire, it's what's really keeping tabs on Sapphire at this point.
Well, Sapphire have to be sure that, or at least try and secure as much as possible that this bleeding is currently flowing, but they gotta find some way to cauterize the wound, stop it from continuing on. OGX starting to rip and tear into him slowly but surely. And that could propose to be an even bigger problem now that they've built up enough economy to start supporting this operator by
Curveball to start things off. Cloudburst is there though to prevent that contact. From that point on, Sapphire, they just make that noise towards mid. They're looking to see if they can bring Paulie across this B-long angle. But Swirly has had enough. The up in hand, keeping tabs on the longer ranges if ever. And we're not done with Orangutan X being proactive here. Casper, playing towards main, getting into cover. Set us a few stars on the other side though, but does she realize it's not just one, but many here from Fullsense Sapphire. Casper gets the first, but Muffin with an immediate trade. That stinger, packing that punch that they needed close range.
Is it really worth it at this point, now that they've given up that rifle, right? They lose their sole controller on the defensive side. Gives them a better chance here, Fullsense. Oh, Polly, she could have immaculate timing here. Emmy's probably gonna check her. That snakebite alerts her to what she was already assuming. But that also keeps the defense here towards A bit more.
Yeah, they're pulling that
30
away as much as
seconds left.
possible. Twirly does double back to get in position. But is it enough space created here by Sapphire to get in there in the first place? Duck screen is set on up. The flash is perfect. Twirly has to get in position, but Muffin will punish her immediately. What a play so far by Sapphire. Can they get the job done? It's 4v3 though. The Orangutan X already on the retake. The blaze wall's there to separate the longer angle. Holes is where Orangutan wants to collapse on, and that they do. 2v2 though. Lesser guns here for Fullsense, and Emmy finds her target. Baby TZ will fall, and it's all up to Polly now. She can't deal with those hot hands indeed. And Orangutan X keep the win streak alive.
OGX, it came to very close margins. I don't think they're going to be able to save that op. They don't have time to run to it. That's what I was talking about, though. Casper only good for the one here. That would be worth it if it was a full gun round for both sides, but because it wasn't, that's a worthwhile trade. You lose 1 for 1, you take a Vandal in return. Definitely could have been a dangerous, much more dangerous position that turned out to be. But at least they still get the round here. 10-6. They've got the economy to continue buying on up. No operator out for Orangutan this time, but it's a reckoning that I'm looking for. How does Fullsense use this? Do you use it for the post plant or the initial execute?
I mean, they can get big intel with it. But honestly, the threat right now that Fullsense Sapphire needs to deal with has to be Emmy. She's been stellar so far. Even in the first half, there are struggles, yes. But she's found some big rounds. And here in the second, it's gotten even better. The lockdown, though, to begin with, create that space here for Sapphire. They also go for a more shallow high tide. They want to go for the plant in the closer angles here towards main.
Yeah, they know they want to play that post plant instead. They do have the snake bites and the nanoswarms for Linus potentially. Polly off the catch, off the lurk. Has to be careful for a second follow-up. Twirly there to get the trade. It's down to a 4v4. They still have the Cosmic Divide, and they have to use that Reckoning to try and dissuade that from being effective.
Expects the first lurk, but not the second. Trailblazer gets connection. The room will plus by Jenny along the way. It's Muffin who has to deal with multiple targets and multiple angles. The pips will fall, and Baby TZ willing to just punch Casper in the face with that rifle. A room with a tap, but there is no faking out Fullsense whatsoever. It's 2v1 now. Twirly versus the world. The high tide slowing her down, and the Cosmic Divide just silencing those voices. Danger close. Thy name is Baby TZ. Wins it again, and Fullsense do get on the board finally in the second half.
Nicely done here from Fullsense, and as I was mentioning, that Reckoning is a great tool to try and nullify the effectivity of a Cosmic Divide there, because a lot of times it becomes a problem. The Cosmic Divide is not only obviously you can't hear, you can't see, you can't shoot through, but it allows the opposition, the opposing side, to post themselves up and anchor down and hold an angle. But because of the Reckoning, it forces them to move, forces them to be a bit more mobile and active, and that's where they get the punish. You see that they time it well when the sun's about to come on in. When they go for the tap, they double swing to get the kills that they need. So nicely done here from Fullsense to get themselves back into the game, and they stop the damage just a bit.
Yeah, they still have that immense lead to work with, especially. But that was a round full of ultimates there, Blackenblue. This time around, they're gonna have to try and make this B take work the way they want. Twirly, no op this time. A rifle instead, looking for contact. Snake bite though thrown. She knows now that Sapphire's coming her way. The Trailblazer also with the scout. Snake bite connects actually. The Trailblazer does so as well. So flushing out the defender so far. Fullsense take advantage.
Updraft is used here by Twirly. She's got the one Cloudburst left remaining, and you can see they still have lots of reinitiate utility here. The flashes, the curveball. That's going to be big. Guiding Light to confirm that there is backhaul presence, and here comes Fullsense.
Second one. And she's ready for the close contact, but Aruma just bobbing, weaving, finding those angles to get to. Here comes Emmy as well,
No
but
way.
Marco does punish her in that instance. It's 2v3 inside the smoke. They can see that spike. There's a turret too. It's just a battle dome immediately made. Welcome to the show of Marco, and Marco will get the quad to win it for Fullsense. Match point now for the attackers.
They played that so well. You can see Margot was looking for timing there as well to potentially use her high tide, but she knew that She could not let her guard down just yet. And even with OGX, bringing this to a 5v2.
One enemy
Incredible stuff we see that Baby TZ and Margot are able to accomplish here. And Margot being able to check that smoke, that sole fact made it so that they knew that no one was actually on the spike and they weren't pressured to push even further. Why was nobody in the smoke? If they're going to try and go for a tap like that, you need somebody to play off that information. But the smoke that, by the way, they themselves placed, Casper placed that down on the defensive retaking side, that just made it so that they had no information on what was happening from the attacking Fullsense.
Well, I think they just didn't expect them to play that close this time around. We've seen from Sapphire, their post plants move towards that pillar. They don't like to play towards the former billboard, whatever that thing is right now. And then Margot even hits the shot onto Emmy. That's where everything swung back in favor for Fullsense. The turret there plays for initial intel, but it just reacts a little too late. And from that point on, that was just incredible for Margot. Sapphire can do these amazing things if they're given that kind of chance, and Orangutan now is feeling that pressure since they still see they have a long way to go to try and tie things up.
Baby TZ is doing a great job there too of pulling attention her way to let Margot who's in a bit of more committed position kind of have the leeway
I got the spike.
to find those kills that she did. Initial information gathered here towards A main kind of signals to Fullsense that there's might be a bit more presence there than we otherwise might want to deal with. So
Poison's toxins going up.
I mean, the flashes did clash anyway. Intel provided for both sides, and as soon as Sapphire realized that, they do go for B instead. Muffin clearing out Link, leading the charge yet again. Alarm bot broken. Now they know here from Orangutan what's coming. Not only that, the lurk from Polly. She's been trying to be very silent on her approach. The rest of Fullsense looking to catch out anyone overcommitting onto the lurk instead. But right now they have time. They'll regroup to go hit A.
Yeah, once again, Casper pushed up here towards A main. In this case, she might actually be a great piece of this puzzle. Again, early pickoff when they least expect it. If they do execute onto this A site, is
30
contact
seconds
here
left.
towards Art, trying to draw up the site here. But as I said, since Casper is still here towards A main, she actually knows they're coming. She gets a double, but no, they
Spike
clear her
planted.
out perfectly. 4v5 now it stands.
Yeah, they saw her do that a few rounds ago. They expect it this time around, and Casper will be turned into an apparition early on. Advantage here for Sapphire. They get the post plant that they want. Here comes Twirly though! Dancing now with the blades. Baby TZ will fall. A chance perhaps to get even a second, but Polly, despite the low HP, she gets a takedown. This forces Emmy to push, but Polly yet again! Where are these kills coming from? They're just lining up for her, but Jump Hips and the Guardian at least fighting back. It's 2v3, and Sapphire there towards Link. Margot swings, hits, and gets them all at the very end. This was commanding from Fullsense Sapphire, and a well-deserved victory to start off the series.
They're just completely stoic. Even after the win, they know the job ain't done just yet. Till the lady sings, and what a way to do so here. Great recovery, I think, or at least attempt at one coming from OGX in that second half. You can see them trying to rally up, especially after the opening pistol win, but it just was too little too late. There was just such a big cushion here that Fullsense were able to build up throughout the first half that they had to play perfectly just to be able to come back into the game, and it was way too difficult to do even that. So Fullsense, you look at how even in a round like that where Polly, for example, they know where she is, yet she's still able to get that kill. Maybe TZ flushes Casper out. The fact that they're able to win these fights, but also be perceptive of once more what's to come, that's really what gave him the edge, I think, in this map 1.
And there were huge moments all throughout for Sapphire as well. You look at that first half where you just have Baby TZ be such a strong anchor. You'd have Muffin there just completely decimate anyone going towards her side. You know, Margot. I think it really the last 2 rounds. The linchpin of the stratagem, with having Margot, with having Polly pop off like that, not just be able to cut up the battleground the way that they would like, but hit those kind of shots, it really goes to show that Sapphire is the squad looking to become those God Slayers, right? To try and make that deep run in the upper bracket to face off against Team SMG yet again. And from what we've seen on Pearl so far, it's a big statement made to begin this series against Orangutan X.
Well, it's definitely one way to announce their opening up here in this series, but we still got 2 more maps potentially, possibly just 1. But we're gonna have to find out when we come back, because our panel, they got something to say about this.
Yep, I mean, we look like we were gonna smelly 10-2 cursed comeback at some point, but Fullsense Sapphire just made some good adjustments mid-map before OGX, like, were even allowed to run away with it. Coldan, what do we think?
It was that 10-2 half, as you mentioned, and it was a pretty damning one, I would say. And we saw OGX actually come into their own at the start of the second half, right? They looked like re-energized. We saw the insane martial round coming in from Twirly. It felt like, alright, this is it. This is where they come back. We are on this Cinderella story. And then Fullsense Sapphire just said, hey guys, let's just turn on our monitors, you know? Let's actually just start playing together. And then everything just went downhill from there. I mean, the synergy coming in. And yeah, just take a look at the scoreboard. I think it kind of speaks for itself. Up on the top, we have Emmy, we have Twirly, both putting up decent numbers as your double duelist, right? 6 first kills coming in for Emmy as well. Unfortunately, I think OGX just needed at least 1 more member, right? Aruma, Casper, and Shapeeps to really just be up there in terms of the frags, because it felt like a lot of pressure was just on the duelists, and it was an extremely tall task when you're going up against Fullsense. Killjoy, top of the scoreboard. Baby TZ, 18 and 8, and followed very closely by most of her teammates. I mean, 17, 16, 15, everybody putting up numbers. Fullsense Sapphire just looked like, as you know, the casters mentioned, God Slayers, potentially.
Yeah, and Twirly also, as you talked about, just with that absolutely insane martial rounds, gotta do something for your ACS. But I think you're talking also about how OGX, like, they did have some shining moments in this map, like that 4-round snowball, showing that they've still got a bit of steam in their sails. But of course, the woman of the hour, it's going to be Baby TZ getting that well-deserved MVP on that Killjoy. And I love how we have like these new player photos in Open 3. Like, we changed up the graphics of it. I love how like a lot of the teams, like, they did like new photo shoots, and we've got just so many more photos that just really bring out the personality of the Game Changers players. I love it, man.
Yeah, and can you imagine just this face as you're entering Scythe, and then she kills like half of your squad?
Yo,
just instantly delete it, just like that.
You gotta get
that face
someone
just pops up in your head.
who can do both, right? I mean, this is the type of KJ that you want to be anchoring your team down with. 73.7 KD assist right there. I mean, whew, that is a pretty good number that she's putting up. But I mean, we are in the middle of that best of 3 series, right? So we maybe kind of did expect Fullsense Sapphire to put up a pretty good showing, but we still do have potentially 2 more maps left. And I think that OGX, you know, they've shown us a couple of good things in this map number 1, right? That 4-round snowball, Twirly with the Marshall as well. And they've also showed, like, I think Emmy has put up some great map control here and there also. So, we'll have to see. You know, I'm still kind of sniffing that map number 3 that may be on the cards. But guys, you know, it's late. It's 8:40 p.m. If you haven't ordered your dinner on a food delivery app, then do so right now. Go get your food and come back. We'll be back after a break. I forgot. I don't think GC is sponsored by GrabFood. Oh my god.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Ascension is.
Spike down A. 1 enemy. Oops. 1 enemy remaining. Remaining. One enemy remaining.
what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up.
Hi guys, and welcome back to map number 2, and what could very well be the deciding map between Fullsense Sapphire as well as Orangutan X in this best of 3 series, our last series of the day. And given how that scoreline went in map number 1, Coldan, how do we feel about this map number 2, especially for OGX's chances?
I think OGX just needs to reset their mental, because that first map,
yeah,
it got up to 6 rounds, but that was hardly competitive, I would say. I think Fullsense Sapphire had their game in their back pocket once the second half started. I mean, 10-2 is an insane half to start off with, and coming back from that was not going to be easy at all. So I think most importantly, they need to reset their mental heading into Bind, right? And maybe they can forge a slow, reverse sweep, I would say, coming into Fracture as well. But Fullsense Sapphire is gonna take a lot to derail this train, because right now they're looking so on point. Everything's been flowing for them, and their synergies have been, second to none. They just look like it's the same Fullsense Sapphire from Open 2, and that Fullsense was devastating.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they're straight on that win train, but I think Bind is a really interesting map to be playing for this map number 2, right? I mean, I think that we're kind of gonna see that it might turn out to be a bit better for Orangutan X, just because when we were talking about map 1 on Pearl, we were like, sweet, it's gonna be a big map, we're finally gonna see these teams cooking up something, a lot of opportunities to play mid, for example. But Bind, now that we're going back to a smaller, a maybe more traditional map that I think these teams are used to, it might just help Orangutan X just bring things back to the basics. What do you think?
I think OGX has to come in with something innovative, because we know that Fullsense Sapphire are good on Bind. So a little recap, right? The only team that Fullsense Sapphire has lost to on Bind has been SMG. Other than that, it's been wins all around, and they even beat SMG in Open 2 in the grand finals, right? On Bind itself. So picking Bind into picking Bind into Fullsense Sapphire, you gotta come in with the game plan. You gotta come in with something innovative to really catch them off guard, and that might be on the cards, because if I take a little look at the the OGX lineup, right, for this Open 3, they're actually changing things up a little bit. They are running a double controller, double duelist composition on Bind. So that might just be the key to take away Bind from Fullsense Sapphire, but it's got to come down to the executions and the little micro plays that they have.
Yeah, that's always the thing, right? Because, how do you play standard versus a team that is so good at playing standard on this map? But then it's if you want to try to come up with something innovative, you got to make sure that you can execute that properly. So we're going to hop into Agent Select to see if OGX are going to go in on this double duelist strategy. And I mean, day 1 of playoffs, sure, they could afford to lose this series. They still will have another chance in the double elimination bracket to climb back up. But I mean, you don't really want to ever lose. We will see. Oh, it is going to be the raised jet.
Yeah, so pretty interesting coming in from them. It's a not a very standard composition. The Astra as well as the Viper as well as double duelist. I think Fullsense Sapphire, opting instead of a raise to put on a Cypher, that one is a little bit more traditional. But OGX, I think what they really want to capitalize on is Twirly as well as Emmy. Right? We saw both of them at the top of the scoreboard for OGX. I think those two are their win factors, and Aruma, Casper, and Japeeps all have to just work together to really enable Twirly and Emmy to really get into good positions, win out their gunfights, and topple Fullsense Sapphire that way. Because as a team, as strategies, in terms of that kind of aspect, I think Fullsense Sapphire have the edge over there. So OGX, they have got to rely on their win conditions. They got to rely on their strengths, which is Emmy as well as Twirly.
Yeah, I also really want to highlight the Astra pickup as well for OGX, because that's going to be really important in terms of just comboing with the rest of the agents on your squad. It also helps to just enable like your Raze, for example. And it's just very unique, just 5 agent composition that they are running versus, of course, the more traditional Breach as well as a Cypher for Fullsense Sapphire. But guys, once again, here to bring you guys all the action to see if OGX can mount this map to come back in this best of 3. So of course, Daks and Blackenblue, guys, over to you.
Thanks again there to the panel. So will the road to recovery start on their map pick? Orangutan X, they need to prove themselves here on Bind, because if you look at the stats, right, Blackenblue, it's not the best when you're facing off such a solid squad like Sapphire.
I mean, we saw them play versus Team SMG just a few days ago, and wasn't the most convincing case. So if you're an OGX fan right now, this might be one of the more terrifying scenarios to be in, especially against a team like FS here, who are just a lot more dominant on Bind than this squad otherwise will be. So Shower is being taken on away. There's trying to bum rush them down. Difficult position for Margot to be in, and they still get the kill off of her.
Yeah, Fullsense Sapphire reel her in, and just like a lamb to the slaughter, she has been taken down, massacred indeed by Sapphire so far. Just absolutely baited by that point there.
They thought they could just overrun and catch up to her, which I get the intent, but just falling well into the hands and into the plans here of Fullsense under defense. A Cypher trap, the tripwire off of Baby TZ as well. Gang a catch here, I believe, on Twirly towards that short position. Oh, she sees it through the one-way too. Sees the foot step out and nails ahead.
You see this round?
Casper.
See this round?
He's dead.
Hook, line, and sinker. Every single trap, every single setup Fullsense had towards that A site, it delivered. And from just how Margot got back into cover in time, and Emmy desperate to get that takedown, to Polly and her setup here towards short. Sapphire, they are already putting a stranglehold to begin with in this map.
It isn't even a necessarily set trap that they had there. It just turned out to be, because you see them trying to peek there towards that Showers, and then on the fallback, Margot just gets help right in the nick of time from Baby TZ, from Muffet to get those kills going, Polly especially. Now OGX in a difficult spot once more.
And Orangutan, you kind of look back at a bit of history, thinking about why would they pick this map. This was one of the bans Fullsense Sapphire used to have back in Open 2, especially against Orangutan X. And then suddenly Fullsense won this map alongside Split versus SMG in the grand final. So it's kind of a pick your poison scenario. Orangutan X, they know they're gonna have to deal with a tough map anyway. They look for a map that they can run this double duelist. And what do you think about the Astra Viper while we have this time on the anti-eco, basically? Since you see Casper back on her comfort pick, but Aruma on the Viper. It's a very interesting call here for Orangutan. They dash in towards B. Ginny gonna back away for the time being, and elbow being held. It's still Orangutan making their way towards the site at least.
Well, I'll give you my thoughts on that in just a bit. I actually do have time, because I do think the double controller here, especially when it's an Astra and Viper, gives you much more flexibility in what you can do, but there's no changing the fact that this elbow position is what they're fighting for. Muffin, a double on her. Every frag going the way for Fullsense of the most part.
Oh no.
Aruma just, no, she walks into it. At that point, it's basically a nade.
And Fullsense just takes the second round in relatively clean fashion. Yet again, they know when to back off, and that's one strength you usually see on discipline teams like Sapphire, right? They love to play as a unit, find the angles where they can provide cover for one another, and use the map's geometry to the best success. And you see that a lot on Bind. You can back away towards backside, you can back away into the tunnels, into the hallways that lead towards the site, and really we see here for Sapphire, they have such a strong defensive position later on into the round.
So the positioning here is one of the biggest strength points of Fullsense as a whole in this entire circuit. The way that they know they can play off of each other. They have positions like this here towards Long where when one makes contact, the other is at the ready to swing no matter what. There's contingencies for that. Now this Trailblazer could be a problem. It finds out both of them. Paint Shell's on out and Muffin has to rescind control.
Yeah, quick little flash too as Sapphire disengages as soon as Orangutan lobs at Paint Shells. So a bit of utility at least. Forced out here by the defense. Polly yet again. Happy to play towards the lamps. Hold this angle with their own screen poison cloud basically. And as of right now, snake by 2 for the stall. So at the very least, Sapphire still using the same pillars of success they had for the past few rounds. Orangutan though, calling for their own attention. They smoke out the one-way themselves to provide their own semblance of control. Emmy leading the charge now. And this might be contact here towards Polly.
30 seconds left.
Hold still here for Sapphire. The discipline, the timing yet again. And Polly is ready for Aruma of all people. Emmy though at least opens things up against Margot. There's the duel. Emmy wins it again. And the Orangutan have made their way towards A.
Huge kills coming from Emmy. Getting themselves going here. Twirly on the swing is punished by Baby TZ. If Muffin can find this kill, that could be huge. Double now here for Baby TZ. A triple for her. It's a 1v1. The Peeps, a bit more aware of where she could be, has circumvented and wrapped around.
Oh, heard that.
No way that Baby TZ comes out of this on top. Quick and easy. They get the bonus going their way. Right, but, I mean, was it really the most successful one at the end?
Some critical damage done by Sapphire, and it all started here courtesy of Polly. Baby easy too. Yet again, there's always a threat on the Sapphire roster. But the one thing you can rely on Orangutan X is that space creation. From the first map to the second, from ever since we've seen Emmy on this roster, she will push this team to the absolute limit. And Sapphire has done a good job in that first map to mitigate that approach. Let's see if they can keep on going this time around with the rifles ready.
He's got the Neural Theft now up and online early. That's it's one of the quicker ultimates to build on up. Trailblazer spots out that Muffin is here in the corner. She can dash back into the gardens or fall back into the TP. Swing wide, takes the short option, and Emmy just follows up on Ginny, who had nobody else to help her.
Yeah, did you know those were 2 judges from the double duelists? They were just rushing in, holding W. Twirly, though, can't play against that range. So the plant comes down, and OGX will force the issue instead. Sapphire now navigating towards elbow. Successful on the anti-eco, this time with the rifles. Can they make this angle work? Casper says no. Polly wants to challenge yet again, but the guiding light, some great heads up here from Orangutan yet again. Japeeps keeping Casper alive. Twirly there holding close, and Fullsense has to back on away. When there is no fear, Orangutan is here, and this B site is theirs for the round.
Yeah, they're pushing it here. And the lines drawn seem to fade ever quicker as OGX looking to push the boundaries even further. Fullsense. Oh, I thought they were going to go push further, but no, they're actually trying to save their weapons too here towards the spawn. So little do they know, single corner separates them all.
Well, so a hero rifle at least for Sapphire to utilize, but Orangutan, if there is just that willingness to push, this is the perfect map to do so. Emmy and Twirly will work hand in hand to rush down anyone here, Blackenblue. And I do feel like Sapphire needs to always keep tabs of the entryways towards sites if ever they want to punish them in the app.
Shake them up.
Well, what can they punish with now? They've got lesser weaponry. Well, we've seen these type of rounds be converted on the map like Pearl. Oh, Muffin, she's aware that she's so close. Has to fall on back. Margobi is taken on down. And Muffin, oh, able to escape and get healed back up.
Yeah, big commit there from Fullsense. They sent out 3, and they come home with 2 left standing. From this point on, though, Orangutan now navigating towards A side. Polly yet again alongside Baby TZ. Honestly, their utility setup, such a big threat. Especially talking about the short cross. Polly's been strong with the timings. Emmy and Twirly will have to clear that out appropriately. Casper sets up a few stars also while she's lurking towards B. Tries to draw attention away. Muffin though will find her, and this will be the tell from Orangutan. They move towards the side, and Emmy gets on top of things and catches out Baby TZ. The pinch yet again. Emmy actually pushing towards spawn. I thought she'd go for labs. She wants to catch out Ginny instead. And Ginny, is she aware of this? Absolutely not. Orangutan in places no one will find. Muffin though finds Emmy smacking down that wall. And it's 2v2 for now. The Seekers are there though. The Pip's looking for a target. Realizes tower's held by Muffin. And Torley's there to get that takedown. Pauly's the last one standing. 2v1. Lamp still. The rifle picked up. The Vandal in hand, sure. Or rather, the Bulldog still.
It's still a Bulldog.
It's still a Bulldog. It looks like one, okay.
It's just the Araxis. I know she thought so as well. But Twirly's the one to put the final 2 nails in this coffin for the round. And you can see her OGX Daks, they really love to push the envelope in terms of where FS would expect him. First, it was Emmy to push there towards that defender side spawn, towards that CT, to get the catch off on the Ginny, and then Twirly doing more of the same to find Muffin when they thought they would wrap around and take lamps away. It's Fullsense, but a lot of emphasis on holding that lamps. OGX, they were like, okay, if you really want to have it, sure, but we'll take your spawn away instead.
Yeah, keep it, right? That's all yours, Pauly. See you near the end of the round. I can't believe we got debated by the Araxis skin of all things though, but Muffin now in a bad spot. There's the pulse, and here comes Emmy. Blades out, wanting to go for a target. Showstopper's there too, and Twirly full sent it towards Margot. Japip's also on the other angle. Margot burns one down along the way, and it's Ginny who has to hold down the line. Advantage though, clearly in favor of Orangutan. They have the numbers. They have the teleport that they use if ever they want to rotate. Well, they force the issue, and Emmy will get caught appropriately. Baby TZ now with intel. Baby TZ with a second commanding presence, made even worse now with a Viper Spit waiting on the other side.
Huge scan here from Fullsense. They're looking to maybe rectify whatever mistakes they had earlier on. They got the tripwire here towards that default cross as well. They have to be careful. The snag, it catches the peeps. He has to try and back off to safety. He does get stunned, knows there's a bit more time to play with.
Yeah, this is pretty much a force plant towards APC for Orangutan, if ever, unless they rotate. And exactly that. Teleport still. Ginny anchoring. It's been very responsible for this site for so long. It's intel here, and the clear, it's not enough. Aruma will fall, and Ginny can still fight. The Pips, yes, that's the one, but Baby TZ brings it to 3. 3-3 now as Fullsense fights back.
A lot more of a back and forth game we're getting here early on, in contrast to what we saw a while ago in map number 1 near the end of things, but it's a nice opening entry into that hookah. But Margot just taking Twirly down from beyond the grave. Started and kicked off what Baby TZ would continue into a triple for her. Great scan and great round from Fullsense.
Yeah, it's just as soon as Baby TZ got back in position, you know the anchor specialist for Fullsense was ready for contact. Timeout called now though by Sapphire. They still have some qualms with what's going on, and I feel like the biggest issue here is they struggle versus the forces of Twirly and Emmy. The pressure by the double duelists has hurt them very much so in the early parts of these rounds.
Well, you know what is painful, Daks?
What?
Stubbing your toe.
Oh.
And that's
Dude.
what... okay, I want to hear your point more now.
I have no point. It happened to me the other day, and now there's like dried blood under my toenail. Kind of TL. That's the TMI, but you know. So what's your point? Related to the game, please.
Stubbing your toe is painful. It's an ouchie. And going down to a nose is another ouchie. To the kokoro.
I think going down to a no is more than stubbing your toe, man.
It's about there.
Maybe it's as painful as stepping on Legos, but...
Have you... Never mind.
Yes, many a times. But hey, we are still watching Valorant. We're still seeing the Blade Storm here from Muffin too. And maybe that's the answer for Fullsense. Look for the clash early on and contend with Twirly and Emmy as soon as possible.
Well, one has to wonder what's more painful, a Lego or a Mega Block. In this case, two sides of the same coin. Is OGX and Fullsense finally equalizing themselves in terms of how they play and being able to close out these rounds. We see Fullsense so far. The 2 rounds that they've won more effectively were the ones where they had kind of
Right
a
here.
great catch on the aggression from OGX. Otherwise, when they can't stop it, when they try and push these one-ways, or when they try and overrun towards a defender side spawn, OGX just have free reign to work with the space that they are quick in taking.
Yeah, work with the space, work with the momentum. Remember, that was a 3-round streak, if I remember correctly, from the offense. They do split up their duelists, though, this time for Orangutan. Emmy has the up in hand, and Muffin has a different protocol to work with. Lurk now to just
30
wrap
seconds
around towards his A site, but the hit does come from Orangutan eventually. Time ticking. This is pretty much full commit. Paulie, though, backing away. Cosmic Divide is there to go for cover. And Fullsense Sapphire, they're backing on.
Spike planted.
Muffin's success right now. They let the plant down. Chapimps ill aware of it. And now a backstab with the blade. Sure, Girly though gets one for her troubles. 4v4 for now. And Fullsense try to scramble their way towards the spike. Margot's already on defuse shoot. He can't get halfway. Jinny said with a takedown. Here comes Swirly though. Wow, the widest swing to get that kill. And Swirly tries to fight, but Jinny's there, ready for closer contact. 3v2, knows where Emmy is. Emmy with a stellar shot. Here comes the flash, and here comes Jinny. But Casper holds it down. Baby TZ will try. Margot will fall there at the very end. And Orangutan will keep this going. They still have the lead here, my friend.
The mere fact that Orangutan were able to not only get a counter trade there on a poly, but also deny that half from being stuck on the initial attempt due to the gravity well, which, by the way, wasn't even placed there initially. It was a immediate reaction to hearing the tap of the spike, and they were just barely able to pull the defuse off Margot off to deny that half right at the last moment. Because otherwise, if they had a half defuse there, that could have been Fullsense's round where they could have stuck it, because they got the half at the end.
Yeah, it was half by Baby TZ, and that's why after that Jinny went for the flash. And speaking of Jinny now, she's hurting. They need a bit of a lumbar support after that one. 31 HP left, only holding the sheriffs, and a different plan for Fullsense. They want to hold close with a few buckies along the way. Surprise Orangutan, but honestly, a big chance for Orangutan to start building this lead if they get a few more picks early on.
So far, though, cutting the noise here, Orangutan just looking to maybe flush out each and every angle. Cypher cam, spy cam, whatever you want to call it. Finds out that there should be at least 2 players here. Maybe only really the one. That's all they need at this point. Fullsense, time ticking down in their favor. And the more time they can burn, the more hasty they're going to make OGX on this A-side push.
Yeah, and the Seeker's now out. And of course, Muffin and Paulie are the first victims. Emmy fighting 2 towards his B side. But the spike has already found its home over at A. And here we go again. Lamps is held by Fullsense Sapphire. Trailblazers there. Casper will swing it, look to go for the chase, and here comes Casper indeed. Orangutan from that point on just win the round in relatively clean fashion. It's a 2-round gap now as Orangutan tried to pull away.
And they made very careful there to not run into any of the traps that they've got. You can see because of that Seekers, it also found out where Polly was waiting in her own poison cloud there towards short. Could have been dangerous for Orangutan to run into, but they're taking no half measures, and they definitely cannot afford to, being down 1-0 in the series, especially against a team like FS, who are one of the best at punishing and finding kills in those openings.
Yeah, and just the adjustment from Orangutan. After that pause, they changed up the pace. They put Emmy on the operator. And from that point on, Fullsense Sapphire is the one struggling yet again to readjust accordingly. Still need to deal though with Baby TZ and her potential. The Cypher Cage is there. Yeah, the Trailblazer looking for anyone close by also as Orangutan commit with the Viper Spit. But they can't go on the inside. Tries to go for the camera, spots out anyone perhaps. Yeah. This is very close. Twirly and Baby TZ barely miss each other. Baby TZ might have heard Emmy actually coming her way. Normal strike use. This is still time being bought by Fullsense. Orangutan now. Muffin will find Casper. A good beginning for the defense here, Blackenblue, and they're just waiting for this timing. They're waiting for the spike to go down. And from that point on, Fullsense now decides to bring out the guns. There's the kill. It's 4v3. Baby TZ still in striking distance. And Aruma will get caught out there. Japipsto, as soon as the veil falls, leads now to a 2v2 scenario. And it's Ginny instead who will be that last surprise. Maybe with Fars.
30 seconds.
Second, no,
Last
Twirly
player
denies it. And it's
standing.
1v1 now.
Huge shot here from Twirly. I can't believe they've still brought this down to a 1v1. She takes a TP all the way towards A site. She should have timing. Should, but Polly's already there. Right as soon as she goes for the attempt, and she might
10
have to be
seconds
caught
left.
open.
Oh, showstopper. She's ready for it. The ult online and backing away towards short. Polly has the angle, sees the head of the Rays, but Twirly gets back into cover. Seems like the rocket, no red glare used. Twirly now looking to get a bit of high ground here, but Polly in cover goes for the half, and Twirly will punish her accordingly. Well, sit down, be humbled by Twirly yet again, as Orangutan clutches at the very end.
Huge round here from Twirly. You can see Baby TZ trying to maybe get a lucky tag. You can see her using that spy cam to
30 seconds.
fire through the Viper's pit on towards the default plant position there. Not able to get the tag that she wanted. Neural Theft burnt, but they still lose a round in the 4v2 that was effectively, and Twirly just really keeping them throwing them for a spin here. Fullsense. They still have a buy, but not the most ideal one.
Yeah, this has been a recovery game from Twirly. She struggled immensely in the first half of the last map, but now we get the contact yet again. 4v4. As soon as Orangutan sees the gates fall, it's a go. They take last control this time. Aruma, though, timing it right versus Muffin. Marco, next contact, sure. Aruma has to back on away. The rest of Orangutan look to converge towards the side. Japipsto will fall. That's a spike now. Let down. So at least Fullsense get a bit of control. Then force Orangutan to go towards B. And Aruma is separated from the rest of the attackers here.
Yeah, they should get a free plant towards his B side, Daks, and it's another 3v3 equalized retake we're gonna see from both sides. Definitely
planted.
though, health in the favor of Fullsense here, but Twirly gets an early pick on Margot. No more smokes. Vinny goes down, and Twirly a third. She has come online here in the opening half.
Not just her, Orangutan as a whole, online and ready to hit those stellar shots. Casper has been playing protector for Emmy, for Twirly, for the past few rounds in this 4-round streak. Twirly, we said she's been stepping on up, and she's delivering here with 14 takedowns. This is why Orangutan runs this double duelist, because they have a reliable front line that can keep the pace going if they need to.
Certainly a very hot hand that she's got. Her and Emmy, two of the biggest reasons why this Orangutan squad can reach the heights that they already have and can push that envelope even further. Eco now for Fullsense, who just struggle to really get themselves going in here. Japip's good for the one, trade out immediately. That sends Fullsense back.
There you go, even Baby TZ. No escape whatsoever. Orangutan is just feeling where to hit those angles, where to go for the spam, and where to catch us for his Fullsense crossing their way to the other side. So the Seekers now will provide some stellar intel. This is a clear sight here for Orangutan X, and they'll take it accordingly.
Quick plant down there towards the B side. You can see Emmy creeping up, but the fight might be done before he even gets to it. Japip's on the third. No real way for Fullsense to come out on top here.
One enemy remaining.
Yep.
No escape, no chances, and Fullsense Sapphire seems like these senses aren't tingling whatsoever. Blackenblue, Orangutan is just in so many times already, whether it be onto the site, whether it be past it, or the contact point that Fullsense Sapphire wants to contend with. Orangutan has an answer as soon as possible with their pushes.
Well, what response can you even give here? Especially if you're a team like Fullsense, who just haven't been having the right reads and where this push will come. And when they were looking good on that initial kind of attempt of slowing down the Viper's pit plant towards the B site, they still go out on top. Operator connects Muffin. That's a good start, and she gets out safely.
Yeah, last round of the first half might as well bring out the op. You hear the blades though, courtesy of Emmy and Trailblazer. There's Stu. The updraft has a bit of an angle towards Showers, but Muffin realizes and gets away in time. It's a great disengage, but now we get the duel itself. Op versus Op. Who will see who first? Muffin now spotted. There's the shot from Emmy ringing, but Emmy still loses anyway. Muffin survives. Provided enough cover there.
I can't believe she actually comes out on top of that. That has to feel bad if you are Emmy. Was it through the wall and clipped the wall, or was it just barely in the side? Who would have known? Maybe has to be through the wall, right? The fact they didn't kill her outright.
She saw it. Anyway, she saw this as a part of her body. She couldn't go for the leg shot because it still wouldn't be the kill. And now, Fullsense Sapphire at the very least, having a breath of life near the end of their defense. Can they continue on from this point on? Seems like it's looking a lot more clear-cut. Casper, the only hope now of Orangutan X. The spike so far away from her clutches, and look at where she has to navigate through. Wants to go through short as the Viper Spit does drop on down. 4 targets though to deal with. 13 seconds left. Not even John Wick can find the time to do this, but Casper will try, and she will be denied by Margot. Fullsense at least a recovery round to end the half.
At least they get the one before the first half is done. Muffin here goes down without, rather finds one without going down, and allows her to find a second later in the round. And if you're a team like FS now, you got a consolation of ending the first half with some sort of momentum. Maybe they can bring that to the second, but our panel's got something to say because they're going to bring you some of the breakdown.
Thanks, gentlemen. Fullsense having a bit of a rougher time to start off this map number 2. I think we really wanted to highlight Amy as well as the Twirly for their standout performances and the map control in map 2. What do we think, Coldan?
I mean, we saw Emmy just go absolutely ballistic in like the first half. It was pretty, back and forth between both of these teams. Sapphire and OGX was trading a couple of rounds, but then suddenly when Twirly came online, she just looked like a completely different player as compared to the first map of Pearl. Right, it's like a 180. Now she's just hitting insane shots. She's clutching up rounds. I mean, particularly that 1v2 clutch round that she won with the weird Viper Spit towards the B site. It's a real resurgence coming from Twirly, and that's the game plan for OGX. That is their winning factor that we mentioned early on in the pre-show, right? When Twirly, when Emmy are both online and both hitting their shots, all you need to do is set them up and send them in together. Right? That's a recipe for disaster coming in. If you're the side of Fullsense Sapphire, it's so difficult to counter when Emmy is lurking as a jet with an AWP. Solo lurking as a jet with an AWP on an anti-eco round. And she's just still killing people and still getting away with it. So really, once you set her up for to be comfortable, to really do what she wants to do, send her in with Twirly to be that backup in case she does fall. Right, Twirly's there for that trade frag, and what an insane run so far, 8-4, and it seems like that trend's gonna continue on.
How do we think that OGX are gonna do with the double duelists after the swap?
I think they're going to be proactive. I think they're going to be aggressive in taking their map control. They're going to control a certain part of the map with those double duelists, and they're really going to show who's boss on this. On the other side, Fullsense Sapphire, well, they've got to calm themselves down and really find out what they want to do in this one. They got to counter those double duelists, and we'll see how Daks and Blackenblue want to, show us into how this second half is going to play out.
Hey, man. We are merely the voices. How do we do this? You want to start playing Valorant too, man? But I'll be real. Coldan took the words out of my mouth. I completely agree with him. Orangutan X, they're playing double duelists. You have Emmy, you have an online Twirly. You know they're gonna be raring and willing to fight everywhere and anywhere. Can Fullsense recover on the attack though? Let's find out as we go now to the pistol.
Opening pistol here. Opening round, rather, in this pistol for the second half. B site is where they want to go. Toxic screen in their face, but that won't keep him at bay. The poison, the snake bite will, though. And that just sends Fullsense into having to wait, but doesn't matter. Muffin does not want to be too aware of this, and they simply have no way to fight back. So I think too hasty here from Fullsense.
Yeah, Orangutan just wins all the duels anyway. As soon as Muffin went in, it was Twirly prepared coming towards the corner, or rather on the other side of it. And speaking of the other side, Emmy will send Ginny there too. So such a commanding win to begin with for Orangutan X. You know they're feeling so much momentum, and as soon as they cross through the toxic screen, the decay was enough to provide Orangutan an advantage in the firefight.
I mean, they still hit the headshots there, so, you know, you can even hear it in my cast. I was like, the Viper Spit keeps him back. I mean, the toxic screen keeps him there. Never mind. They just push through. Because you wouldn't expect them to do in that case. You can see just a firm disadvantage capitalizing here, Fullsense, rather OGX, on that advantage that they've gained. And it's a difficult position for Fullsense to put themselves in. So now B-side attempt once more. They did go for that orb. Did they secure it? I think they did.
Yeah, at least now they toss the snake bite 2 from Fullsense. Trying at the very least. Orangutan holding close. Twirly does find Polly, but Polly's far away enough to survive. Didn't even realize Muffin was right there beside her. A dash in now towards the site. Pips and Naruma playing towards elbow. But the rest of Fullsense now, they want to get the plant going as soon as possible. So setups there, and Fullsense want to fight.
I was about to say, did they not pick up the judge? But now
Yeah,
Ginny has it. For a second, she had something else equipped, and this could be a big lynch point here. That could just shut down OGX if you're not careful about it.
Yeah, they need to keep smoking it as smooth as possible just to keep Ginny alive. She's waiting for the timing versus Casper, and there she goes. Muffin also with a kill onto Emmy. Fullsense! Is this a possible eco from them? Japip's the only one still standing. Has to deal with everyone on the other side. And what a steal by Fullsense Sapphire. A thrifty win as soon as they got back into it.
Off of Polly, too. Starting to round off and ending it there. As he said, just firmly out of range. You know, if she just waited in that smoke, probably would have gotten the kill off of Muffin. As it was much closer. And Muffin was walking into the nebula. So, small mishaps and timings there, taking risks that maybe they shouldn't have. No GX pay a price. FS. This is a type of round that can completely swing the momentum of a game to one team's favor.
Yeah, this is their moment now to keep on pushing and to keep on going. They still have a few Spectres in hand, picked up from the opposition. They have a rifle here for Baby Teasy. And as we're just flying around the map here, Muffin actually getting in position. Margot, though, that's been sucked into the gravity well, but Muffin provides protection. Casper's there, though. Big surprise inside the smoke. Snakebite's there to try and fight, but Margot, there you go. 4v3 now. The superior buy here for Fullsense Sapphire, panning out to their own success. Whirly Japips, what else can they do? They're out in the open, the Snakebite's there. Polly will spot them out immediately. And Orangutan X trying to creep towards this Spectre, an SMG at least. A bit of firepower. But the angles Fullsense Sapphire has, they're very, very deadly. Baby TC's coming their way, and Polly's there with the kill already. What a round here for Fullsense Sapphire. Nicely done to get it again.
They're keeping the ball rolling here. Fullsense certainly using the momentum they stole away in that previous round to continue to cut into this lead. Of course, it was against an eco. It's the next round that I think will really be a telltale sign of how these two teams have kind of positioned and settled themselves here in the second half. Operator out now for Emmy. We saw that be a problem. I won't say a huge problem, but certainly a factor that Fullsense had to deal with on Haven's defense a while ago.
Yeah, it was a pace changer immediately. And now, there's the shot, but Muffin gets in cover in time. Now they know where Emmy's stationed. A cloudburst utilized. Does Fullsense push the issue? No, it's a disengage instead. Trailblazer also sent out by Sapphire to look to see what's happening here towards B. I think just because of that intel, now they know. It's a hookup position here for Fullsense. The timing perfect for Muffin especially. And now Sapphire, they have a chance to take opportunity from these angles.
Emmy was looking her way too, but still the angle here. Working out in Muffin's favor. She gets a peek off. OGX are actually pretty lucky that there was no counter swing coming from Polly there, because they could have gotten 2 for 1. And that would have been way more worth it as well, making their attempt a lot more difficult. So Polly's still being wary of the possible push. The utility here will confirm that they are there towards that Sands, and it's going to be a B-side plant. They should push out further here, knowing the flank is coming.
But she swung the Seeker too wildly, and Japips is there to come and collect this 4v4. I do wonder why Sapphire still plants there towards default as they hold towards backside instead. But maybe that's the full crux of their post plant right now. Snakebite's thrown and Muffin with the takedown towards Swirly. Aruma with the trade, they'll make it 3v3. Baby Teasy waiting inside the smoke, and it's Casper actually giving the advantage. Baby Teasy, patience is her virtue, and Casper even hit with the collapse! Through the smoke, gets the takedown. The vet utilized as well. Seems like Marco's been putting in the studies too. Aruma,
done.
the only one standing. Round is over, and Baby Teasy will make sure that's the case. What a play though from Baby Teasy, especially.
Baby TZ, way too easy for her. I call that 95% skill, 5% just concentrated power will. Finding that second follow-up there. They line up just when they needed to, like bowling pins, knocking them both down with a single toss. And OGX's lead. The Orangutan squad. Bit of a monkey ball they're being played for here.
Yeah, and now they're being kept away again and again by Fullsense Sapphire. These rounds have gone in their favor. And you can see so many times that Sapphire, they get some great intel just from Ginny alone. Usually, you only get soft intel from the sky, but through process elimination, they find the angles they can work with, they know where they can play from, and even at the very end, Baby TC Margot, I love that elbow position that they had such a strong post plant at the very end of it. Oh.
And single orbital strike. And the Molly just, that secures a round. Definitely. No way to get the defuse off at that point in time. Especially with the presence still by Baby TZ. B side B long here. Look at this. Complete front line of a mount. But Fullsense who come out on top. Damage being done. Emmy good for the one. But they're all being taken down quick and easy. Casper solely stands.
What a kerfuffle immediately. OGX, they gambled to play aggressive. But Sapphire, they ran that play a while ago actually in the first half. They know how to counteract it, and as soon as they see the swing, they punish the 3 accordingly. While we did see Emmy fight back, it's Casper now in an impossible task. Ollie versus Casper, and Casper wins it. Stellar with the shot at the Sheriff, but she can't fight against Baby TC, who has taken center stage on the site.
Round by round, one step at a time. And it's suddenly caught up to the pace that OGX have been playing. And this is a problem that we've seen on the defense sometimes here on Bind, where after the changes, especially to it, it can be very easy to overrun a defensive hold. Especially on the B side here, you don't have the best anchor positions once you've bypassed the initial choke. There isn't many positions for that defense to really have a safe spot in backside. Going to be always a problem for a nade or a snake bite. Anything else is quickly and easily cleared, unlike some other, unlike maybe the A side, which has a bit more room and leeway to work with, and just that alone already sets pressure on OGX to have to commit a bit more than the otherwise might want to be doing so on the defense here towards that B site. And when they're wrong on what to guess for, Fullsense have once again been perceptive about what's happening.
You're making these eye jokes, aren't you?
Yes. Sensatory jokes.
Sensory.
Sensory.
You know that in the follow, right? It's like a special. It's a special system, and right now
the perception.
Yeah, the perception is maximized, man. But I think really it's a good point you're making, because Fullsense, they're always proceeding where Orangutan wants to be active. They're finding ways to navigate past that and put themselves in better opportunities, and especially the B side that you mentioned, many a times that long control has been pivotal. This time around though, A looking to be a different change of pace here.
Oh, they're pushing out towards showers here. Making sure that no idle attempt is going to go unchecked. But Polly, it's a really good angle here to get this catch off of a Twirly. Twirly has to be careful pushing because she knows he flashed through that, which means it telegraphed the push in the first place. Quick and easy. No problem at all for Polly.
Yeah, false information, and now it's Orangutan who plays yet again into the clutches of Sapphire. This is what we're talking about though. You know that double duelist wants to push. Sapphire will get the catch and punish accordingly. Muffin now leaning to charge. Baby TZ gets one, but the rumor, at least there's a trade. Shower still
planted.
held by Orangutan. A pivotal moment here for Jeff Hibbs. Snuffed out immediately, spotted by Muffin. It's now 3v2. Casper, an incredible shot towards Jenny, but the damage, it's not enough yet. Muffin's here, waiting towards Showers. You have Marco holding on to the spike plant itself. And as of right now, Fullsense. Yes, it's a bit committed. The smoke there to try and isolate the angle, but Casper, she's gonna be running into her own demise. They don't expect where Fullsense is playing from, and exactly has been the case for the past few rounds. Sapphire outmaneuvering, outwitting Orangutan to just at least cut away this lead, and now it's non-existent. We're tied up.
Sweet trade here from Polly. Once again, starting the round and ending it. And if you're Orangutan here, you have to be careful about overcommitting to a push like that. In generalities, if we're speaking of, widespread statistically occurrences, the best option there, if you do flash out, if you use utility for a push like that, you don't commit to push even further by crawling up. But if you walk that way all the way without making noise, without using utility to without telegraphing it, then you can push that further for the flank. But if, once again, utility commit like that, just simply telegraph the Fullsense what was happening. And as I've said, because of just how perceptive they are and aware of what's happening, they are always, or at least for the most part, able to make the right decisions. And Polly, she knew that Trolley was going to come her way.
And these right decisions, they have turned into a run-away streak here for Fullsense. I believe, how many is it? 5 already in a row from what we've seen. Here we go, Trailblazer set on up. Emmy spotted and actually dashed and tried to fake things out. Wants to go for close contact. Muffin ducks on the way, but Emmy still gets the kill. And Baby TZ is there for the trade. 4v4 for the time being. The hero rifle now gone from the equation. And Baby TZ still has a plan. That second ping of intel causing the rest of Fullsense now to move towards B. But Baby TZ has her own mission versus Casper, but Casper wins it. Well done here by Orangutan to fight on back. They have the numbers, and if they can stem the tide that's coming from long, it can be a defensive victory. Here comes the showstopper, and Margot will be brought down alongside her. The snake bite's there. It's 3v2 for now.
30 seconds left.
Fullsense struggling here to make their way. They have to use the Viper Spit.
So at least gives him some sort of elbow control here, but you can see Aruma trying to find the timing. Oh, she gets spied out by Polly. 2v1! And it's all on the Casper who can't connect the shot. Luckily for Ginny and Polly, they are absolutely aware of what's to come. Insightful response from them, and they take the lead off of it.
Yeah, Polly, Ginny, and the victory. It was a struggle to make their way towards the side. Margot, she was just a victim of the showstopper. But as soon as the Viper Spit and the smoke dissipated, that was just the momentum there from the side of Fullsense. And unfortunate for Casper, she's hit some nutty shots. Not that time. Whew.
Orangutan now. I mean, at this point, that's 6 rounds in a row. Can certainly take the steam out of your engine, the wind from your sails if you're Orangutan here mentally. We've seen that happen. We've seen those late game breakdowns a while ago.
Right here.
Definitely would not wish it on a team like this who are already the underdogs in this case. Orbital Strike available here from Margot. They got the Cosmic Divide, importantly for OGX and the Seekers. Where do they commit that is the question. 4 players off their defense on towards B.
And you kind of have to ask the question, is Orangutan running out of steam here? They rely so much on Emmy and Twirly making a big case for that front line, but it's just been stifled. It's been stopped so many times here by Fullsense on their offense. They catch out one of the 2 at the very least. They get a quick plant right now, and for the first time in a long time, Orangutan cede control, go for the 5v5 retake.
They have the Cosmic Divide though, and that Viper's Pit, which can be very useful for their attempt here. They know that Lambs is currently occupied, but they're not really placing that much importance into taking it, at least no real help just yet. And that allows Muffin to get the 1. Paulie gets a follow-up as well. This is looking disastrous for OGX.
Yeah, and OGX are just lacking that utility to go for the clear that they would like, and Muffin still holding close as much as possible. In a sea of green, it's Muffin who will look to paint the opposition red. Twirly, the last one standing, but as soon as that happens, she will fall as well. Fullsense in full control.
Could have very full well been a flawless there. And it just seems like they aren't as on top of what they have to do in these cases. Like, you can see them wrapping around there already towards that lamps, but the attempt to actually take the lamps is a bit too late because there wasn't the help from that boombot just yet. And those type of things, disjointed might be the most appropriate word for how OGX's retakes have been going out now. And they committed so much as well into that round, Seekers, Cosmic Divide, and they still aren't able to convert. It's spelling a big problem already here for OGX late in the game as Muffin and Marco, huge double kills.
Yeah, no way to see it. No chance, really. Fullsense Sapphire shut down whatever endeavor Orangutan wants to try and be aggressive with. And from that point on, it's a distinct advantage. They still need to deal with Aruma if ever. She has the Viper Spit. But beyond that, this Scythe is for Fullsense to take.
3v5 orbital strike still available. They didn't even have to use that in the previous round, so they're able to hold on to it. And OGX, like, you might want to save at this point, but then again, the pressure of also being at match point, it's a difficult decision to make.
It's such a conundrum also because they effectively forced bot in this round. A Bulldog, a Guardian, and a Vandal. It's an emporium of guns on the side of Orangutan, and they're lacking the time to go for the retake anyway. Exits maybe. No, it's just a quick evacuation from the defense. There's baby TC! And she just comes to collect anyway! Who's your mommy? Well, baby TC, she's just ready anyway. What? At least? Huh? Even Casper's gone! No saving, no chances. Fullsense is at match point.
Desperate disaster here for OGX to try and come back in from. Spectres, Judges, the Blades, maybe the Viper's Spit. Whatever they can try and scrap together to simply get themselves around. It's going to be very difficult, Daks. And the way that they've been playing here. Do they even have a timeout left? I think they do. They should. But we still don't see them call it yet.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It might be around time to do so.
Yeah, well, they don't have the guns. They still need to deal with the orbital strike. It has to be a miracle made here by Emmy.
No.
But there is just non-believers on the other side. Sapphire shuts that down as soon as possible. And from bad to worse, the situation is for the defense.
Difficult position for them to be in now. Viper's Pit pop towards B, but it's the A side that Fullsense are looking to overrun. Twirly needs to get absolute value out of her life here. Casper as well. Maybe they can rat into this. You can see them trying to be aware of the possibility of that Judge and Lamp, so they're going to try and go around it instead.
And there you go. Casper at least. A stun's there, but no one can swing off it. Fullsense. Get the plant going. And the countdown to destruction. The Orangutan needs to deal with. A chance made by Twirly. Baby Teasy shutting it down. Muffin's there. Japips at least with the kill, but it's 3v2 for now. And Orangutan X in a desperate situation. Ginny though waiting for the timing. Staying in such cover. Is ready with the flash as well. But there you go. The beam is lit. And the skies break to let down the orbital strike. Margot with the kill. And it's Aruma, the last one standing. 10 HP. And the dream looking to be dashed by Sapphire. Muffin's waiting. Margot's doing the same. And patience does pay off for Fullsense at the very end. What a half to make a statement. This team, they're looking to slay some gods. And no mere mortals can stop them in their path to it.
You know, I think Dax, that this win, map number 2, to my honest opinion, is even more impressive what they were able to do during map number 1. Yeah, map number 1, they had more momentum. They were able to do it more, I guess, concisely, you know, throughout that opening map. But it's about how they were able to recover here when they were down 8-4. And as I talked about before the end of the first half, a lot of times teams, after losing most of the first half and then winning the final round of that first half, round number 12, they're able to utilize that momentum, bring it to the second half, and that's what we saw. It's unfortunate for OGX because this is the map that you thought they could have brought it back into after starting really hot, but the retention of that heat in the first place just begs to be questioned after how this loss has gone.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think we saw Orangutan X only get a single round there in the second half, and that was the pistol, right?
Yeah.
From that
Yeah.
point on, when they got ecoed, it just became such a snowball effect. I'd say the word really of the day is that conditioning. The fact that they scared off the double duelists of Emmy and Twirly enough to play more of a post plant, to go for a bit more of retake, and then use that utility advantage to great success. Those are the building blocks that Sapphire has to make a great case for themselves yet again this open. But that's going to be it here for us. An incredible series, an incredible win for Sapphire especially. To break down what just happened, we'll bring you guys to the panel. We'll see you guys in the next one too.
Thank you, gentlemen. Fullsense only letting OGX get one round after that swap and just absolutely blitzing their way to complete that 2-0. Coldan, we were talking about Baby TZ being that cornerstone for Fullsense Sapphire. You want to tell us more?
Yeah, exactly what Daks mentioned, right? The conditioning was so suffocating. I mean, everything that OGX tried, I mean, literally everything they tried was not, you know, it yielded zero results. They tried to push B, they tried to push hookah, they tried to push showers. Every single time they were caught off guard, they were caught with their backs turned, they were caught with counter aggression. And I want to put this I want to frame it in this way, that Fullsense Sapphire made zero mistakes. I mean, yeah, maybe one or two micro mistakes, but in the grand scheme of things, every single decision they made was so on point, was so correct. And what was like an amazing double duelist performance in the first half just disappeared in the second. I mean, they were just out of the server essentially, completely shut down in every single way. And I mean, Fullsense just coming into their own. And again, throwing back to what Daks said on the cast, Fullsense in full control.
Yeah, and also just they played so disciplined just with their decisions. They played really patient, as we were talking about before we came back to this panel also, like while they were playing. But we're gonna take a look at the scoreboard right here because that's don't lie, and it's gonna be Baby TZ coming out on top once again, this time on the Cypher with that 24 and 13 KDA 283 ACS. And I mean, that's just gonna be that one constant for the Fullsense Sapphire team, right? The Baby TZ is gonna come out on top.
It's insane what Fullsense Sapphire has managed to pull off, right? They were down 4-9. It seemed like it was gonna be, you know, OGX slowly coming to their own, finding their groove, and then Fullsense Sapphire, you know, win an eco. 4 players still surviving on that eco round, and then from then on, it was just a Fullsense show all the way through. Post plans doesn't matter. You know, clutch situations doesn't matter. Man advantage, opening kills doesn't matter. Fullsense Sapphire just was in the lead all of the time. It was just a fantastic showing. And this has to send shockwaves. I mean, if any team watches this map, the resilience from Fullsense Sapphire, the meticulousness. Baby TC was solo clearing map control towards B. She was finding picks. She was forcing the rotations to stay put. She was forcing OGX to get essentially grounded. Like the roots grew at where they were standing. They were just stuck there for so long. And it's just a brilliant symphony coming in together. And I think if we go and look at the MVP, right, Baby TZ again, top of the scoreboard. The impact is sublime. Even though she's only on that Cypher and on the attacking half, she still managed to pull off so much impact. Just her presence alone. Just knowing that Baby TZ could be coming to your site at any moment. Your back's turned, she's in your head.
Yo, that 30.6 headshot percentage though, that's nuts. I think that's the highest headshot percentage I think we've seen out of all the MVPs today. Pretty dang sure, but yeah, it's some pretty good numbers that she is putting up. I love this picture, man, and I love this girl. She's been just such a mainstay in the Game Changers Pacific region for the last 2 to 3 years, as well as just so proud, you know, just seeing her just absolutely just coming into her own and finding that stable footing on this team. But just wow. And you're saying that OGX, you know, they only managed to get one after the half, right? Because it was a 4-8 half that went to that 4-9, and then I think after one of the OGX members bought a judge over on the second round for us,
yeah.
and then they lost that second round after the pistol, and it was just kind of that snowball downwards for them into the 13-9.
Yeah, like that one mistake, right? Peeking out of the smoke with the judge. I still vividly remember peeking out, twirly with the judge. Not trying to point her out, but it's just Fullsense Sapphire will take any mistake you make and make you pay for it so severely that you literally cannot do anything about it. It was so sublime. What a performance.
It was, I mean, Ginny picked up that judge and she just camped CT over on the back of Scythe. And like, how do you push out of that smoke? Exactly. Or you do and then you just die. And then I think like after that second round, it just went downhill for OGX. And yeah, what a shame. I mean, they had such a good first half as well. I think a lot of us were really expecting like, oh, like this might be the map 3 that we might potentially see. But it is going to be that 2-0 for Fullsense Sapphire, and I think because the mainstream has also concluded, so we do know that Fullsense Sapphire will be getting their match versus RQ Kaguya for tomorrow. But guys, I think we do have an interview ready for y'all. I think it's Margot that's on standby. Margot, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh my god, hi!
Hello. Congrats.
Congratulations!
Thank you so much. Thank you.
First question we gotta ask: did y'all expect to 2-0 versus Orangutan X? Because OGX, I mean, they're a pretty good team themselves, right? Were y'all expecting for that 2-0?
Well, we do expect to do our best, so we do expect to always win. But we never know what the enemy has behind their sleeves, so we just tried our best.
Very, very nice PC answer. Just giving a lot of respect to OGX, which is what we like to see, that sportsmanship in the league. Coldan, did you have any questions?
Yeah,
for Margot?
I think I want to call back to where it all ended, or at least where it all started to go
went
wrong.
Right.
For, I guess,
right for them.
for Fullsense Sapphire, where it all went right. You guys were down 4-9, right? You lost the second pistol on Vine. And then what happened in that second round? What happened after that second round? It went on a 9-round win streak to close out the map. Like, did something change or did something not change? Like, were you guys just confident throughout? Like, how was your mentality like at that point in time?
I think at that time I was down for only 4 kills, and I was like feeling quite, oh, this is not who I'm usually playing as, I'm not as good as I was. And so my coach just tell me like, oh, it's okay, never mind, just do your best and then just listen to the IGL call and everything. And we just like continued playing as a team, continued playing our best, following Jeannie's call, and we just trusted the process, and there it is. We just won the series.
Yep, I mean, trusting the process definitely worked out for you guys. I wanted to ask also, so when your team is in that sort of situation where like maybe some members aren't performing well, or maybe the overall vibe is a bit down, is there someone or maybe a few people on the team who really like rallies the team together and says like, guys, like, don't give up, we got this, and is that positive influence? Like, is there someone, or like, what do they usually say?
I think honestly, not really, but usually I tend to just say, okay, nice try, or Jeannie just say, let's go focus cup, just like, let's do our best this round, and on and on, just focus.
Yeah, that's nice. For the last question before you guys go, wanted to ask what your expectations or your goal is for Open 3.
As always, we expect to do our best, and we always expect to win. And apparently, we already qualified for Elite, so
Yes.
we're just trying
Yeah.
to get the backs and try to prove that we can show some fight against the big queen.
Girl, I mean, you guys already qualified for Elite. At this point, y'all could cook up whatever strats y'all want for the next 4 days, or y'all can just go ham. I mean, congratulations. What a series from you girls today. We'll see you tomorrow. Best of luck. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Oh, what a great interview.
I know, right? I love how every player we talk to is like, well, we expect to win. Like, we come into every single open with the goal that we want to be the champions. And I mean, that's the winner mentality right there, man. I wish all my solo queue teammates had that mentality. Like, I'm pretty sure I queue up sometimes and my teammates are like, oh, like, my goal here today is to lose. But like, wow, I just love hearing from these girls.
Yeah, it was fantastic to hear like the mindset, and you know, it's just nice try. Let's keep on, you know, focus on what we have right in front of us. You know, trusting the process. They played fantastically, and you know, maybe my ranked teammates as well can, you know, listen to the interview and then take a couple of points.
Exactly. Well, all right, guys, thank you so much for joining us for day number 1 of the VCT Game Changers APAC series, open number 3. It's been a ball of a time from Coldan and I here on the desk, and of course from Daks and Blackenblue, the broadcasters for today. Guys, if you like what you saw for today and you want to check out some more of this Game Changers Pacific action, then guys, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
One enemy remaining. Hawk out! Blinded. Last player standing. Clutch. One enemy remaining.